Good morning, and welcome to all our viewers to the second day's play of the 110th encounter between St. Joseph's College and Trinity College, played at Dali Road. Yesterday, we had Trinity College captain winning the toss and deciding to bat first, and they batted the whole day and were dismissed for 318. And today, the Josephians will make their reply. Well, the tally of these 110 encounters, St. Joseph's have won 36 games and Trinity College have won 14, and 59 have been drawn. So Trinity, with 318 in their bag, will be looking forward for a victory today. And the weather is very good, looks very sunny, and I'm sure we'll have a full day's play. So we get to understand this live coverage is coming to you through Papare.com, the Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub. And we're very thankful to them. They have been broadcasting so many sports events in the country. They see the Josephians warming up. The Josephian coach giving the last drills for the Josephian team this morning. As I say, welcome and good morning to my friend Megan. Good morning to you, Megan.
Good morning, Polly. Good morning, everyone. It's going to be a crunch day of cricket here at Dali Roads. Well, this has been the fashion nowadays, Polly. How about your time? Were you playing football prior to the game?
No, definitely not. We never touched a football. Not prior to the game, even during our normal practice sessions.
Very risky,
So,
but
today, even international sides do that.
they made it a habit. There are cases of ankle injuries just before the game. Players break down, but still it's part and parcel, you know. You gotta enjoy the sport.
Well, yes, sports have developed so much within the last 25 years or so, especially cricket.
So the heavy roller being used at the center, which means they need some kind of settlement on the wicket. Also, that suggests that there's going to be a lot of turn later on.
Well, as we go down now to the pitch, we have our friend Megan, who's down there at the wicket doing the pitch report.
Lana. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's soon have a look at the strip for today. It's gotten drier and drier than yesterday, and the grass cover is also paled off. So it means there's not going to be any assistance for the spaceman. And also, of course, there's going to be a lot of turn today. And a point of concern is that this rough patch over here, look at that, the boot marks, because it is much straighter than it is on the other end usually. So it looks right under the eye of the right hander and seems much straighter. So it will be in play, and all spinners are going to love that. Apart from that, pitch still looks good for batting. So let's expect a long day over here at St. Joseph's.
Yes, that was Megan down there. This was taken just a couple of moments before. Megan, yes, you said there is some cracks there in the wicket, and the off spinners will really love it. And I'm told that the Trinity College has some two very good spinners in their fold.
Yeah, Polly, I had a look at that surface earlier in the day, and it looks really good for batting. There's nothing apart beyond the good length area. But just about good length area, the boot marks on this pavilion end, that's also for the right-hander, it seems much straighter than usual. So probably a fast bowler from this end was trying to go really close to the stumps, but it seems dangerously close. So that could trouble the batter.
There you see the Trinity batting card. Yesterday, Viva with the top scorer with 86. Pataraja got 56, and Mutalib got 70. And Thirakaranatunga was unbeaten on 44. 318 in 94.3 overs with 5 extras. And we see some this is some Vibhavit's highlights of his innings. He batted really well, getting some beautiful shots of the front foot as well as of the back foot. There you see a backward drive. He got 87 runs of 141 deliveries. Couple of sixes, two in his innings. There you are, beautiful shot. Well, Trinity College had 6 or 7 left-handers in their fold, and right at the top, they were really able to handle the Josephian spinners.
But he was very good with that slog sweep, isn't he? Played some elegant strokes. The second 50 of the season for him. Second 50 in his Trinity College career, probably.
So that is the Josephian bowling card. We have Mudita Lakshan getting 2 for 34. Lairuk getting 2 for 96. Shenuka Singha 2 for 62. And Yenula De Tusa got 2 for 50. They were the main wicket takers. Avinta Diallo is getting 1 and Mitra Tenerua. So there is the fall of wickets. That was the first wicket which went early. At this stage, Trinity were 10 for 1. And from there onwards, Trinity College put on a 83 run second wicket stand. There you are, beautiful batting by Webber. And that's caught deep down at the long off position. That's the fourth wicket to fall. That's Pawan Patiraja. His dismissal.
Well, did you notice one thing? All those 4 wickets, same stroke, trying to go aerial, trying to go through extra cover, and caught somewhere around mid-wicket, mid-off and long off, and the extra cover region. That will be some interesting fact that the Trinity coach will be looking at. But from one point where they looked, that's going to be only around 250. But taking it all the way to 318 runs, we have to give credits to the Trinity batters, Trinity low order batters in fact.
Yes, Tira Karnanatunga was 40 odd not out at the close. They really batted well. They see the teams for St. Joseph's, Sadishi Jawardhan the captain, Harun Kapura Gedra, Sahan Dabre, Mitra Tenura, Hiran Jayasundara, Mudita Lakshan, Avinta Dialves, Rishma Amrasingha, Lairu Amrasekara, Devtusa and Shenuk Serasingha.
That's a good bit of batting in St. Joseph's lineup. And looking at Trinity, they've got good bowling lineup, we should say. We've got Matisha Patirana there, the threatening right arm seamer. Then, of course, Tira Karanatunga, Dinuga Tenakon, 2 good left arm spinners. And I'm told Supan Waduge is a handy off spinner.
Yeah, you see the lovely pictures of St. Joseph's College, Colombo. A lot of repairs been done here. I'll have walked around, right around the college so many times. The umpires in the field. While the Josephian batsmen and Trinity players having their final chat before they start the day's play. You see the umpires today. And yesterday it was Bodhi Batuke and Buddhika Fernando, the 2 umpires officiating this game. The Trinity fielders taking the field. And the 2 Josephian batsmen already at the center, waiting for the Trinity fielders to set it up. Well, Megan, I think today it will be an interesting battle between Matisha Patrana and Siddesh Jayawardena.
Yes, of course, Polly. I think both of them played in the same Sri Lanka 1911, and they know each other quite well. But it's going to be a good battle between bat and ball, because we know how good a batsman Sadish Jayawardena is. So the way he is going to negate Matisha Patirana will be a good show for all our viewers.
Yes, if Matisha Patrana gets it right, definitely it's going to be a handful for the Josephian batsman. St. Joseph's College playing a very young team.
But also do not forget Manula Kularatna. He's a handy left-arm seamer. I've seen Manula last season. So I'll tell you, he's going to be disturbing. How much ever Matisha has got raw pace, I still consider Matisha as more of a one-day bowler than the longer format. So, but Manula, he's got that pitch of a swing against the right-handers. So Sadisha, he'll have to look out for that left-arm bowler, because these are the kind of bowlers who will tend to give more wickets because they are not highly regarded, because maybe he's sharing the new ball with a superstar.
Well, Sadish Jayawardena with a double century behind his name this season. Got a double 100 against Malyadeva. Against Malyadeva. So might be really wanting to come somewhere near that, Megan, because a lot of responsibility depends on him taking the captaincy responsibility. Well, 318 the Trinity scores. Josephians' first target will be to get 219 to ensure there is no follow-on enforced on them.
300 is a big score, especially in two-day cricket, Polly. And for the way that wicket looks, it could be a tough score. 3 slips on straight away. First, second and fourth. So expect some swing. There is the left arm seamer, Manula Kularatna. It's not express pace, but he could trouble the batter.
So Manula Kularatna starting from the swimming pool end here at St. Joseph's College grounds. Second day's play. It's the first delivery down the leg side. Well, Trinity will need to attack. They got to get all the St. Josephian wickets before St. Joseph's can come up to 219 for them to enforce the follow-on. Well, I think if St. Joseph's be able to save the follow-on mark, then the game will end into a draw, I think.
Yeah, there is only limited number of possibilities from here on about this game.
Exactly. Once you get a good score, the opposition will be trying to avoid the follow-on mark and then strengthen their capabilities.
If St. Joseph's are to win this game, they'll need an exceptional inning. They need someone to put his hands up and score runs quickly, so that they have enough time to get another set of wickets. Trinity is not a bad batting side. They've scored 300 already, so getting them all out in a session or two is going to be really tough. And they will need a lot of assistance from the surface also. The bird, he's got to get it much straighter than that.
Sadish Jayawardena looks very comfortable and very confident.
And the lack of pace from Manula Kularatna is allowing Sadish to see the ball early, to read the swing. So he's a quality player, Sadish. He's had enough experience in this level.
That's nicely put away off his hips towards fine leg to open the Josephian scoring. It's a single down. Sajis was a member of the Sri Lanka Under-19 team which toured the Caribbean recently.
And there is Irun Kapuru Bandara, one of the most impressive players for me in this Josephian lineup. The way he played in the big match as a youngster, as a fresher, was very impressive. He's got a lot of potential.
Also, Megan, there is Hiran Jayasundara, also a very impressive batsman. Got a half century in the Josephian Peter, right? Also another young player.
He is the most impressive out of them. because I think as a fresher, the way he played that big match, that half century was just more than 50.
There was a little bit of movement, but going down the leg side. So that's the end of the first over. St. Joseph's 1 for no loss.
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
ඇඩ්මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහාන
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
So it's going to be Matisha Patirana to start bowling from the pavilion end. And he'll be bowling to Sadish Jawardena. Matisha Patirana with his square arm action, Megan. If he gets it on the spot, it will be a handful for the Josephine batsman. A lot depends on how he gets his line, his direction. A lot of experience behind him. And that's beautifully played. Gave him the width. Cut it away straight down to the point boundary.
Outstanding shot there. Brilliant, brilliant from the right-hander.
A lot of width was available for Sadish Jawardena. He got onto his back foot and played it beautifully. That will give him a lot of confidence.
That was outstanding. Now that's pressure on Matisha Patirana. He's got the upper hand, Sadish Jawardena. What a brilliant stroke, Polly. You know, for this level, it's a class apart.
Definitely a lovely shot. Because had the width for it. Wide outside the off stump. Again played beautifully played this time. Sadish Jawardena stroking the ball well. Looks very confident. The Josephians depend a lot on him. The captain leading from the front, opening the batting. Again, this one wide outside the off stump. Thought could have been called wide, but the umpire says no.
He's struggling with his length. Going way too short, Matisha Patirana. Well, in fact, the line too.
Yes, Megan, he should get his direction right. That is what is needed for him. That's a better delivery.
There you go. When he's trying to crank up that pace is when he's losing control. So he's got to warm himself up before he tries that out. He's a very risky bowler, you know. His options as a square armour to go full and hit the block hole, or tease the batsman, taking the ball, shaping it away. So that actually restricts a fast bowler when he's going square arm. But it also has its own perks, you know, the difficult angle, the skiddy deliveries. So Matisha should know what his strength is first. Banging shot definitely is not one of them.
Definitely, vegan square bowlers, they should work hard, especially on their line and direction. To go onto the block ball, you have to go a ball straight. That's what is needed. That
No
time
ball.
down the leg side and a no ball call. So that's the first no ball of the Josephine innings.
This has been Matisha's problem when it comes to the red ball. Direction.
A lot of hard work has to be done. Remember, Lasit Malinga did a lot of hard work.
Again shot. Easy pickings these are for Sadish Jawad. He'll like this because his stumps are not going to be bothered. That's the end of the second over. 6 for none.
So 2 overs gone. St. Joseph 6 for no loss. Sadish Jawardena on 5. Hirun Kapurugedra still to open his account.
Well, very well bowled. Very well bowled there. Manora Kururatna asking questions. A cheeky bit work from the skipper Akram Mutalib. I mentioned at the morning, Polly. He looks a little bit like a wily customer. Got a good head behind his above his shoulders.
Well, I thought Kapurugedra was walking down the wicket. Mutalib realized very quickly, threw the ball into the stumps. Luckily, Kapru Bandara was very quick enough to get back. Good bit of thinking there by the Trinity College captain. There you see that replay on that.
Well, Kapru Bandara's job is simple. Get Sadish on strike. Well played. Very well played there. He looks confident, very confident at the centre.
Yes, playing some beautiful shots. Of course, have to place them, try to get the gaps. Very fast outfield here. If you get it into the gap, you get the money's worth for the shot. Stroking the ball well, Sadish Jawardena. It's again nicely played.
It's important that Sadish does not get frustrated that he's not finding the gap because he's middling the ball pretty well. So eventually that gap will be found.
New ball travels faster. So it's a time to look for the gap. Manjula Kularatna also good bowling and a good line, good length. Yeah, it's Manula Kularatna. That's nicely put away on the leg side. Sadish Jawardhan, as we said, is stroking the ball well. And that's the end of the third over. St. Joseph's 8 for no loss. It will be Matisha Patran to continue from the pavilion end. Jawardhan has done most of the scoring. Got 6.
Matisha Patirana needs stability. As we mentioned earlier, probably, he's the kind of bowler who can hit the pads. He's got to keep it straight and full. Ask the question there. That's where he should start. With a short leg in a surprise bouncer won't harm, but he's got to bowl it straight. You miss, I hit.
It's again nicely played by Sajid Jawardhan. Beats the fielder. That's gone into the boundary for 4.
See, wrong length, long line. And to a batsman of Sadish Jayawardhana's form, you don't give him there. Look at that. Outside the off stump. Just a simple punch.
Matisha Patrana bowling into a packed outside field. Our slipper gully, a short third man, point, cover, point. The extra cover, mid-off, a packed offside field. That's again this time beautifully played. Straight to mid-off.
That's much better. He's got 8 fielders on the off stump. So, 4 men behind square on the off stump. So he's not bringing any of them into play by bowling back of a length and way outside the off stump. That's going to allow Sadish to get on top of the ball and slap it through all the gaps possible.
Again, nicely played.
So that's much likely from Matisha Patrana. He's got to be bowling there full and as straight as possible. He has to ask Sadish to go across the line, try and work the leg side gaps. So for that he has to keep it much straighter and try to beat the bat, force Sadish onto a false shot. Well bowled, very well bowled. That had pace on it.
I think, Megan, for me, Matisha Patrana should be bowling very straight with his square arm action. He has to bowl straight. Bowling outside the off stump is definitely not going to help him. That's a beautiful bouncer.
Yeah, he has to get closer to the stumps and try and angle the ball away from the right-hander. That's going to bring that outside edge into play. Well, he's going wide of the crease, and that's taking the ball even further away from the right-hander. So he has to get closer to the stumps and try and pitch it in line with it on and around off stump. Force Sadish to a full shot. Because of his square arm, Sadish is going to see the ball initially on the leg stump, but it will end up on the off stump. So that is the fox that he has to set Sadish up for.
It's again a beautiful shot by Sadish Jayawardene. Beats the fielder there, gone into the boundary for 4. So he moves on to 14.
He's in cracking form, Sadish Jayawardene.
Of course, has to be Megan coming with a double century behind him. Looks confident, very confident today. Josephians expect a very good score from him. St. Joseph's College into the 4th over, 16 for no loss. So Josephines off to a good start, 16 for no loss after 4 overs. Sadish Jayawardene on 14. Playing very well, stroking the ball well, looks very confident.
The right hand has got off to a flying start here. He's certainly setting himself up for a big one, Polly. Let's just hope that we have not jinxed him.
Well, Hirun Kapru Bandara too, Megan, is giving him the valuable support. Of course, he has not had much strike. Just faced 5 deliveries. His main role should be to stick on there as much as possible. St. Joseph's College have a very young batting lineup.
That's all he aims, just to get to the other end.
Should not be worried if he doesn't be able to get it through. Just must try to stick on there as much as possible. Giving the support to the captain, who's playing very well on the other end. Again, nicely played by Kapru Bandara.
He's not rushing it. That's important. Because Sadish Jayawardene is on a roll on the other end. So Hirun Kapru Bandara, he's got to stay there. He's got to help the captain out.
Manula Kuraratna too, keeping it up to him. Trying to force him to go for the drive. But Kapru Bandara not tempted on it.
He's been unable to find that swing, Manula. Full. But has not gotten that movement. And I like where he starts his run up, Polly. Good old action. Coming with a huge angle. Look at that. Look at it when he starts. Look where he starts this time.
Well, he's not getting much assistance from the wicket. Very good batting strip. Not much of breeze too to make a movement.
Look where he starts. Look at that angle.
That's
Good
a good
all
delivery.
action.
Forcing the batsman to go on the back foot.
That's a very good delivery indeed, Paul, because he saw Kapru Bandara walking up to him and banged it short. Very good bowling there. Look at that. Kapru Bandara walking up to him, trying to negate that swing and trying to get the ball on full.
That's exactly what you got to do. Push him back when he's coming forward so nicely. Got to push him back a bit. And that's the delivery Manula Kuraratna did. And a no ball call there. So it takes the Josephines go on to 17.
Probably. Was probably trying a little too hard there. But speaking of the surface, Polly, did you ever notice about the previous delivery which went past, whizzing past Kapur Bandaru's bat? You know, that was banked short. And that is the reason where there's a good covering of grass. Towards the crease on either ends, the grass cover is not as good. So where that green patch just about short of a length, you know, that area there is good bounce, good sea movement. It skids through very well. So I think that is something the bowlers bowling from the swimming pool end should try to exploit. 5 overs gone, 18 for none.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Very good morning to all our viewers joining us on Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub, www.thepapare.com. Coming to you live from Dali Road. Josephines in their reply to Trinity's 300 plus score of first innings. And joining me in the commentary is my good mate, Dinuk Rikumarayaka, former Trinity captain. And had an illustrious career at Trinity College, playing cricket. Welcome, Dinuk.
Hello. Hi, very good morning to all of you. I think the Josephines have got on to a good start.
Yes, definitely. The Josephines have got on to a very decent start with the skipper, Sadish Jayawardena, getting on to a quick fire 14. Trinitians opting to continue with Manula Kularatna and Matisha Patirana. Trinity 318 at the end of a day's play yesterday. Unfortunately for Trinity's Thirika Ranatunga, he was stranded at 44, not out. Ran out of partners to get to a very well deserved 50, but standout performers for Trinity were definitely Vibha with the Helapolo and Akram Mutalib alongside Pawan Patiraja, all getting to 50, but Vibha with a explosive 87.
And a good comeback from the Trinity batting lineup, especially after the previous game. Unfortunately, it was a loss to St. Peter's, but I think the boys have really done well to put up a good score over 300.
Yes, definitely. Yesterday, Mutalib won the toss and opted to bat first. Yet again, Hirun negotiating it very well, slightly on to the leg side. Matisha Patirana, Sri Lanka under-19 represent and has been in the news for his mauling-like action, slingy action. Has a lot of experience to offer to this young team. His experience and his how he goes about in his bowling is going to be very crucial for Trinity.
Absolutely. He has a lot of experience playing, especially in the national stage, for more than 2 years. And he's been a member of the Under-19 World Cup squad as well, known for his slingy action.
Not only the junior national work, he was part of franchise cricket as well. That's something you don't really get while you're being a schoolboy. So kudos to talent spotters for identifying the young lad early. Trinity, of course, missing Ranadu Somaratna, one of the standout performers from Trinity at the concluded the World Cup.
And Matesha is on a head-on battle with Sadish Jayawardena, another great batsman in the school arena. Beautiful drive on the offside. And he's a batsman with very good technique. Bats a bit like Mahela Jayawardena as well.
And also very good confidence in him as well. We saw him driving beautifully. What's going to be very important is the fact that Josephine innings and how the complexion of the Josephine innings will depend on how Sadish Jayawardena will go about scoring runs. And something that Trinity batters did beautifully yesterday was the rotation of strike. They didn't bog down. That's the end of the 6th, Trinity 19 for now. These are the fixtures for Trinity College, the one-day under-19 schools cricket tournament, the one-day tournament. 8th of March, Trinity will play Mahanama, followed by Malayadeva College on the 12th, Prince of Wales on the 17th, Dimasanant College on the 19th, and Gurukula Vidyalaya on the 23rd of March. That's the first round of the under-19 schools cricket limited overs tournament. Dinuk, talking about the limited overs tournament, the Josephians have been Trinity's arch nemesis in the past couple of years in the under-19 tournament. And how do you think this tournament will plan out for Trinity?
Correct. So Josephians have been playing competitive cricket throughout. They've mastered the 50 over, the limited over game as well. And I think the Josephian side is a very strong side, and they've had 3 players in the under-19 squad, and also for Trinity another 3 players in the under-19 national team. It's a crucial tournament, and let's hope the Trinitians do well, and hopefully they'll emerge champions.
Well, clearly that was wishful thinking by a past captain of Trinity, and wanting Trinity to do all the very best. Dinuk, you captained Trinity when they played this traditional encounter here at the Dali Road. What was your experience like? Tell us a little more about being a player, being in the middle in these trophy games, traditional games rather. How important are the traditional games for the first 11 cricketer?
Talking about traditional games, I mean, especially Trinity versus St. Joseph's, it's an encounter that has a history of over 100 years. I was fortunate enough to play the 100th encounter as well. Then that was a special moment in my cricketing career. Similarly, it was played at Dali Road, and in fact, a lot of fond memories playing against St. Joseph's. Yeah, talking about the 100th encounter, that was in 2010, and St. Joseph's also had a very great team. Easily flicked to the left, to the leg side for a single by Sadish Jayawardena.
Well, if anyone of you had any doubt on Dinuk's age, you can make the calculation. He played the 100th encounter in 2010, and now it's 2022, so you can make the calculation.
Yeah. So from St. Joseph's also there were some really good players in that year, especially to mention Chaturanga Kumara, Dinal Dambarage, and it unfortunately ended up in a draw, fortunately favouring Trinity College. And then moving on in the following year as well against St. Joseph's, that was quite a tough game. It was an interesting one, rather. I think one of the most interesting games I've played in my career. St. Joseph's were down 120 for down with 7 wickets, and then There was a great inning by Supeshala Jayatilaka, who scored a brilliant century, coming at number 8, and scored. St. Joseph scored a total of 280. And at the end of the first day, Trinity were down 56 for 6 wickets, and then it was a high pressure game. A brilliant bouncer by Manula.
Well, there has been judged wide by the umpire, so he'll have to re-bowl that.
So that particular game, which was played in Askiria, Trinity were down for 56 for 6, and then we had myself and Akila had a partnership of over 230 runs, and then Trinity ended up 380 for 8, and that was one of the most memorable matches, where I was fortunate enough to score 150 not out, and Akila Jayasundara, our former captain, scored 130.
Well, plenty of memories. I'm sure you will be able to share with us. So we'll come back to that after this. 7 completed. Joseph's 21 for now.
Sign up for a Dialog Power plan today. The best mobile postpaid plans in Sri Lanka.
නොනවතින කතාවත් තේමමයි. මිස් නොවී ආතරෙත් තේමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් My Dialog app හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
So Dinakris telling us about some valued memories from his playing days, again, especially against the Josephians. And St. Joseph's particularly are the only schools cricket team in the country who have a positive record against every single cricket playing school in the country, which is some record to go at. Trinity have a lot to catch up with in this particular encounter as well. A game that has over a century old history and hasn't only been. It was only not played in 1942 and in 2021.
I think over the years, Josephians have played fearless cricket, especially known as the Josephian Mafia. They've produced many national cricketers. Even in today's game, there are 2 players, especially senior players playing in the national team. We are looking forward to a good contribution from them. Angelo Matthews and Dimut Karunaratta.
Absolutely, I think the contributions from those 2 men is going to be crucial for Sri Lanka's chances of putting up a decent score. It was a very interesting tactic that Sri Lanka went with 3 fast bowlers and a spinner, where India opted to go with 2 fast bowlers and 3 spinners. Sri Lankans opting for that extra bat, wanting to make sure that their batting doesn't affect their game. Patrina continues from the pavilion end. That's a good bouncer. That's what Patrina needs to do. He needs to bowl aggressively. That comes to him naturally. And if we can trouble Hirun, because Sadish looks like the most settled one out of the 2, if he can trouble Hirun and get a breakthrough from here, I think that will really help Trinity.
Absolutely. I think Josephians have got onto a decent start. They've survived the first few overs of the new ball. I think it's vital that the Trinity bowlers, as much as they would like to reduce the runs given, it's important that they attack and try to get a couple of wickets at the start. And when you're going for a total like 300, it's a bit difficult when you're losing early wickets. So that's what Trinity will have to target in this inning. Well,
chance there, but got to feel for the man fielding in very close. It came to him like a bullet. See whether we can take a look at the replay. Here you go.
It's a tough one, I would say.
Well, if you ask Matisha, he would say that it should have been taken. But yes, it was a very tough one.
You really got a feel for the feeder. Chances like that really need to get stuck.
This time straight down the ground. It's a foot race. Pawan Patiraja just managing to stop it just before the boundary. And
a nice touch on the leg side.
That completes over number 8, Joe's 25 for none. Well, March Madness this time around will be extended up to June, where we will have the all-important big matches in June and some later on in July. Trinity, of course, planning to play their big match on the first week of June. They know this time it's going to be a little more special because of Trinity 150 celebrations as well. Trinity cricket authorities have requested from the Antonians for the big match, and also the 2-day to be played at Asgiria. Well, it will be a very memorable game for the young lads in the middle, definitely, because it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and nobody is going to be able to take that bragging rights out. Like you said, you played in the 100th game against St. Joseph's. It's something that nobody will be able to take away from you.
Indeed, it's going to be a very special occasion for these young budding cricketers, and I hope they make the most of it.
Beautifully played.
Beautiful back foot drive by Sadish Jayawardena.
Clearly a man in form. Sadish Jayawardena took his time on the back foot and didn't try to hit it too hard. It was just the timing and the placement that was impeccable by Jayawardena, earning him another boundary. That's the 4th of the innings for him.
Sadish definitely looks in control of his innings. He passed 20 runs.
It's a fast outfield here at the Dolly Road. The sun blazing hot. The Trinitians made sure that the Josephians stayed on the field for entire 95 overs yesterday. The boys from Dolly Road will be determined to do the same to the Trinity lads, and being from Kandy, they really wouldn't fancy being in the middle here in Colombo.
Correct. It's never easy to play in Colombo, especially when you're used to the Kandy weather. Even in general, when you travel from Kandy to Colombo and you get out of the vehicle, it's a nightmare.
Well, forget getting out of the vehicle. When you pass Kadavati, you know you're back here. Same way, you know you've reached a wonderful place when you pass Kaduganawa, going towards Kandy.
And the beautiful scenery.
I think we are being a little biased, being two guys from Kandy, but yeah, we are only stating facts. But talking about the Trinity and Antonian big match, the Antonians have a very strong team. I think one of the strongest teams they ever had in the past couple of years. So it's going to be of a very, very interesting game.
Exactly. And the players are also in good form. few national players as well, and who has consistently performed well in the World Cup. So it's definitely going to be a good match between the two sides, and definitely a memorable big match for all the players.
Something very interesting with the current bowler of Trinity, Manula Kularatne. He has a very old school action, as pointed out by one of our colleagues. Has a little bit of an angle running into the crease as well.
Yes, I think the angle helps with the swing as well, and he has been bowling his 5 overs very well, pitching in good lengths as well.
5 overs completed for Manula, 9 completed, just 29 for none.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Martin should continue from the pavilion end, and this is the final mandatory over to have fast bowlers in action. I think we might see the spinners come into play earlier on, Dinuk.
Yes, and I think the wicket, based on the last session yesterday, we saw a bit of spin, so maybe spinners will have some advantage.
And in the morning we saw the heavy roller being used on the surface as well, so Trinity spinners will look to try and dominate here. Tiraka Ranatunga will be wanting to make amends for the missed 50 yesterday. Lanky spinner. So far from the two bowlers, I think I've largely been impressed by Manlukaratna's control, and also how he has gone about bowling his 5 overs for 11 runs. Been quite economical, just 2.2 runs an over.
Correct. Like I said, he has been bowling in good lengths, good lines, and he's controlled his swing as well. Good bouncer by Matisha Patirana. It's important to bowl in good length, especially with the new ball, and it's an added advantage when you have a left arm seamer. Unfortunately, Trinity couldn't get any early wickets, but hopefully with the spin maybe we can see some action.
The surface here has been renowned to be a batting paradise. It's always given a lot of runs, so Trinity need to be mindful of the runs they're giving away. They need to make an extra effort in the field to try and support the bowlers. Patirana bowling to a packed offside field. Just the 3 men on the own side, the short fielder.
What we've seen in school cricket is mostly when you stop giving away runs, when you control your runs, then the batsmen tend to make mistakes, and especially in a situation where there are 2 good batsmen playing, it's important that the team tries to defend the runs or give as minimum runs as possible.
Spot on, Dinuk. I think that's what worked in Trinity's favour yesterday. They were very keen on rotating the strike. They were looking for that single. They were looking for that second. They were taking on the fielder's arm, and that's what worked in their favour. Except for Vibhavit and maybe Mutalib at the end of his innings, we did not see, and Tirek of course at the end of his innings, we did not see many big shots, but they managed to accumulate runs. Well, yet again, final ball of the over, judged wide by the umpire. Matisha not very happy with himself. Straight away, he was annoyed with himself. Skipper Mutalib having to put on a full stretch to try and catch that ball.
Beautiful punch on the left leg side.
Patiraj in pursuit, and the change ends for 3 runs. 3 runs off the final ball of the over. Josephine's 34 for 10.
අවදානම එහෙමමයි. හැබැයි හදවතේ බැඳීමුත් එහෙමමයි. ඕනෑම කෙනෙකුට ගෙදර ඉඳගෙනම රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
Sign up for a Dialog Power Plan today. The best mobile postpaid plans in Sri Lanka.
Ten overs completed. St. Joseph's College 34 runs for the loss of no wickets.
With the mandatory 10 overs being completed, Trinity straight away making a bowling change, bringing on Vibhavit Halapola, the star from yesterday. Well, still going for pace, or is he practicing for the March Past coming up in a couple of weeks?
I think Captain Mutalib has seen some swing from this end and opted to go for another fast bowler.
It was an interesting change yesterday. Vibhavit brought on as a one-down batsman. He normally bats at number 6 or 7 as a batting all-rounder, but Vibhavit was brought on as number 3 yesterday in play because Ranadu Somaratna was not available, but that gamble really did play off for Trinity.
Correct. I think Vibhavit scored 87 runs, and that gave a good start to the Trinity inning, helping to score over 300 runs. And I think good move by the Trinity captain and the coach.
So now it's a very good headache to have, isn't it? You have one of the better players missing out, and another one stands out, puts his hands up. So it's a good headache to have to be able to pick one from the lot.
Exactly, and I think that's what you see in a good team. Players putting their hand up when needed, performing, getting out there, accepting the challenges. And let's see if Vibhavit can umpire warning.
First warning, he says. Vibhavit seems like he's landed on
the danger area,
red zone of the wicket. Then Hirung being a very, very good non-striker and trying to repair the damage, make it a little more serious for the umpire. It's important, isn't it, when it comes to the longer format of the games, how you use the bowlers and how you plan for what's up next. The footmarks of these bowlers, of these quicks, are going to be very crucial latter part of the game when it comes to the spinners coming into play, and how you, as a captain, how you manage that is going to be very important in the longer format of the game.
Precisely. So in
that's a boundary. Lovely touch by Sadish Jayawardena. Clearly a man in form. Take a look at that. Slightly wider and he pounces on it. There are two catching men in position for exactly the same shot. But this time around he got lucky.
He was eyeing on the gap between gully and cover point. Successful in that ball.
And remember, Vibhavit was warned by the umpires on stepping on the red zone, the danger zone earlier on in the over. So he has that in his mind as well when running up to the crease. Puts a little bit of extra pressure on him. This time, strays down leg side, easily negotiated for a single by Sadish. Dinuk, during your playing career for Trinity, you played through. You can't say the golden age. We could say the platinum age of Trinity cricket, where Trinity ended up becoming the triple champions and also won the big match. The same here. You couldn't ask more from being a school cricketer.
Absolutely. Those were indeed the golden ages. And I'm happy that Trinity continued from there on and they've won many championships afterwards.
Beautiful. That was a trap laid. That was what they were planning for. They would have fancied Jayawardana's wicket. But Hirun departs. Vibhavit brought on to make the breakthrough. Was the man for Trinity while they were batting, and he's the man for Trinity to take the first breakthrough as well. It's brilliant stuff.
Beautiful delivery on the offside. And I think Hirun could have left it, I felt. But with the swing, caught at first slip.
Hirun Kaprabandara departs as the first victim of Trinity for 6. Josephines 39 for 1.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිප්තදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugaddas Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Trunagala City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
final showdown Kandy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
The new man in, Sahan Dabare, a right-hander, another right-hander to the mix yesterday. Trinity, up until maybe number 7, had a plethora of left-handers. That's why Dabare is in the middle. Hirun prodding outside off stump to a delivery that he should have left. Oh well. The plan almost working for the second man as well. Vibhavit ends his first over, 1 for 5, 11 completed. St. Joseph's 39 for 1.
So Matisha Patirana will continue from the pavilion end for Trinity College. He'll be bowling his 6th over on the trot still looking for that breakthrough. I mean, looking for his first wicket. So joining me in the comm box is Paulinus. Happy with St. Joseph's start despite the loss of the first wicket?
Well, St. Joseph's had got a good start, 39 for 1. They lost their first wicket in the previous over. That's of Kapru Bandara for 6. But the way Sadish Jayawardene is batting at the moment, I think he's settling down to a long inning. If he can do that, then the Josephians will be quite safe today. Josephians' main target should be 219 to avoid the follow-on. And the Trinitians, on the other hand, will have to curtail the Josephians below that and enforce the follow-on if they want a result in their favor.
Here's a closer look of Matisha Pathirana's bowling action. Pretty much similar to the legendary Lasith Malinga's slingy. Not the smoothest action, not the smoothest transition from that landing position to the delivery stride and the delivery. Not very smooth, but he has been successful. He has played in the highest under 19 level, an under 19 player could play. This time a change of sides for Matisha.
Well, Adil, he has played franchise cricket too. He has played franchise cricket and a lot of experience behind him and has to be working hard. And yes, as you said, definitely will have to look to pitch it up to the batsman, try to attack on the stumps with his action. That should be what he has been trying to do. You can remember Lasith Malinga telling us he was keeping a pair of boots and bowling onto it. That type of bowling has to be done by Matisha Pathirana.
Definitely he's struggling with his line. Even the change of sides apparently has not made a huge impact in his line. So Sadish Jayawardene not being threatened much by his Sri Lanka under 19 teammate, and I think Mutalib persisting with Matisha is to get the prize scalp of Sadish Jayawardene.
Yes, definitely there's a battle between these two. Matisha Pathirana trying to work on Sadish Jayawardene. There you see the bouncer going through. Well, Sadish Jayawardene has been batting very well, so it's a very good tussle between bat and ball, and definitely Sadish Jayawardene is not going to throw it away, and so is Matisha Pathirana. He'll be trying his very best to get this wicket.
Is that delivery again going slightly above Sadish's head, but the line was way more towards way more out of the off stump, so Sadish was comfortable leaving it. This time a better line by Matisha Pathirana, the line he should be trying more.
Yeah, exactly. He should be trying to bowl wicket to wicket, I would say. With his square arm action, it's a difficult job. He got to work hard on it, and definitely if he can do that, he'll be an asset to any team.
Once again, Matisha Pathirana changing the side, coming over the wicket to bowl the last ball of this over.
This time he's going over the wicket to Sadish Jayawardene. That's a good delivery. That's a better line. That's the line he should be bowling at. So that's the end of the 12th over. St. Joseph's College 39 for 1.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Yes, Polly, just as we were talking off the mic, Matisha Pathirana has a lot of limited overs experience, and he's kind of more of a proven contender in the limited over setup. This is two-day cricket. We just can't keep bowling dot balls. We need to pick up wickets.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, we played for Sri Lanka under 19 and franchise cricket, all limited over games. But he has been there for a couple of years now, 2 or 3 years, playing for Trinity College and playing 2-day games too with the red ball. Got to work hard on his accuracy. Even in limited over cricket, you see him bowling a couple of wides. So he got to think about bowling straight and work hard on his accuracy. That is what is needed on him. But if he can do that, as I said earlier, he is definitely going to be a handful.
It's quite a lot of work there for Matisha Patirina to do on his bowling. Yes, he's got the potential.
That's beautifully played by Sahan Kumar at that time. Sahan Dabre.
That was really good looking by Sahan Dabre. Just his third ball, pitched up, was swinging slightly away from him, but he middled it so perfectly, and a great effort by the fielder as well.
Vibhabit was the wicket taker. He got the wicket of Kapur Bandara, Hirun Kapur Bandara for 6. And the follow wicket was also at 39.
Appeal for a caught behind. I don't think it even hit the pads. Trinity desperate for wickets.
Umpire Bodhiagamage was not happy at all with it. The two umpires for today is umpire Bodhiagamage and Buddhika Fernando.
Maybe it slightly touched the thigh pad on its way, but yet very far from the bat.
That's nicely played straight down the wicket. There's runs in it. They get 2.
That is one of the most difficult shots in cricket, the on drive. Sahan Dabre played it so well, yet didn't attain to the perfect position for that shot, but still he had enough balance to play it and beat the mid-on fielder to get him a couple of runs. So he's off the mark, Sahan Dabre.
Yes, the Josephians, as I said, main target is 219. They're 41 for 1 at this stage. The captain batting really well. That's nicely played again by Sahan Dabre. That's going towards the boundary. Well fielded inside the boundary. They get 2 more there.
Well timed, very well timed by Sahan Dabre. It was just a push. The timing was so good that it almost carried it to the boundary. Another couple of runs for Sahan. He's looking good.
That's what he got it in the gap. That's what is needed. Just get your shots in the gap, and then runs are there in a very fast outfield here at Dali Road. But of course, we're seeing the Dali Road ground, a beautiful ground. Those brown patches are no longer there. Well, these days, when you go to the grounds, you see lot of green on the grounds, especially the school grounds, because there are no school boys playing on the grounds these days. That's nicely put, an uppercut going towards the third man boundary.
That was easy for Sahan Dabre, short and wide. There was plenty of space for him to put that away. He had to climb on to get to hit the ball, but he did it successfully. Just a slight jump and playing it through the line. Perfect batting.
So it's 47 for 1 St. Joseph's. After 13 overs, we're having a drinks break. Sadish Jawardena on 29 and Sandabre on 8. The last delivery, Sandabre got it very nicely over the slips like. An uppercut, played it very well and got a boundary. So Wiba with is the most successful at the moment. 1 for 13 of 2 overs.
Yeah, he went for few runs in his second over, courtesy Sahan Dabre. Beautifully played on drive and then followed by 2 shots on the off. So this is the St. Joseph's batting card after 13 overs. They just lost the solitary wicket of Hirun Kapuru Bandara for 6. Wiba with striked in his very first over. Skipper Sadish Jawardena is looking solid. He technically should have had more than 29 with all the shots that he played, but unfortunately couldn't place most of them. Anyway, he is out there unbeaten on 29. Sahan Dabre facing just 7 balls and getting 8 runs. He's looking solid at the moment. They've got Mithira Tenura, Hiran, Avinta, Rishma, plenty of batting to come. So they'll be eyeing that number 219 to avoid follow-on, won't they, Paulinus?
It's definitely, that's their main concern, 219 to avoid the follow-on. Sadish Jawardena, we're talking about getting 29 runs. You see the Trinity boys, they are packing the offside field for Sadish Jawardena. They want to block those shots on the off and try to frustrate him. That's what the Trinity plan is. And they're doing it well because, as you said, he got some very good shots on the off. And there you see the Trinity bowling card. Manula getting 5 overs for 11 runs. Matisha given away 23 of 6 with 1 maiden, and Wiba with the sole wicket taker, 2 overs, 1 for 13. So 13 overs gone, 47 for 1 with 4 extras, 2 wides and 2 no balls.
So plenty of bowling left for Trinity as well. They've got a brigade of spinners yet to bowl, 2 left-arm spinners and an off spinner. I think they'll bring on a spinner soon after this water break. That's what I see from here. Probably one of their left-arm spinners with 2 right-handers in the middle. Yes, it is Dinuka Tennakone, the first spinner, the first Trinitian spinner to be introduced today. Be straight away bowling at Sadish Jawardena. The big wicket that they are eyeing at the moment, Trinity College.
Dinuka Tennakone, the left-arm spinner, has been brought in and he's replacing Matisha Patirana, who bowled 6 overs from the pavilion end. He bowled 6 overs, gave away 23 runs, had a maiden into him. So Dinuka Tennakone will be bowling to Sadish Jawardena. We have a slip and a silly mid off there, right underneath the batsman. That's good. Good bit of cricket, putting a bit of pressure on the Josephian captain.
Dinuka is on the attack straight away.
They see Adel once again. Still the Trinitians have 7 fielders on the off. Of course, now the Silamidov has moved on to forward short leg. They're putting a lot of pressure on Sadish Jawardena, trying to frustrate him, blocking his offside shots. That's a good tactic. There he gets it in the gap down to the point area.
A much better length from Dinuka Tennakone on that occasion. But still was a bit too full. Dinuka Tennakone, left-arm orthodox, has been amongst the wickets for Trinity College. Played the under-17 season as well. Him and Tiraka Ranatunga have been their lead spinners in this season so far.
That's nicely put away down the leg side towards fine leg by Sahan Dabre. Gets 2 to him. Sahan Dabre 2 looking good at this stage.
And that ball didn't spin, it went straight on with the arm, took the inside edge of the bat. There was no leg slip or short leg fielder, just the silly mid on. That brings up St. Joseph's 50 as well. Sahan Dabre moving on to double figures in just 8 balls. He's been busy, very busy.
Well, if he can bat like that, definitely he's going to take the pressure off Sadish Jawad off a bit. Stroking the ball well. Trying to get on top of the bowlers. Got the edge this time, but goes down between the wicketkeeper and the sole slip fielder.
Very lucky Sahan Dabre on that occasion. A rush of blood, stepping down, trying to work the ball towards a gap for a single, completely beaten, took the edge. The keeper missed it as well. So lucky for St. Joseph's and Sahan, very unlucky for Dinuka on that occasion.
Yeah, this is good bit of work by, there you see the delivery, got the edge, went between the slip and the wicket keeper. And as I was talking, you see that good bit of advice given by the senior partner. The young players like Sahan Dabre, they should, that sudden rush of blood will be there. The senior partner walked in, that's the captain there, walking into him and advising him. So that's the end of the 14th over. St. Joseph's 54 for 1.
දාහක් වැඩගොඩත් එහෙමමයි පිසි ජීවිතෙත් එහෙමමයි ඒ නිසා ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන පහසුවෙන් ඩයලොග් හෝම් බ්‍රෝඩ්බෑන්ඩ් සම්බන්ධතාවය රීලෝඩ් කරන්න හොබ් ඉල්පත් ගෙවන්න my dialog app හෝ dialog.lk වෙත පිවිසෙන්න.
Sign up for a Dialog Power Plan today. The best mobile postpaid plans in Sri Lanka.
නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමමයි මිස් නොවී ආතරෙත් එහෙමමයි රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් my dialog app හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
So Vibhavit will continue despite being hit for 8 runs in his previous over. I think he's worth giving a long run. He's been the sole wicket taker for Trinity. Started actually was the enforcer in the top of the order, scoring an impressive half century at number 3. Now he's back with the ball, giving them their first breakthrough. Once again, right on the money, Vibhavit Tahalepola. Seems to be a very impressive youngster and a utility cricketer any team would want to have. He gives a whole lot of new dimensions for a team. Can bat at the top, can bowl with the new ball.
Well, he came to bat at number 3 because Ranadu Somaratna is playing in the National Super League. So that was a very good move to bring him up the order. Very handy little all-rounder. That's nicely played again by Jawardena down towards the sweeper cover area. Gets a single.
That's Sadish's bread and butter. He'll play those all day. Akram Mutalib doesn't seem to be a very happy captain. Would have at least expected his new ball bowlers to give him 2 breakthroughs, but just settled with 1 for the moment.
So they see the Josephians 55 for 1 at this stage. The main intention is to get that 219.
Sadish Jawardena will be definitely the key. Trinity eyeing to get his wicket. Sahan Dabre, on the other hand, has been impressive too. 14 off 12. He got a life in the previous over, got away with a delivery that spun.
That's
this time
nicely played, but very well fielded there. A powerful drive, very nicely stopped. Good bit of fielding.
Brilliant fielding on that occasion by the Josephian. Beg your pardon, the Trinitian. Driven powerfully by the Josephian Sahan Dabre. Unfortunately, doesn't find the boundary.
Well, full marks for that fielding session. That was a beautiful stop. Otherwise, it would have been a definite boundary. Cut down 4 runs from the total.
Sahan Dabre seems to be a bit restless after facing 2 dot deliveries. Seems to be a batsman who likes to rotate the strike, doesn't like to eat up dot balls. Even I think the rush of blood in the previous over was a result of the 2 dot balls that he faced previously. So I think the Trinity should focus on drying up the runs for Sahan Dabre. He'll eventually play a rash stroke and probably throw his wicket away.
That one nicely played again by Sahan Dabre. So that is the end of the 15th over. St. Joseph's 55 for 1. Sadish Jawadana is on 31. Dabre is on 14.
Paulinus yesterday we lost a cricketing great, Shane Warne, aged just 52, probably cricket's greatest showman. Look at his numbers: 145 tests, 708 test wickets. That's just phenomenal. And 293 wickets in ODIs as well. And this, what this graphic doesn't show is his T20 numbers. He's the captain of the first ever IPL winning team.
Shane Warne also was the only spinner, top quality spin bowler who was without a century. His top score is 99. Well, you see like Anil Kumble, Shaklan, Mushtaq, all these top quality spinners during his time got hundreds. But Shane Warne couldn't get 100. 99 was his highest score. Well, that was very unfortunate. Sad news coming from last morning we had Rod Marsh being passed away, and then late in the day we heard the sad news of Shane Warne. So it was definitely heartbreaking for cricket fans. As we get back into
two Aussie greats gone in the same day.
So much of condolences coming from all over the world. Cricketers who played cricket with him for the past 20 years or so, was in the business.
In the meantime, Tinuka Tenukon is continuing for Trinity. And Sahan Dabre, after facing 3 dot balls in the previous over, is trying to lap sweep the left arm spinner. He doesn't like to waste a lot of deliveries. Sahan Dabre always looking to get off the strike.
Tinuka is bowling quite well, trying to get the batsman to push it on the offside. As I said, there is a short leg and a leg slip, or a leg gully, you could call it.
Very well left by Sahan Dabre. Very rare leave by him.
Putting a lot of pressure on the young batsman. There is also a slip. 3 fielders around the bat. Tinuka Tenoko doing a good job there. That's the end of the 16th over. It's 56 for 1.
Ahalepola will continue from the swimming pool end. St. Joseph's 56 for 1 at the end of 16 overs. 3 slips in place still. Very good captaincy so far. Dinuk, you've been a captain, and it's always good to see a seamer bowling in. The ball is 16 overs old, but still having 3 slips in place.
Yes, I think Vivek had a good start to his spell, picking up a wicket in his first over. And he has been bowling in good lines. Maybe captain has some confidence to go with a fast bowler even after 16 overs with the lines and lengths he has bowled.
Sadish Jayawardena, arguably the best batter for St. Joseph's College in this game. They don't have the services of Siobhan Daniel and the former captain Dunith Velalage. A brittle middle order, the likes of Mithira Tenura, Hiran Jayasundara, they can contribute, but they'll expect a lot from the captain Sadish Jayawardena. So he needs to bat deep.
Sadish will play a big role in this chase, or in this inning rather. Easily left. And I think from the Trinitians' point of view also, Sadish's wicket will be the key. They will definitely look to get Sadish out within this session and keep the Joes to a lower total.
Sadish is using the crease. He's batting just outside the crease there. He likes the ball coming onto the bat. Fielder placed just for that stroke. Dinuk, you don't have a third man but a deep point. It's sometimes a defensive strategy, isn't it? Having that deep point fielder, because this is a fast outfield.
Exactly, and we've seen Sadish scoring some runs on the offside. So maybe the captain wants to have an extra fielder on the deep.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. This is very good bowling from Ahalepola, testing out the youngster Sahan Dabare. That was a very good bouncer.
Beautiful delivery indeed. And you see the ball swinging, having some late swing.
He just managed to get his gloves down, if not gloves. Look at the carry, it's very good. Yes, at Dali Road you get some assistance to the seamers. End of a very good over from Viba with just the single. St. Joseph's 57 for 1. Dinuko will continue from the pavilion end. They are attempting that inside edge of Sadish Jayawardena, and I think that's one reason why the leg slip is also in place, isn't it, Dinuk?
Yes, I think the surface looks hard. There is not much turn as expected. Maybe we can see that towards the latter part of the day. And maybe they have the strategy of pushing a few balls on the offside and then bringing one back in. Hence the reason for the leg slip as well.
He's rushing through his over. Dinuka doesn't spin much. Tennakoon relies mostly on accuracy. He bowls a tad faster than the Josephian left arm spinner we saw yesterday. That's played brilliantly. Exquisite placement from Sadish Jayawardena. He played it very late, and that's the reason why he managed to get through towards the leg side of the cover point field there.
Beautifully played, I think beautifully placed indeed. Played it a bit late. Finding the gap. Dinuka seems to be bowling a bit on the offside.
Yes, we'll come back to that. Just the boundary of Tennakoon's third over. St. Joseph 61 for 1. Here are the records of late Shane Warne. That was a tragic loss for international cricket. Myself also a former leg spinner. We all would have attempted his action someday. All cricketers, what a record.
Indeed, a legend, a true legend. One of the greatest leg spinners of all time. Probably the greatest leg spinner of all time. 708 test wickets, 293 ODI wickets.
Available continuing and has a, we usually call that place a silly point, close in field in place for Sahan Dabare. A lot of pressure being inserted by Captain Akram Mutalib. This is very good stuff from the Trinitians.
Yes, you can see the Trinity skipper targeting the less experienced batsman.
This is very good stuff. This is what you expect, but that's a wide. They don't mind that. But they're keeping Sahan Dabare on his toes. That's the most important thing. These two have added 23 runs. Dabare have contributed 14 of it. But they need to survive this spell of Vibha with Dinuka. I think that's what you expect from your number 3 batter.
Yes, of course. He is definitely a good batsman. Oh. Flicked away on the leg side for a boundary by Sahan Dabare.
Yes, he was straying from the game plan set for the captain. There was no field on the onside near the mid-wicket region. He just had to get some bat on it. Good placement by Sahan Dabare. You cannot bowl to your pads while having no field, saving at mid-wicket region. Dinuk. Change of line from Vibhavit. He's coming round the wicket. You won't get any LBW decisions when you're coming round the wicket and bowling to that line. Umpire signaling that it took the bat also.
It's a strange angle to bowl to a right-hander, especially for a right-arm fast bowler. Maybe he was aiming to pitch it more towards the offside. Sadish Jayawardene on strike. He's on 37 not out. Seems to be in good control of his innings. He's the main batsman of the Josephian lineup today.
Still maintaining that right arm round angle. Vibhavit.
Attempted bounce at that time.
Trinitians have 3 seamers in their lineup. I thought Vibhavit has bowled the best out of the 3 so far, isn't it, Dinuk?
Correct, Damit. He has been bowling in good lines, good lengths. Had a good spell so far. And I think must mention a good start by Manula as well. And then Vibhavit continuing from that end, picking up the only wicket of the St. Joseph's lineup.
They're changing the angle once again, Vibhavit. This is 5th consecutive over. This time he's coming over the wicket. End up Vibhavit's 5th over. 19 overs completed. St. Joseph 67 for 1. Tenakon will continue. 19 overs completed for St. Joseph's College. While in Mohali, Indians are dominating the Sri Lankan lineup. 456 for 6. Ravindra Jadeja nearing his century. Plenty of Josephians and some Trinitians also playing for Sri Lanka. Dinuk, your good old mate, former captain of yours, Dick Weller, he's also playing. I'm sure playing with him would have been a very good, enjoyable ride, isn't it?
Yes, I must mention it was very interesting playing with him. Such an interesting, enthusiastic character. And I think he's showing that on field as well in this test match. Quite active behind the stumps.
Always good to have a player like Dick Weller behind the stumps, as well as captaining the team. These two slowly rotating the strike, very good.
Getting the singles on time, it helps the batsman keep going to tick the scoreboard.
That's much better from Dinuka.
That's the line he should bowl, especially in this type of a wicket, not to give much width to the batsman. Keep it on the off stump.
Cheeky from Sahan Dabare. There is a leg slip in place, but still he manages to get the paddle sweep out. Much needed boundary from Dabare. You need to take some sort of risk here. But
Great
he's using the pace of Dinuka. I think he's a tad too fast than he has to bowl on this surface, Dinuk.
Yes, great execution by Dabare, using the pace of the left arm spinner.
Straight away, leg slip being removed and put in at deep square leg.
Dinuka is been bowling a bit too fast on this surface, where you don't see much spin. One on the offside.
20 overs completed in the Josephian innings. 73 for 1. Here are the fixtures for the Josephian title defense. They are the defending champions of the under-19 Division 1 Tier A tournament, the 50-over tournament. Because of the current situation, there is no two-day tournament, but a 50-over tournament starting on the 7th of March. The tournament will go on till 11th April. They are playing St. Sebastian, St. Thomas's Mathara.
Bowling change from the swimming pool end. Thiraka Ranatunga.
Left arm spin from both ends. Good luxury to have for a captain, having two left arm spinners in your side. Thiraka Ranatunga. But they need to have some sort of differentiation from the two left arm spinners. Let's see what he has got in his bag. Oh, that's very good bowling. Looks like he bowls that slower than Tennakon. And straight away he's getting some purchase.
Indeed, beautiful delivery by Thiraka Ranatunga. He's a tall left arm bowler, giving a bit of flight to the ball, letting it turn.
Straying down the leg side once again. He didn't time it properly, Dabare, but a couple of runs added. These two are slowly building up a very good partnership of 37. Dinuk, you're chasing 318. Yes, this is a two-day game. Thiraka Ranatunga, the new bowler. Sometimes you need to make sure that you get that first innings win, isn't it? Doesn't give much. He's sweeping very well. If you're sweeping well, you're a good player of spin, isn't it?
Yes, it's important that you change the line of the bowler. It's never easy for a bowler when you're playing the sweep constantly, and the Josephian batsmen seem to be doing it well, changing the line of the bowler. Just as you saw, Thiraka was bowling straight with the flight, and after the two sweeps, the batsmen have slowly pushed Thiraka to bowl on the offside, getting a comfortable single that time.
Loud appeal and given. Dabare. Thiraka Ranatunga, he strikes in his first over.
Beautiful delivery. Bit of flight and turn, forcing the batsman to
Yes, a slight nick there. He was playing away from his body for a turning delivery. After a very good partnership, Sahandabare, he looked promising. But he departs for 27. St. Joseph's now 2 down for 78.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
New batter for St. Joseph's, Mithira Thenura, will be on the non-striker's end. But nevertheless, a much needed breakthrough for Trinity College. Mithira Thenura, experienced lad, have played for 3 or 4 seasons at St. Joseph's. Good all-rounder, opening bowler and batting at number 4. Have played a couple of games for Badulya CC as well.
It's important that Mithira Thenura supports Sadish, the informed batsman.
And so it's just a little more than 30 minutes to go for lunch. Here's that wicket of Sahandabare. Good catch by Akram Mutalib, the captain. Dinuka will continue. Yes, just a little over 30 minutes left for lunch, so we need to make sure that they don't lose any more wickets. St. Joseph's. Sadish is on 40. Looks set for a big one, the captain.
Loud appeal by the Trinitian. Not given.
Probably would have missed the stumps, would have gone. Yes, that's what Dinuka also is referring to. Would have missed the leg stump. He's identifying the lengths pretty early, Sadish, and rocks back and playing it on his back foot. It's very important to identify the lengths and identify it very quickly as well. Bisects that field out there. Not easy fielding in the deep. It's a quick outfield here at Dali Road. That's Sadish's 7th boundary. There's 3 fielders in the inner circle, but still he manages to find the gap.
Yes, good effort by the fielder there, but unfortunately couldn't stop it. Brilliant stroke by Sadish Jayawardena. Picked the line early, picked the length early. Another one, another short delivery on the offside. Dinuka Thennakon really needs to improve a bit on the line. Maybe captain would want him to bowl on the off stump itself. Another back of a length delivery. Sadish with his form would look to score his 50 before lunch, and he seems to be in control of his innings.
Just the boundary of Dinuka's 5th over, St. Joseph's 82 for 2.
So the two left arm spinners, Dinuka and Tiraka, will be continuing for Trinity College in their pursuit for the third wicket. They've got Mithira Thenura, the new batsman in, will be facing his first ball. So I've got Sudarshana Piris alongside me here. Happy with Trinity's start, 2 for 82.
Well, I think the Josephians have it under control, especially given the fact that they have their skipper controlling things in the middle. Trinitians, yes, the 2 wickets I think would really encourage them, but they need to try and work a little more hard, go on the attacking mode. And I like the introduction of Tiraka into the attack as well, because Tiraka can create chances, but would like another close-in fielder, as we talk about it, another one brought in as well. So maybe Trinity are looking to work that. Tiraka, of course, can maybe do a little better with his line. This one slightly straying towards the onside. He has a packed offside field, so he needs to try and bowl to his field.
That's good running. Very good running by the Josephian duo. Mithira Thenura pushing towards the gap. A quick call from him and an equally good response from the skipper Sadish Jayawardena. The pressure was building on Mithira. 2 slips, a close-in fielder, Tiraka on the charge. Mithira intelligently switches the ends and picks up a single. Good batting from the Josephian. Interesting angle from Tiraka for the set Sadish Jayawardena. You don't see very often a left arm spinner coming over the wicket for a right hander. Easy pickings for Sadish Jayawardena. Probably a good fielding as well. Cut that down to just a single. That's the end of over number 23. St. Joseph's 84 for 2. So Sadish on 45 facing Dinuka. Dinuka is slightly bowling a more flatter trajectory than Tiraka. Tiraka, on the other hand, is more of a loopy bowler who actually got a good turn out of this wicket.
Yes, Dinuka a little more quicker through the air. Like I said, his trajectory is a little more flat. But I like what I'm seeing from Dinuka as well. He runs through his overs despite going for some runs. Maybe, just maybe, if he can get his line a little more towards the middle, he can bring in that LBW into play as well. Not currently bowling round the wicket, but
so they are attacking Mithira. Even in the previous over, once Sadish was on strike, the second slip was removed. Here, they started with just 1 slip. For Mithira, they've brought in the second slip.
It's good captaincy from Muttalib, trying to put the pressure on the new man in. They know that Sadish is the set batsman, and what they're trying to do is to frustrate him, keeping him in the non-strikers, and he's very close to his 50 as well. So that's something that they can work at. Psychological warfare here at St. Joseph's.
Also, they are mixing up the angles as well.
He's a single for Mithra. That's not what the captain ordered in the sense of bowling from Dinuka.
So they're doing the planning part well, the thinking part well. Execution lacks a bit of precision, I guess.
Current run rate at 3.61, very healthy from the Josephians, who are looking quite comfortable here in the middle. That's
නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමම. නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමමයි. මිස් නොවි ආදරෙත් එහෙමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
Josephians currently looking very comfortable in the middle. Live score update from the Petrite versus Benedict's game. St. Peter's were 329 for 9 when they declared the innings. Benedict's 159 for 8 in their first innings, and staring down the barrel of having to follow on.
St. Peter's continuing their dominance.
No chance. Upishly played. Pawan Patiraja, if he was slightly in front, would have tried to go at it, but here's Tiraka from the swimming pool end.
This time Mitra finds the gap. Comfortable single. Was very lucky on the previous occasion. Pawan Patiraja, maybe just one step forward, would have easily hung on to that.
And one other thing that would have played in his mind is the fact that there is a barren area, the barren pitch. If he was to dive, he would have taken some damage. That would have affected as well. That I believe is where. Whoa! Beautifully taken. Beautifully taken. He will. The umpire will have a chat with the leg umpire, and it's given. What a catch! What a catch to dismiss the informed man, Sadish Jayawardena.
That was a brilliant anticipation from the slip fielder. I think it took the inside edge of Sadish, ricocheted off the thigh pad. It was on the air for a while. The first slip fielder had the anticipation and the presence of mind to fetch that ball just moments before it hit the ground.
Take a look at this. Brilliantly taken. Lovely catch. Good anticipation by the slip fielder. Full stretch. And there was absolutely no question about taking it on. And the umpire had no question about it. The only question he had was whether it was taken cleanly. Sadish Jayawardena departs.
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
Siddhadasa
at Moratua.
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහල
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Trunagala City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය.
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Kandy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට.
Well, the third wicket falls for the Josephians. It was Sadish Jayawardena, the skipper, who was looking like he was in for the long haul.
Excellent catch from Vibhavit Ahalepola. He did it with the bat, picked up the first wicket. Now he's doing wonders in the field as well. What a cricketer.
Oh my God, I'm a little apprehensive of that praise from Adil Siddiq, knowing your history with praising cricketers on commentary. Need to pass the message on to the Trinity coach to take him out for a little while. But definitely Vibhavit Halapola has been contributing all round so far.
Is that wicket again? Really well bowled by Tiraka. Inside edge, ricocheting off the thigh pad. Vibhavit Halapola is having the game of his life. Sadish is disappointed.
Let's take another look at the replay if we can, because we try and point out something very interesting. Tiraka continues from the swimming pool end. Now the pressure is back on the Josephians. 3 wickets down, the set batsman out. Now you'd had questions whether Sadish actually nicked that ball. When you look at it, you'd have questions whether he actually did kick that ball. But here's Tiraka. Close. Living on the knife edge of Winter. The new man in the Alwish. Now take a look at Sadish. The moment the ball passes him, he takes a look at the ball. Reason, he's nicked it. He knows he nicked it. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother to see where the ball ends up. That gives an indication, a sure indication to the umpire that he's nicked it.
And also, for a moment, he was praying for Vibhavit to hold on to it cleanly, but his misfortune, Vibhavit is having the game of his life. He's not going to miss out. And I loved the fact that Mutalib attacked Avinta with a huge vacant area on the offside when he was facing the left arm spinner, inviting the left-hander to play against the spin. So let's take a look at that in the next over when, or maybe in this over also when Avinta is facing Dinuka. Mutalib is employing some really good tactics.
But take nothing away from Sadish Jayawardene's innings. He was a treat to watch. His touch was brilliant. He will be very, very annoyed with himself at the way in which he got out. It was a soft dismissal in his regard. Take nothing away from the bowler and his effort and also Vibhavit efforts. But Sadish Jayawardene was impressive for his 46 during the 79 deliveries. His face, he looked in control, played some brilliant strokes. But has to depart now.
And that was probably the only miscue shot from Sadish Jayawardene.
The entire innings,
costed
that's
his
right.
wicket.
But now the young, inexperienced Josephian batting lineup is exposed. There is no Siobhan Daniel. There is no Dunit Velalage to come and rescue. So these young lads need to put their head down. And remember, this is a traditional encounter. This is a 2-day game. This is where the coaches will earmark who will play the big match, who will be options, and who are the potential players to take on the Peats come the all-important big match. So these boys need to take up this opportunity from both ends and make sure that they try and perform here.
And talking about the big match, Sudarshana, they didn't have Dunit, they didn't have Siobhan. Mithira played a match-winning half-century. And I'm being told that he was also suffering from dengue while he was playing that game. So that speaks a lot about him. But he's living dangerously here. He nicked one, went above the second slip, almost edging this one. St. Joseph's will want him to bat through.
Well, the Battle of the Saints is something different altogether. Well, we'll come back to that. 26 completed. St. Joseph's 89 for 3, 90 for 3.
බැංකුවැඩට කාලනුකා ආදරයට කාලෙ දෙන්න. තාමත් තේරුනේ නැද්ද? එහෙනම් දැන්ම ජීනී මුදල් ඇප් එක දාගන්න. මුදල් වලින් වැඩ ගන්න ගොඩක් ක්‍රම සහ විදි තියෙන අලුත්ම ලෝකයකට පිවිසෙන්න. ජීනී, get it to get it.
So as we were speaking before, Mithira Tenura will definitely be holding the key for St. Joseph's College. And also we shouldn't forget Hiran Jayasundara. His partner in crime during the big match knock, where both of them salvaged St. Joseph's out of a very troubling situation against St. Peter's.
Well, it was a very, very difficult situation, isn't it? We used to bug, all of us are bugging our good friends here at the Papare.com, Damit Veer Singh and Roscoe Tuttle was also around. They looked like it was going to be over in 1.5 days, but these two boys put their heads down and delivered a knock. And big matches have that effect on players, isn't it? We saw Dunit Vellalage a couple of years earlier coming in as a fresher, coming in as a debutant, putting his head down and scoring that valuable knock of close to 80 runs, if I'm not wrong. But take a look at that. Trinity having a small conference close to Mithira. 4 fielders around him. They've recognized the fact that he's being prodding deliveries from the spinner. Oh, close. Didn't have to play at that. Very, very close. I think he's not reading the off the hand, and he's under pressure.
This is tough, Sudarshana. Very tough for Mithira Thenura. A packed field just next to his bat, waiting for a catch. Ball spinning. Tiraka bowling well. Even the drive doesn't pass the 30 yard, not even 10 yards. So very tough for Mithira.
Well, credit to Tiraka. He's giving that ball some air, and that's why he's getting purchase off the surface as well. Mithira will do well to be a little sedated, pass this as more sedated and calm as possible. He doesn't have to take a risk because we know that he can bat long innings. So he needs to try and negotiate this tough period.
A touch shot. Mithira knowing that bobbing down or hanging on is not the way. As soon as he saw the ball is just short, rocked back, pulled it. Because there's a plenty of vacant area on the leg side. Most of the fielders are placed on the off side. It's not very short. Touch shot. Mithira positioning himself very well for that pull. And a brilliant fielding effort from the Trinitian fielder. Now this is interesting. The left-hander, Avinta Dialvis. Avinta promoted ahead of Hiran Jayasundara to break that streak of right-handers. Probably because 2 left-armers are operating from both ends.
Ball coming into Avinta. So it'll be a little more easier for him to try and negotiate this.
A touch wavered from Tirak on that occasion.
What's important is they gave them 2 runs. That's the end of the 27th. Josephians 93 for 3. Dinuka continues from the pavilion end. It's going to be interesting to Mithira.
It's high time for Dinuka Tennakone. Probably up his game a bit and support Tiraka, who is doing a brilliant job on the other end. Dinuka giving away 25 off his 7 overs. Hasn't been the most threatening out of the duo, but has been okay.
Needs to land the ball. Needs to land the ball in the correct area. He's been given an offside field. Needs to be able to bowl to the field because the moment he wavers his line, he's at risk of giving away a lot of runs. It's a very open outfield on the onside. Riskily left by Mithira.
That is a much better line and length from Dinuka. Came straight, didn't turn at all. Easy for Mithira. Comfortably playing on the back foot, working it towards the leg side for another single. Now it's Avinta Dialvis, the left-hander. Maybe they could try the off spinner against Avinta from the pavilion end. Probably Mutalib would have that option as well. Let's wait and see.
So I think a good call by the Josephian management to send Avinta Dialvis ahead of Hiran, like we mentioned, because that's breaking the rhythm of the two bowlers. They need to try and adjust their lines and lengths. The field needs to be changed, so if they're not able to bowl at the same rhythm continuously.
And also they are preserving a good batsman towards the end.
Taking on the arm of the field, and very well taken run by Avinta.
The Josephians are playing smart.
Very smart.
They're working
cricket,
the singles. They're not letting the pressure get into them. That ends over number 28. St. Joseph's 95 for 3.
Josephian fixtures for the Under-19 Schools Cricket Tournament in 2022. 7th March they will take on the Sebastianites. 9th March the Thomians in St. Thomas's Martyr. 14th March St. Thomas's Mount Lavinia. And on the 21st they will play St. Anthony's College Kandy, and on the 28th St. Benedict's College. Seems like all the Saints have gotten together in this group. Battle of the Saints all over the place in this group in Under-19 Schools Cricket.
An extended Battle of the Saints.
Well, it'll be fair to call it the group of the Saints, isn't it? Trinity, on the other hand, having fixtures all around the park. And that group, of course, is filled with boogie teams who can turn up on their day and really upset everybody.
Giant killers, Gurukula College, Kalania. They've given us a lot of surprises in the recent past. Prince of Wales, Maliadeva.
All very, very difficult games where they can really prop up suddenly and take you by surprise. Tiraka has been doing a stellar job so far. On to his 5th over, just 13 runs given away and already claiming 2 wickets.
Including the prize scalp of Sadish Jayawardena. I think all what he needs at the moment is some good solid support from the other end. I think Dinuka needs to focus more on bowling dot balls.
I think just before we go to lunch, I think it wouldn't hurt Trinity to bring in the fast bowler for 1 over and put some pressure from the other end.
That's a very good option as well. Maybe
that'll break the monotony of the spinners as well for the batsmen. They will have to focus, and then when again they have to face Tiraka, that will be a little bit of a difficulty because Tiraka is currently bowling with very good control.
Probably a quick burst from Matisha Patirana.
I'd go with Manula because Manula was the bowler who bowled with a lot more control today.
Tiraka slightly going wayward on that occasion. That ends over number 29, St. Joseph's 95 for 3. So we have a change in bowling. They've not gone to the pace option, but rather they've gone with their off-spinning option of Supun Waduge, probably eyeing the wicket of Avinta de Alves.
Also bringing some variation as well. I think he's trying to attack them just before lunch. They know lunch is just around the corner. There might be a slight impatience from the batsmen in as well to try and get a good meal, get into the shade.
Supun Waduge starting straight away around the wicket for the right-hander. He's got a leg slip and short leg along with the two close-in fielders on the off. That's a very interesting appeal. I don't think it took the edge, but Supun Waduge is bowling a good line, a very impressive line. Starting off around the wicket, being on the money straight away is impressive. Was it an LBW call, Sudarshana, or was it for the bat pad?
I think they were asking the bat pad.
And the LBW looked a bit interesting.
I think it's quite difficult, isn't it, to try and get an LBW when you're bowling around the wicket, especially to a right-hander.
Supun is bowling a really good line. There is no one on the offside covering a single, just a mid-off, and then a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep square leg on the leg side. All others around Mithira Tenuara's bat. Tight field, equally tight bowling from Supun Waduge. Impressive first 5 deliveries.
This is what you needed from your opposing bowler when Tiraka was bowling from the other end.
Exactly. Supun is giving exactly what was needed.
Is it too little too late, or will we go for lunch? Umpires decide that it's time. The players go into the shade and go for lunch. And 30 completed as the Josephians settle at 95 for 3. Some hard work done by the top 3 batsmen, but plenty of hard work to be done in the coming overs, coming session. The next session is going to be crucial for both the teams.
Definitely. St. Joseph's will be eyeing to bat through the next session. That will probably save them the game. And the target would be 219 to avoid follow-on. If they are to achieve that, batting through the second session without losing much wickets is going to be very crucial. Mithira Tenuara, Avinta de Alves, the two batsmen out in the middle at the moment. They've got Hiran Jayasundara to come. On the other hand, Trinity will be having just one thing on their mind: wickets, wickets, wickets. They've got the bowling. The wicket is assisting their spinners. They've got 3 good spinners. They've got quick Matisha Patirana if needed towards the end. Manula has been impressive with the new ball, so he'll be handy when the second new ball is taken. But I don't think Trinity can afford to wait that long. They will definitely have to try and bundle out the Josephians before that. Who will be the happy bunch after this session, Sudarshana?
I think they'll consider the session being shared. Despite Trinity managing to take 3 wickets, Josephians also have racked up 95, largely due to the contributions of their skipper, Satish Jayawardene, who scored 46 of 79 before being dismissed by a terrific take by Vibhavit of the bowling of Tiraka. Hirun couldn't last long as he was dismissed by Vibhavit, who is turning out to be a standout performer in this game, and Sahan being caught behind by off the bowling of Tiraka. Mitra currently in the middle for 6, and Avinta managing to rack up 5 very iffy runs. His time at the middle didn't look like he was in control. He did look like he was under some pressure from the bowling, but the Josephians racking up 95 runs for 3 after 30 overs. Trinity's bowling.
Yes, Manula and Matisha started. They were wicketless, but I think Manula was more impressive than Matisha Patirana, who comes with a lot of experience and pedigree. Vibhavit came first change. He batted number 3, bowling first, batted number 3 and impressed. Bowling first change, got the initial breakthrough for Trinity College, and then the spinners came on. Dinuka maybe wasn't at his best today. They'll definitely need him to up his game. Thiraka Ranatunga bowling from the swimming pool end was the standout bowler for Trinity in this in this session. Picked up 2 wickets, including the prize scalp of the Josephian skipper Sadisha. Supun bowled the last over before lunch. I think he should have been introduced maybe 2 or 3 overs before to assist Thiraka, but he was impressive in his first over, bowling a maiden. That was from the Trinity bowlers. They'll be expecting a bit more from Thiraka and Supun as a duo as they come back for the second session. And here's the highlights of the session. Sadisha opened with Hiruna. Sadisha started off brilliantly with 2 crunch boundaries of Matisha Patirana, the quick Matisha Patirana. He didn't look that good with the new ball. Was given a hitting by Sadisha. Even Hiruna found the boundary quite a few times against Manula, and then Vibhavit was introduced. Straight away he striked with Hiruna's wicket. Then Sahan Dabare, the busy looking Sahan Dabare, added some quick runs, was once lucky, missing out. Actually, Dinuka's only good ball I think of in this session wasn't lucky enough to get a wicket. Sahan Dabare, after his busy stay, was eventually dismissed by Thiraka. Just like this, that is a peach of a delivery, getting the outside edge. Sadish continued for a while with Mithira, but Vibhavit's brilliance at slip made sure his stay was cut short for 46 runs. Towards the end, Mithira Thenura and the left-hand Avinta Dialvis unbeaten in the middle for St. Joseph's. Here's the story so far.
Trinity winning the toss and putting up 318 all out yesterday in the final over, and Josephians in their reply 95 for 3. Sajis with 46, Sahan 27, Quickfire 27, and Mitra Karantanara for 6. Tiraka has been the pick of the bowlers for Trinity so far, 2 for 13. Vibhavit 1 for 21, and the Josephians currently trailed by 223 runs. We'll go for a quick break, and when we come back, we will be live. Let's take a look at how the sessions worked out so far. Yesterday, the first 2 sessions were dominated by Trinity College Kandy, and the third session, of course, was shared. And today, I think the first session, I reckon the first session was 50-50, and yes, it is shared. The first 2 sessions won by Trinity. The third and the fourth sessions of this game have been shared by both the teams. Despite Trinity managing to pick up 3 wickets, Josephians have counted with 95 runs of their own, and this game is still in the balance. Yes, that's it from the first session of the second day. We'll go for a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we will have the action of the second session of the second day.
නේරඩි ඔලිපරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිප්පදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහන.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Kurunagala City Atugal Puravare
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final Showdown Kandy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
අවදානම එහෙමමයි. හැබැයි හදවතේ බැඳීමුත් එහෙමමයි. ඕනෑම කෙනෙකුට ගෙදර ඉඳගෙනම රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
ඒකම අපි කතා කළොත් 1999 ලෝක කුසලාවෙන් පස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම දෙවෙනි වටේට සුදුසුකම් ලබන්නේ නැහැ. ඔබ අවුරුදු 3ක් වැනි කාලයක් කණ්ඩායම එළිය සිටිනවා. ඒ දෙයින් මම හිතන්නේ ඔබට ගොඩක් දේවල් අයිමි වුණා. සමහර කාලට ඔබට අවස්ථා තිබුණා ලෝකේ එක් දින තරඟවලදී ලකුණු 1000ක් ලබාගත්තු පළවෙනි පිතිකරුවා වෙන්න. ඒ කාලය කොතරම් අමාරුද කොහොමද ඔබ ඒ කාලේ ගත කළේ?
ඇත්තෙන්ම ඒකෙන් පස්සේ මම හිතන්නේ මේ සිලෙක්ටර්ස්ලා ඩිසිෂන්ස් වගේක් ගත්තා. ඉතින් සමහර ඒවට මම හුඟක් දුරට අමනාප වෙලා හිටියේ. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන් කතා කරලා එකක් කියලා එකක් කරපු හන්දා ඒගොල්ලන් හරියටම මට කතා කරලා කිව්වා නම් මොකද්ද සිටුේෂන් එක කියලා ඒක මම පිළිගන්නවා. එනමුත් මං හිතන්නේ සිලෙක්ටර්ස්ලා වශයෙන් එක දෙයක් කරන්න ඕනේ මේ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලට හුඟක් වෙලාවට අප් ෆ්‍රන්ට් වෙලා කියන්න ඕනේ හරියටම මොකද්ද සිටුේෂන් එක කියලා. ඒකයි මම හිතන විදිය සිලෙක්ටර් කෙනෙකුට ඒ විදිහට කරා නම් මගේ යමනාපය හුඟක් දුරට අඩුයි. නමුත් මම හිතාගත්ත ඒ වෙලාවේ මම කවදක්වත් මේ ඩ්‍රොප් කරපු හන්දා මම කවදක්වත් ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ඒ ටර්ම්ස් වලට මම ක්‍රිකට් නවත්තන්නේ නැහැ. මම නවත්තන්නේ මගේ ටර්ම්ස් වලට තමයි. කවදා හරි මම කොහොම හරි කරලා ආයිත් පාරක් මැච් ටිකක් ගහලා මගේ ටර්ම්ස් වල තමයි මම නවත්තන්නේ කියලා මම අදිෂ්ඨාන කරගත්තා. ඉතින් මම මේ වෙලාවේ ටික දවසක් ට්‍රේන් කරලා ආයිත් පටන් ගන්න හදනකොට අන්තිම මොහොතේ ඒගොල්ලන් ඒ වෙලාවෙත් ඩ්‍රොප් කරා. ඊට පස්සේ මම ආයිත් තරඟ වගේක් ගහලා ඇවිල්ලා මම හිතාගත්තා ලංකාවේ ටෙස්ට් තරඟ මාලාවක් ගහලා තමයි මම මේ නවත්තන්නේ කියලා. ඒකට ඉස්සෙල්ලා මගේ හොඳ වෙලාවට මිස්ටර් මයිකල් තිසේරා මට කතා කරලා දවසක් කිව්වා මීටිමකට එන්න කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ එයාව සිලෙක්ට් වුණාම ඒ කියන්නේ පරණ සිලෙක්ටර්ස්ලා මාරු වෙලා එයාව පොයින්ට් වෙච්ච ගමන්ම මට එන්න කියලා කතා කරලා මට කිව්වා මේ අපිට World 2003 World Cup එකට ඔයාව අවශ්‍යයි. ඒකට මේ අපිට මොකද මම මේ වෙලාවේ ටෙස්ට් ක්‍රිකට් උත්ජගා හිටියේ අවශ්‍යයි. ඒක හන්දා මේ අපිට මේ සිම්බාබ්වේ වලට ටුවර් එකක් තියෙනවා. අපි ඒකට පික් කරන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා කියලා. ඉතින් මම ඒ වෙලාවෙම කිව්වා ඒ වෙලාව වෙනකොට මම කිලෝ 10ක් විතර ඇඟත් දාලා. ඉතින් මම ඒ වෙලාවේ එතුමාට කිව්වා මේ සිම්බාබ්වේ වගේ රටකට මං ගිහිල්ලා තේරුමක් නැහැ. මේ ඉන්න විදියට මට හරි විදියට ක්‍රීඩාව කරන්නත් බැරි වෙයි. ඉතින් ඒක හන්දා මට මාස එකමාරක් දීලා පාකිස්තාන් යනකොට ඊළඟට තිබුණේ පාකිස්තාන් ටුවර් එක. මම ඒ වෙලාව වෙනකොට අමාරු ටුවර් එක ගන්න මේකට යන් එක්කෙනෙක් යවන්න කියලා කිව්වම එතුමා මට කෙලින්ම කිව්වා හරි ඒකට අපි එකඟයි කියලා. එතකොට මේ මාසය ඇතුළත මම මගේ ට්‍රේනින් ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් එක දෙගුණයක් තුන්ගුණයක් සමහර දවස්වලට කරලා කිලෝ 13ක් ඒ මාස ඇතුළත අඩු කරලා ඒ වෙලාවේ මම පාකිස්තාන් ටුවර් එක යන්න ඇස් වෙලා අපි පාකිස්තාන් ටුවර් එකට මම අර කිවරලා එංගලන්ත පාකිස්තාන් වලදී අපි මම ගියා පාකිස්තාන් වලට අර්ජුනත් එක්ක. ඒක ඊටමත් සාර්ථක ටුවර් එකක් වෙලා ඒ පළවෙනි තරගෙම ලකුණු 100ක් ලබා ගන්න ලැබුණා. ඒත් එක්කම අර්ජුනා මට අමතක වෙන්නේ අත කඩාගෙන විනිං රන් එක ගහනකම් අපි දෙන්න එකට බැට් කර කර හිටියේ. එතකොට අපි මැද ඉඳෙද්දිත් අපි දෙන්න හිටියේ කොහොම හරි මේකේ සිලෙක්ටර්ස්ලටයි පරණ සිලෙක්ටර්ස්ලටයි පාඩමක් උගන්වන්න ඕනේ. අපි දෙන්න කොහොම හරි ඉඳලා මේක මේ මැච් එක දිනකම් ඉන්න ඕනේ කියලා. ඉතින් ඒක ඉවර කරලා ඊට පස්සේ ආවම අපිට ටුවර් එකක් තිබුණා ලංකාවේ. මම කිව්වා එතකොට අනවුන්ස් කරා ටෙස්ට් ක්‍රිකට් නවත්තනවා කියලා. අන්තිම තරඟේ තමයි ලකුණු 200ක් ලබාගෙන මම රිටයර් වුණේ. ඊට පස්සේ වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එක 2003 සවුත් ඇෆ්‍රිකාවල ගහලා මම අනවුන්ස් කරා ඒකෙන් පස්සේ මම නවත්තනවා කියලා.
සමහර දේවල් අපේ ජීවිතයට රසවත් ආරම්භයක් ලබා දෙයි. හිත මුතුරෙකුසේ ළඟ රැඳෙයි. දියුණුවේ කොටස්කරුවෙකු වෙයි. මහපාරෙත් සිත පිනයි. මහමුහුදෙත් තනි රකී. ලෙඩකදී දුකකදී ආදරයෙන් රැකබලා ගනී. ජීවිත කාලය පුරාම අපිත් එක්ක රැඳී සිටිමින් සැබෑ සෙනෙහස කිසිතා වෙනස් නොවන බව හැමෝටම කියා දෙයි. මංචි සුපර් ක්‍රීම් ක්‍රැකර්. සුපර් කියන්නේ නිකන් නෙවෙයි.
කරාටේ වලින් මං ජාතික පාසල් දෙපාරක් දින්නා. බිග් මැච් එකකදී ලොකු ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් තිබ්බා. ඊගේ අන්තිම අවුරුදු දෙකේම අපි බෙස්ට් ටීම් වුණා. ෆිට්නස් වල නාන්න නැති. මම මුලින්ම විදුර කොලෙජ් එකේ ඉන්නකොට ක්‍රිකට් නෙමෙයි ගැහුවේ කරාටේ ටේබල් ටෙනිස්ුයි. ඊට පස්සේ කරාටේ වලින් මං ජාතික පාසල් දෙපාරක් දින්නා. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි මං අන්ඩර් 13 ක්‍රිකට් ගහන්න SSC ස්කූල් ඔෆ් ක්‍රිකට් ජොයින් වුණා. ඒකේ අන්ඩර් 13 15 දිගටම මං ඒකේ ක්‍රීඩා කරා. ඒකේ DDP සර්, ප්‍රසන්න සර්, රිෂාන් සර් වගේ ලලිත් සර් වගේ කෝචස්ලා එක්ක ගැහුවා. ඒකේ අන්ඩර් 13 15 දෙකම අපි MCA චැම්ප්ස්ලා වුණා. අන්ඩර් 13 එකේදී මම MCA එකේ බෙස්ට් බෝලරයි ප්ලේ ඔෆ් ද ෆයිනල් වුණා. බිග් මැච් එකකදී ලොකු ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් තිබ්බා. ඒ වගේ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක් මට කලින් කවදාවත් ලැබිලා නැහැ. ඒ වගේ ක්‍රවුඩ් එකක් ඉස්සරහම ගහන එක. ඉතින් මැච් එකේ මට විකට් ගන්න බැරි වුණා. ඒත් ඒ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකයි එතනින් අපිට ඒ වගේ ගේම් එකක් ගහපු එකෙන් ලැබිච්ච එක්ස්පෝෂර් එකෙන් හින්දා මං හිතනවා ඒක අපේ අනාගතේ ගොඩක් හොඳයි කියලා. මැච් දින්න එකත් මගේ ජීවිතේ මම හිතන්නේ හොඳම අවස්ථාවක් තමයි. මේ සීසන් එකේ දැන්ට මම විකට් 55ක් ගන්න තියෙනවා. ඒකේ පණ්ඩිපිටින් දම්පාල මැච් එකේ විකට් 10ක් ගත්තා. ඒ අරින්න සෙන්ට් ඇන්ස් මැච් එකේ විකට් 8ක් ගත්තා. අපිට තව මැචස් 4ක් ඉතුරුලා තියෙනවා. ට්‍රිනිටි ඒ වගේ ටෆ් සයිඩ්ස් එක. ගිය අන්තිම අවුරුදු දෙකේම අපි බෙස්ට් ටීම් වුණා. ඒ අරින්න ගිය අවුරුද්දේ අපි 2 day runners up වුයි 1 day champs වුණා. ඒකින්ද මේ අවුරුද්දෙත් අපේ කෝචස්ලාගේ ලොකු බලාපොරොත්තුවක් තියෙනවා. අපි ඉස්සරහට ටූර්නමන්ට් එක ඉස්සරහට ගිහිල්ලා ක්වාටර් ෆයිනල්ස් විතර නෙමෙයි ෆයිනල්ස් වලට තේරලා ඒකේ චැම්ප්ස් වෙන්න අපි ඉතින් ෆුල් try කරනවා. ඉස්කෝලේ කෝචස්ලා කොහොමද දිගටම අපි එක්ක ගොඩක් ළඟින් ඉන්නේ. ඒකින්ද අපේ වැඩදී කොහොම දේවල් ඒගොල්ලන්ට හොඳට පේනවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ හැම වෙලාවම ටීම් එකටයි ඉන්ඩිවිජුවලි හැම ප්ලේයර්මයි ඒගොල්ලෝ බලනවා. ඒරෙන් අර අන්ඩර් 19 එකෙත් හොඳ කෝචස්ලා ටිකක් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න හම්බුණා. ඒගොල්ලොන්ගේ තියෙන අර වැඩිපුර එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකත් එක්ක අපිට හොඳ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක් ලැබුණා. ඒ ඇරෙන්න තව අර මගේ දනිස්සේ තිබ්බ ඉන්ජරි එකක් ඉඳලා තමයි මට අන්ඩර් 19 එකේත් අර වැඩිපුර ගොඩක් perform කරන්න chance එකක් ලැබුණේ නැහැ. ඒකින්ද අපේ ඉස්කෝලේ හැම හිටපු හොඳ ෆිසියෝස්ලා හින්දා තමයි දැන් දනිස්ස හොඳටම හොඳයි. ඒ වගේ කෝචස්ලා ඔක්කොම සූතියි. එතන ඒ ටෝර්නමන්ට් එකේ මම ක්‍රීඩා කරේ කමිල් මිෂාරේ කොළඹ ටීම් එකට. තරංගාලේ මම විකට් 8ක් ගත්තා. ෆයිනල් එකේ 4ක් ගත්තා. එතකොට ඉතින් එතනින් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකයි එතන දක්වපු පර්ෆෝමන්ස් එකේ තමයි මට පූර්ණ සංසිඳ තේරෙන්න හම්බුනේ. එතන ඒ වගේ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ටිකක් එක ගහන්න ලැබුණ එකෙන් මගේ ක්‍රිකට් මේකට හොඳ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක්. මට අමතක නොවන මැචස් තියෙන්නේ දෙකක් වගේ. ගිය අවුරුද්දේ ගහපු බිග් මැච් එක කලින් ගහපු අන්තිම මැච් එක සෙන් බෙන්ඩික්ස් එක්ක ඒකේ සෙකන්ඩ් ඉනින්ග්ස් එකේ මම විකට් 5ක් ගත්තා. එතනින් තමයි මට නිකන් බිග් මැච් එක ගහන්න ලැබෙනවා කියලා ලොකු ෂුවර් එකකුත් දැනුනේ. ඊට පස්සේ ඉතින් ජීවිතේ අමතක නොවන සිදුවීම තමයි අපි ගහපු බිග් මැච් එක. ඒක ජයග්‍රහණය කරපුක තමයි මම හිතන්නේ මගේ ජීවිතේට ලොකු වෙනසක් මේ මැච් එක දෙකට. ඉස්කෝලේ අන්තිම අවුරුද්දේ හින්දා මේ අවුරුද්දෙන් පස්සේ මම බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා ක්ලබ් ක්‍රිකට් ගහන්න. මට ඕනේ ලංකාවේ තියෙන හොඳම ක්ලබ් එකකට සෙල්ලම් කරන්න. මොකද අන්තිම ටාගට් එක තමයි රටට සෙල්ලම් කරන එක. ඒකින්ද හොඳ ක්ලබ් එකකට සෙල්ලම් කරන්න මම බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා. Shane Warne, Samson, football cricket, sandwiches, biology, Dinesh Kumar, Mumbai Indians, Premasa, किसी आदमी से बिग मैच है, हेमंत देवप्रिय, डेलॉन पेस, उमेंद्र सुरेश, मनीष रूपसिंह, देवेंद्र रेव, स्लॉक स्वीपर, डेली, टी-शर्ट, इंस्टाग्राम, वन डे से वेडिंग विकेट करता, वन डे, फ्रेंड्स, फिटनेस ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನು නැති AB de Villiers විරාට් කොහ්ලි රෂිද් ඛාන් මම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙන්න ඕනේ මගේ දෙමව්පියන්ට මොකද ඒගොල්ලෝ මට දීකටම උදව් කරා මගේ ක්‍රිකට් වලට ස්ටඩීස් වලටත් එක්ක ඒ ඇරෙන්න මගේ යාළුවෝ මගේ දිගටම ළඟින් හිටපු ක්‍රිකට් ගහපු සහ ක්‍රිකට් නොගහන මිත්‍රයන් ඒ ඇරෙන්න විශේෂයෙන්ම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙන්න ඕනේ ඉස්කෝලේ දිගටම මම එක්ක හිටපු කෝචස්ලා දිනේෂ් කුමාරසිංහ ඩිල්ෂාන් මෙන්ඩිස් ලසිත් සර් නඩා සර් වගේ කට්ටියට මාව අද මේ තැනට ගෙනාපු එකට
මගේ ෆස්ට් ටූර් එක නෙමෙයි මේක මම ඒෂියා කප් ගියා කලින් ඒකට මේ මැච් සෙල්ලම් කරේ නෑ කොහොම හරි මේකේ ෆස්ට් මැච් එකේ මම විකට් 5ක් ගත්තා ෆස්ට් මැච් එකේ මැච් බෑක් ඊට පස්සේ සෙකන්ඩ් මැච් එකට ආවම මගේ ලොකු ටාගට් එකක් තිබුණේ මේ කොහොම හරි මම මුලින්ම මේකට එනකොට තිබුණා මගේ මේකේ කොහොම හරි බෙස්ට් බෝලර් වෙනවා කියලා ඊට පස්සේ මම මේ සෙකන්ඩ් මැච් එකේ විකට් 10ක් ගත්තා ෆස්ට් ඉනිස් 5යි සෙකන්ඩ් ඉනිස් 5යි ඒක ලොකු මේකක් වුණා මැච් එක දිනපු හින්දා ගොඩක් සතුටුයි මගේ පර්ෆෝමන්ස් එක වැදගත් වුණා කියලා මැච් එක දිනන. ඊට පස්සේ ODI සීරීස් එකට ආවට පස්සේ ෆස්ට් මැච් තුනට වැස්සා ගොඩක්. ඒකින්ද ලොකුවට බෝල් ගන්න හම්බුන්නේ නැහැ. ඕවර්ස් තුනේම තමයි දාන්න හම්බුනේ. ඒවැ විකට් නැහැ. ඊට පස්සේ හතරවෙනි මැච් එකේ විකට්ස් 3ක් ගත්තා. ඒ මැච් එකත් වැහැලා මෙයා වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ අන්තිම මැච් එකේ එක විකට් එකයි අපි මැච් එක දිනලා කොහොම හරි සීරීස් එක වින් කරා. සතුටුයි ගොඩක්. මට හම්බුණා මම ගැහුවේ ටීම් බ්ලූ එකට අන්ඩර් 19 ටීම් බ්ලූ එකට අපිට ෆස්ට් මැච් හම්බුනේ CCC ඒකේ ඉන්දියා අන්ඩර් 19 ශ්‍රී ලංකා ගහපු ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ඉන්දියා ඒ ටීම් ගහපු ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ඉන්දියා ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලොත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරලා ලොකු එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක් ගත්තා මම ෆස්ට් මැච් එකේ විකට් ෆස්ට් ඉනින්ග්ස් විකට් 6යි සෙකන්ඩ් විකට් 3යි මැච් බෑග් විකට් 9ක් ගත්තා ඊට සෙකන්ඩ් මැච් එකට ආවමත් ඒක තිබුණේ BRC එක්ක ඒකෙත් ඉන්දියා අන්ඩර් 19 ශ්‍රී ලංකා ගහපු අය ඒ ටීම් ගහපු අය ඉන්දියා ඒගොල්ලොත් එක්ක ශ්‍රී ලංකාවලා ලොකු එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක් ගත්තා ඒකෙත් මම මැච් බෑග් විකට් 5ක් ගත්තා ෆස්ට් ඉනින්ග්ස් 4යි ඉතින් ලොකු එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක් ගත්තා ඇත්තටම කොළඹ ක්‍රිකට් එකයි කළුතර ක්‍රිකට් එකයි බලද්දී ටිකක් ලොකු ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා මොකද කොළඹ ගොඩක් ක්‍රිකට් එක යන්නේ ටර්ෆ් එකේ. අපි ගොඩක් ක්‍රිකට් යන්නේ මැටින් එකේ. එහෙම වුණාට ඒක ලොකු මේකක් වුණා. මේ මම කොළඹට ආවට පස්සේ මට තේරුණා එහෙ ගාපු ක්‍රිකට් එකට වඩා මේක ගොඩක් උඩින් දින්නේ කියලා. ඒකට හැඩගැහෙන්න අමාරු වුණා ටිකක් මුලින්. ඊට පස්සේ දැන් මම මාස 3-4ක් ඉඳන් කොළඹ ට්‍රේන් කරන්නේ. ඒකින් දැන් මට ලොකු මේකක් තියෙනවා මේ කොළඹ සෙල්ලම් කරන්න. මම මුලින්ම ක්‍රිකට් ගහන්න පටන් ගත්තේ 3 වසරේදී. තාත්තා තමයි මාව මුලින්ම අරන් ගියේ. ඊට පස්සේ මම එතකොට මට ස්කෝල් ටීමේ ප්ලේස් තිබුණේ නැහැ. මම නිකන් ඇකඩමි සෙල්ලම් කරේ. ඊට පස්සේ ග්‍රේඩ් 4 වල ඉඳන් මාව අන්ඩර් 13 B ටීම් එකට සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඊට පස්සේ ඉඳන් ග්‍රේඩ් 5 වල ඉඳන් A ටීම් එකේ බැට්ස්මන් කෙනෙක් විදිහට සෙල්ලම් කරේ. ඊට පස්සේ මගේ අන්ඩර් 13 ලාස්ට් එකේ මම අන්ඩර් 15 ගැහුවා. ඒකෙන් තමයි ලොකු වෙනසක් වුණේ මට. ඒකේ බෝල විදියට ගහලා ඒකෙන් තමයි ලොකු වෙනසක් වුණේ. ඊට පස්සේ මම අන්ඩර් 13 ලාස්ට් එකේ බිග් මැච් ගැහුවා. දැන් මම බිග් මැච් 4ක් සෙල්ලම් කරලා තියෙනවා. ලොකු එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක් ගත්තා. මම අර මගේ ක්‍රිකට් වෙනස් වුණේ අර අන්ඩර් 13 ලාස්ට් එකේ අන්ඩර් 15 ගහපෙකින්ද. ගොඩක් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ඉන්නවා ඇත්තටම ලෙෆ්ට් ආර්මර්ස්ලා. මට කලින් අන්ඩර් 19 ගහුවා ඉන්නවා. ඒ ටීම් ගහන අය ඉන්නවා. ඉතින් මට ලොකු ටාගට් එකක් තියෙනවා කවදා හරි ඒ කියන්නේ ළඟදිම ලංකාවට ගහන්න ඕන කියලා. ඒ කියන්නේ ලොකු කාලයක් යන්නේ නැතුව. ඉතින් ඒකට තියෙන බාධක ඔක්කොම මේව කරගෙන හොඳට ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරලා මොහරි ලංකාවට ගහන්න තමයි බලාපොරොත්තු. මගේ ලොකු ටාගට් එකක් තියෙනවා 2020 වර්ල්ඩ් කප් යන්න. ඒට කලින් තියෙන ටුවර්ස් වල හොඳට කරන්න ඕන. ටුවර් එකෙන් ටුවර් එකට යන්න ඕන. තව ස්කූල් මැච් ගොඩක් ගහන්න හම්බෙන්නේ නැති වෙයි. හම්බෙන මැච් වල හොඳට කරලා ස්කෝල්ටත් දෙයක් කරලා තමන්ටත් දෙයක් කරගෙන රටටත් දෙයක් කරන්න තමයි බලන්නේ. ඩැනියල් විටෝල් ලෝකේ ඉන්න හොඳම ලෙෆ්ට් ආර්ම් ෆුට්බෝල් රියල් මැඩ්රිඩ්. මම ක්‍රිකට් ඉගෙන ගත්ත විදියයි මොකද්ද කරන්න ඕනි කියලා එයාට කියලා දෙනවා. ෆිල්ම් බලන්න යන්න. රුවන් නෙට් iPhone, Instagram, Benz, කෙත්තරම්, ලෝඩ්ස්, නූඩල්ස්, ෂර්ට්, වැඩිපුර නිදා ගන්න. බඩට ගහන්න. TV series බලන්න අඩුයි. දෙවෙනි දඟය. ගෙදර තමයි. හිස්ටරි තමයි. රොයියා කියලා තමයි. 96 වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එක. ජෝයි රූට්, ටෙස්ට්, මුම්බයි ඉන්දියන්ස්, රූන් රොයල්ස්, වන් කාඩ්, නලින් සිල්වා. එකපාරක් මම බෝල් කරද්දී ඩ්‍රයිව් කරපු එකක් ඇවිල්ලා මගේ මෙහෙම නල්ලේ වැදුනා. මට 100 නැති වෙලා ස්පීඩ් ලා යනවා. අන්ඩර් 19 බංග්ලාදේශ ටුවර් එක ඒගොල්ලෝ විකට් කීපර් අක්බර් අලි බෝල්ට් ටිප් කැච් ස්ලිප් එක. බංග්ලාදේශ ටුවර් එකේ සෙකන්ඩ් ටෙස්ට් මැච් එක. ස්කෝල් ඉන්දියා තාරක කියලා. චමිල් විජේසිංහ, කමිල් විශාර, මිඩෝන් මිඩෝෆ්, සම්මෝෂාන අවුට් කළේ. මේ දැනට එන්න මුලින්ම තාත්තට මේ තෑන් කරන්න ඕනේ. තාත්තම මෙතනට එන්න ගොඩක් මේ කරේ. ඊට පස්සේ අම්මයි තාත්තයි මල්ලි මගේ කෝචස්ලා පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳන් කෝචස්ලා උදව් කරා. ඉස්කෝලේ කෝචස්ලා ඊට පස්සේ දිස්ත්‍රික් කෝචස්ලා ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් කෝච් මෙතනට ආවට පස්සේ කොළඹ කෝචස්ලා ඔක්කොම උදව් කරා මට මෙතනට.
මං තන්නේ කන්ඩිෂන් උත් වෙනස් වුණා නිව්සීලන්ඩ් ගියා. අපි නිව්සීලන්ඩ් තිබුණේ මොකද අපේ කන්ඩිෂන් වෙනස්, හේඩ් කන්ඩිෂන් වෙනස්. එතකොට අපිට හිටපු කෝච් රොයිස්ගේ දැනුමත් අනුව අපිට දුන්න උපදෙස් අනුව අපි සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඒත් එක්ක මම හිතන්නේ මට සාර්ථක වෙන්න පුළුවන් වුණා. හේ තිබ්බ කන්ඩිෂන් ඇසස් කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණා ඉක්මනටම. ඒකින් තමයි පළවෙනි තරගෙම CL ලබා ගත්තා. අවසානයේ ඉවර කරනකොට මම 98ක් ලබා ගත්තා දැවි ගියා. මම හිතන්නේ කන්ඩිෂන් ඇසස් කරන එක තමයි අන් 19 වල ගොඩක්ම මම මේ ඉගෙන ගත්තේ. මොකද මෙහෙ වගේ නෙවෙයි ඒක තමයි ගොඩක් කියන්න. මම වෙස්ටර්න් ගාලා අවුරුදු 4ක් වෙනවා. අවුරුදු 4ක් ගිහුව බිග් මැච් 4ක් ප්ලේ කරා. ඒ අතර ඒ ගත්ත එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක මට කැප්ටන්සි එකක් ලැබුණා. ඒක මම බැලුවා ප්ලේස්ලත් එක්ක කොහොමද හැන්ඩල් කරලා ප්ලේස්ලා හැන්ඩල් කරලා කොමාරි චැම්පියන්ෂිප් එකකට ගෙනියන්න. මම හිතන්නේ අපිට වර්ල්ඩ් කප් නිසා ඉන්න බැරුණා මේ සමහර තරඟ ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න බැරි වුණා. ඒත් වන් ඩේ ඔක්කොම කමුදුත් මාත් සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඒකම අපි අපේ බෝලර්ස්ලා බැට්ස්මන්ලා හොඳට කරපු නිසා මම හිතන්නේ ඒකේ ප්‍රයෝජනයක් විදිහට අපි චැම්පියන්ෂිප් එක ලබා ගත්තා. මම හිතන්නේ පාසා ක්‍රිකට් වල ගොඩක් වෙනස්. ඔක්කොම නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ක්‍රීඩා කරන නිසා. මම හිතන්නේ කලින් තිබුණා සුපර් ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් එක. ඒකේ මට පර්ෆෝමන්ස් අතරට එන්න බැරුණත් මම ඒකේ ගොඩක් දේවල් ඉගෙන ගත්තා. මම හිතන්නේ ඒ ඉගෙනගත් දේවල් වලින් තමයි වෙළඳ සේවක තරඟාවලියේ මට සාර්ථකත්වයට ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් වුණේ. ලොකු වෙනසක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් අර ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ලොකු අයත් සෙල්ලම් කරන්න වෙන්නේ. එතකොට එයාලා බෑ ගොඩක් සපෝට් කරනවා හැමතිස්සෙම මේක කරපන් මල්ලි මේක කරපන් කියලා. එතකොට ලොකු වෙනසක් තියෙනවා. එයාලගෙන් ගොඩක් දේවල් ඉගෙන ගන්න පුළුවන්. තව අපි පොඩි නිසා අපිට තව දේවල් ඉගෙන ගන්න තියෙනවා. මම හිතන්නේ ප්‍රීමියර් සීසන් එකටත් එහෙම ඉගෙනගෙන යන එක තමයි මම හිතන්නේ එකපාරට වඩා ඉගෙනගෙන යනකොට ලේසි කියලා මම හිතනවා. මම කෝල්ස් ක්‍රිකට් ක්ලබ් එකට තමයි සෙල්ලම් කරන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ. ඒකේ පර්ෆෝමන්ස් පෙන්වන්න ගොඩක් බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා. එතන ඉන්න අයලගෙන් උපදෙස් අරගෙන කොහොමද යන්නේ තාම මම සෙල්ලම් කරලා නැහැ ප්‍රීමියර් එක මැච් එකක්. ඒ කට්ටියකින් උපදෙස් අරගෙන කොහොමද යන්නේ දැන් නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ත් එක්ක දිගටම සෙල්ලම් කරා. මම හිතන්නේ T20 ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් එකේ වන් ඩේ ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් එකක් ගියා. ඒවයි ක්‍රීඩා කරා. එතකොට වෙළඳ සේවක ක්‍රීඩා තරඟයේදී පර්ෆෝමන්ස් අතරට එන්න පුළුවන් වුණා. මම හිතන්නේ ප්‍රීමියර් සීසන් එකේ මට මගේ උපරිම දායකත්වය ලබා දී පර්ෆෝමන්ස් අතරට එන්න තමයි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ. මම හිතන්නේ මගේ කැටගරි එක බැටිං ඕල් රවුන්ඩර්. එතකොට මම ගොඩක් ෆිට්නස් පැත්ත ගැන ගොඩක් බලා ගන්න ඕන. ඒකට මම හැමතිස්සෙම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වල ෆිට්නස් සම්බන්ධයෙන් උපරිම මේව කරනවා. ඒ අස ජිම් ඒ දෙක සම්බරව තියාගන්න තමයි ගොඩක් බලන්නේ. නැත්තම් මැච් එක අතරතුර ඕපන් කරන්න ඕපන් බැට්ස්මන් ඕපන් බෝලින් කරන්නයි අමාරු වෙන නිසා. ප්‍රීමියර් සීසන් එකේ හොඳට පර්ෆෝම් කරලා ඉමර්ජින් ටුවර් එක දෙක තුනක් ගිහිල්ලා ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩා කරලා අනිත් ක්‍රීඩකයන් වගේම නැෂනල් කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩා කිරීම තමයි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ. මම හිතන්නේ නවසීලන්තයේදී අයිලන්ඩ් කණ්ඩායමට 101ක් ක්‍රීඩා කරා. ෆුල් ෂොට් මිඩ් ඔෆ් විකට් 7යි ලකුණු 11ට සෙන් තෝමස් සිද්ධාර්ථ කුමාර සංගක්කාර බැඩ්මින්ටන් රොනාල්ඩෝ. ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ ඉතාමත් විනෝද ක්‍රීඩාවක්. එයින් ජීවිතයටත් ගන්න පුළුවන් දේවලුත් තියෙනවා. ඒක නිසා ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරන එක ගොඩක් හොඳයි ලයිෆ් එකට. ඉන්දියා ලසිත් මාලිංග LBW දාංශු ගුණතිලක එක්දින කමුදු මෙන්ඩිස් ජයන් ඩැනියල් ක්‍රිෂාන් සංජුල නිපුර රන්සික අන්තිම බෝලේ අවුට් වෙලා ඇවිල්ලා සර්කින් ගුටි කාලා ලන්ච් එකේ දූපු එක. රමේෂ් සුකතිපා කල්ලෝන ටීචර් රැම්බෝ මාර්ටිස් ගාල් ලෝට්ස් විද්‍යා නාගාත්ස් දඟය නසිත් මාලික් නූඩල්ස් සැම්සන් ඉන්ස්ටාග්‍රෑම් නිදාගන්න. ඔව් ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම කිව්වොත් තාත්තා ලොකු මේ දෙයක් කරනවා. තාත්තා නැත්තම් මං හිතන්නේ මම මෙතන නෑ. ඒ කියන්නේ මං ක්‍රිකට් වලින් කොයිතාක් දුර ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. තාත්තා නිසා වෙන්න පුළුවන් ගොඩක් දුරට. මොකද තාත්තයි මෙහෙවීම තමයි මම මෙතනට ආවේ. ඒ වගේම අක්කා අම්මා ගොඩක් සපෝට් කරනවා. ඉගෙනීමත් එක්ක පාසල් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඉගෙනීමත් එක්ක යන්නේ. එතකොට අම්මෙන් ගොඩක් සපෝට් එකක් ලැබෙනවා. ඒ වගේම රිච්මන්ඩ් විද්‍යාලයේ ප්‍රධාන පුහුණුකරු ධම්මික සර්වත් සහාය පුහුණුකරු ලක්මා සර්වත් ඒ වගේම විදුහල්පති ඇතුළු සියලු මට උදව් කරපු සියලු දෙනාව මතක් කරනවා.
දස්තුන් ලෝක කුසලානේදී ගොඩක්ම බලපු YouTube ක්ලිප් එකක් තමයි ඔබ බ්‍රෙට්ලීට ගහන අහේ පාරවල් දෙක. සෙන්චුරියන් ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේ පැවැත්වෙන තරගය සනත් ජයසූරිය ආබාධයකට ලක් වෙලා පිටියෙන් යනවා. නමුත් ඔබ ඇවිල්ලා ලකුණු 94ක් ලබා ගන්නවා කිසිම අපහසුතාවයක් නැතුව. ඒ ඉනියුම් මතක දාගන්න. අපිට ලකුණු 100ක් ලබා ගන්නත් තිබුණා ඒ තරගයේ.
ඔව් ඉතින් ඒ බෝලේ වැටිච්ච වෙලාවට ඒක හිතලා කරන දෙයක් නෙමෙයි නැචරලි එන දෙයක්. ඒ වෙලාවේ ඒ බෝල දෙකට ඒ විදිහට තමයි පහර දුන්නේ. මම හිතන්නේ ඒ හැකියාව මම දැකලා තියෙනවා අපේ හුඟක් දෙනෙක්ට තියෙනවා අපේ මේ ලංකාවේ. ඉතින් මට ඉතාමත් කනගාටුයි අපේ ක්‍රිකට් මේ වගේ තත්වයක දකින්න. මොකද අපිට හැකියාව තියෙනවා ලෝකේ පළවෙනි දෙක අතරේ ඉන්න හැමතිස්සෙම. ඒ වගේ අපේ මේ ටැලන්ට් එක එක්කම හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක් ඇතුව අපි ඉස්සරහට කරගෙන ගියොත් මම හිතන්නේ මේ ඉන්න කට්ටියට සහයෝගය අත දීලා අපිට ඉතාමත් සාර්ථක කණ්ඩායමක් පුළුවන් බිහි කරන්න.
සමහර දේවල් අපේ ජීවිතයට රසවත් ආරම්භයක් ලබා දෙයි. හිත මුතුරෙකුසේ ළඟ රැඳේ. දියුණුවේ කොටස්කරුවෙකු වෙයි. මහපාරෙත් සිත පිනයි. මහමුහුදෙත් තනි රකී. ලෙඩකදී දුකකදී ආදරයෙන් රැකබලා ගනී. ජීවිත කාලය පුරාම අපිත් එක්ක රැඳී සිටිමින් සැබෑ සෙනෙහස කිසිතා වෙනස් නොවන බව හැමෝටම කියා දෙයි. මංචි සුපර් ක්‍රීම් ක්‍රැකර්. සුපර් කියන්නේ නිකන් නෙවෙයි.
ඇත්තටම සුපර් ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් එක ඉවරුණට පස්සේ තමයි මේ 19 ඉන්දියා ටුවරේ පටන් ගත්තේ. අරක ලැබිච්ච අත්දැකීමත් එක්ක ඒකේ මැචස් බැලුවා. ඒ මැචස් එක ඒ වලින් ගත්ත එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකත් එක්ක තමයි මම මේ ඉන්දියා සංචාරයේ සෙල්ලම් කරේ. මුලින්ම මම ගියේ ඒෂියා කප් එක. ඒකේ සෙල්ලම් කරන්න හම්බුනේ එක මැච් එකයි. පාකිස්තාන් ඩෙලිව ඒකේ ෆේල්. ඊට පස්සේ ඉන්දියා සංචාරයේ චැලෙන්ජ් ට්‍රොෆි එක. ඒකේ ෆයිනල් එකේ 45ක් ගැව්වා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒකෙන් තමයි වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එකට සිලෙක්ට් වුනේ. ඒකේ ගිහිල්ලා මුල් මැචස් තුන සෙල්ලම් කරන්න හම්බුණා. ඊට පස්සේ මං හිතාගත්තා මට හම්බෙන ඔපචුනිටි එකේ මම උපරිම ප්‍රයෝජන ගන්නවා කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ ප්ලේට් මැචස් වලදී හම්බුණ පළවෙනි මැච් එක කෙන්යාවත් එක්ක ඒකේ 62ක් ලබා ගත්තා. ඊට පස්සේ දෙවනි මැච් එකේ සිම්බාබ්වෙත් එක්ක තිබ්බේ. ඒක අවශ්‍යම ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්න ඕන මැච් එක ප්ලේට් චැම්පියන් එකේ ෆයිනල් එකට යන්න. ඒකේ 109ක් ලබා ගන්නකොට මම ක්‍රිකට් ආරම්භ කරේ 6 වසරේදී. මොරටු විද්‍යාලයෙන් තමයි ක්‍රිකට් ආරම්භ කරේ. ඉස්කෝලේ ක්‍රීඩා කරේ. මම සෙල්ලම් ගන්නේ මුලින්ම ගෙවල් පැත්තේ සෙල්ලම් කර කර හිටියේ. සොෆ්ට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩා කරේ. ඊට පස්සේ අපේ මගේ අම්මා තාත්තා කිව්වා මේ පාසලේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ 6 වසරෙන් තමයි මම ක්‍රිකට් ආරම්භ කරේ. ඇත්තටම ලොකු සපෝට් එකක් තිබ්බ ඉස්කෝලෙන් මේ තැනට එන්න. කෝචින් ස්ටාෆ් එක ඉස්කෝලේ ප්‍රසන්න සර් එයා ගොඩක් කැපවීමකින් පුහුණුවීම් කරනවා. එයාගේ ලැබිච්ච අත්දැකීම හැම එක්කෙනාටම දීලා ඒක ඒ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක අරගෙන තමයි මම මේ තැනට ආවේ. පැට්‍රිස් වලදී දෙකම බැලන්ස් කරගන්නේ බැටිං කරලේ වුණාම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් සෙෂන් වලදී බැටිං කරද්දී මැච් සිටුේෂන් බැට් කරනවා. ඒ වගේම විකට් කීපින් කරද්දී මැච් සිටුවේෂන් එක හැන්ඩල් කරන විදිහට විකට් කීපින් ඩ්‍රිල්ස් කරනවා. බැටින් ඉවරුණාට පස්සේ මම කරන්නේ විකට් කීපින් ඩ්‍රිල්ස් කරන එක තමයි. ඒ සීසන් එක ගැන කතා කරොත් මම මගේ දෙවනි අවුරුද්දේ under 19 පළවෙනි මම අවුරුදු දෙකක් සෙල්ලම් කරන්න නැතුව ටීම් එකේ හිටියා. ඒ අවුරුදු දෙකේ ඉඳලා ඒ අවුරුදු දෙකේ ලැබිච්ච එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකත් එක්ක ලොකු අයියලා සෙල්ලම් කරන විදිය බලාගෙන ඒගොල්ලෝ සෙල්ලම් කරන විදියට ඒගොල්ලෝගේ තියෙන ඒ සෙල්ලම් කරන එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකත් අරගෙන තමයි මම ඒ අවුරුද්දේ හොඳට සෙල්ලම් කරේ. ලකුණු 10 ලබා ගන්න
Welcome back to St. Joseph's College grounds here in Dali Road. Well, the 110th encounter between St. Joseph's and Trinity. Well, yesterday Trinity College won the toss and decided to bat first. They got 318 in their first innings. They were all out in the last over of the day, and the Josephians started their reply this morning at 95 for 3 at lunch. Well, the situation now is, can the Trinity spinners rattle the Josephians up and get them out below 219? Sadil, what do you think about it?
I think Trinity definitely has the upper hand at the moment with their spinners and the wicket assisting spinners. Also, they've taken the big wicket of Sadish Jayawardena. Yes, Mithira Thenura is out in the middle and Hiran Jayasundara is yet to come. 3 of the main batsmen in this Josephian lineup. Anyway, I think Trinity will walk in as favourites for this session. But let's see. Let's see. Let's wait and see.
Yes, definitely the loss of Sadish Jayawardena would have caused a bit of a problem for the Josephian camp. But they do have batsmen, okay, young batsmen, inexperienced batsmen by a player like Hiran Jayasundara, done pretty well. So it's 95 for 3, St. Joseph's. At lunch now, it's the post-lunch session. The Trinitians definitely will be looking forward for their spinners to come to the party. Tiraka Ranatunga has 2 for 13, and the other wicket was taken by Vibawit Helapola, who bowled 5 overs at 1 for 21.
Yeah, Tiraka was the most impressive bowler in the first session for Trinity. He was bowling in tandem with Dinuka Tennakone. Dinuka wasn't that much effective. So just before lunch, Supun Waduge was introduced, probably with Avinta Dialvis, the left-hander, coming in. The first left-hander for St. Joseph's in this innings.
Well, I think the difference between Tira Karanatunga and Dinuk Etiana Tennakone was, Tira Ranatunga was not frightened to put the ball up a bit, whereas Dinuk Tennakone was trying to push it fast. So, yes, if you put the ball up a bit, you might gain a little from the wicket, that little bit of turn which is there. But the Josephian batsmen should not worry much about it. They should be playing their normal game rather than moving into a shell and trying to defend.
Exactly, Polly. And I think Mithira has been doing that very well, along with Avinta Dialvis, and also Dinuka Tennakone was the easier bowler to pick the singles for this Josephian duo. And also we've been told that Avinta Dialvis is the only left-hander in this Josephian lineup. So there is no better time for Akram Muttalib to bring in their off-spinner Supun Waduge. I think Supun Waduge will be a better partner for Thiraka Ranatunga. He was impressive in the only over he bowled before lunch, but this is not what Thiraka is expected to do. Easy runs for Mithira Thenura, bowling at his legs, easily working off to the wide vacant area on the leg side. Actually, there is just one mid-on only, not even a short leg on the leg side.
This is exactly what the Josephians should do. They should pick the vacant areas and try to get the singles or make it twos outside the off stump, because the Trinitians definitely bowling to a plan, packing their offside, trying to frustrate the Josephian batsmen who are trying to play it on the offside. So whatever chance they get to push it on the leg side, they should work it on the leg side, try to get the runs and get the scoreboard moving.
That's the end of the first over after lunch. Not the best from Thiraka, not the best start for a news session. Anyway, St. Joseph's 98 for 3 after 31.
So it's 98 for 3. St. Joseph's in reply to Trinity's 318. It's a tall order for the Josephians to get up to 318. But the Josephians might be wanting to look at getting up to 219 first. So it's Supun Waduge to continue from the pavilion end.
Supun will love this matchup against Avinta. His first over, he bowled a maiden against Mithira Thenura, the right-hander. But at bowling at Avinta, the left-hander, I think that's exactly the matchup Mutalib was expecting with Supun Waduge bowling. He's been given a very good field. One slip, a silly mid-off, and a shortish point, more of a catcher towards gully, then 4 men on the offside with 1 on the boundary.
Right arm off spinner going to the left-hander. Not worried to toss the ball up. That one down the leg side, pushes it towards Kwale, gets a single. But the Josephians, they should push the ball here and there and rotate the strike, get the singles. They should not be just going into a shell and putting the bowlers on top. That is what their plan should be. Whereas the Trinitians should attack and try to get much as possible wickets and quickly as possible to enforce a follow on and try to get a result on this game.
Definitely, Polly. Time is the biggest concern. It should be quick, whatever they do.
That's nicely played down towards the square leg boundary.
First loosener from Supun Waduge, and that brings up the 100 for St. Joseph's College. 100 for 3 in the 32nd over. Not a bad effort at all.
So 100 for 3 St. Joseph's. So Trinity in reply to Trinity College 318. Trinity batted the whole of the first day. Managed to get 318. They were dismissed on the last over of the day. And St. Joseph started their reply this morning. Were 95 for 3 at lunch and now 100 for 3. That's the end of the 32nd over. It's 100 for 3.
Thiraka Ranatunga. Previous over wasn't that tight as what is expected from Supun Waduge. Gave away 2 looseners, and Mithira and Avinta both picking up easy singles. They'll be more focused on seeing through Tiraka. Once again short, easily picking up a single, Mithira. So they're easily working the singles, Polly. Just as you were saying, what Josephians should be eyeing for. No huge threat, resistance from the Trinity bowlers as well.
Well, I thought the last couple of overs before lunch, the Josephians were just trying to hang around there. That cost them a bit. They lost the wickets. But now, I think after lunch, the Josephians have changed the attitude, trying to work on the singles, push the close-in fielders out of their reach. So that is what they should be looking at this stage. There you are. That's a beautiful catch taken there. That is the difference when you have the attacking positions. That is very good bit of thinking.
Pawan Patiraja with the catch at short leg. Didn't come very hard at him, but that needed some bit of anticipation and skill to hang on to that. Look at that, nicely bowled by Tiraka. It was sharp, a good catch by Pawan Patiraja, and the Trinitians are delighted. The only left-hander in the Josephian lineup is gone to a left-arm spinner, and he's gone for 7 of 22 deliveries. St. Joseph's 101 for 4.
So that gives another wicket to Tiraka Ranatunga, and his figures are 3 for 17 now.
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහන
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Kurunegala City Atugal Puravare
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final Showdown Kandy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
So St. Joseph's College has lost their 4th wicket, and that brings in young Hiran Jayasundara. Seen him batting, he batted well in the last Josephian Peterhead encounter, getting a half century to his name. Such a performance is expected from him today at this stage. St. Joseph's fighting backs to the wall, 101 for 4.
That was a very good delivery to start off. A very good welcome delivery to the new batsman. This was Avinta's dismissal. He should have never played that shot. He should know that there were 3 fielders on the square of his leg. Should have never thought of playing that shot. But look at Hiran Jayasundara. What a start. Just the second ball. Short delivery down to his knees. Pulled it very easily. There was no fielder whatsoever on the leg side, just a solitary mid-on. Ideal start for Hiran Jayasundara. All the nerves, all the pressure that he would have had when coming in would have disappeared now.
Definitely a poor delivery, straying down the leg side. Jayasundara watched it well and pulled it nicely towards the mid-wicket boundary. Once again, straying down the leg side. This time it's swept and it's going towards the boundary for 4.
Brilliant batting from Hiran Jayasundara. First a pull, now a beautiful sweep. Tiraka Ranatunga has easily lost his plot here. It was so good, we were raving praises about him, and suddenly he started bowling wayward. And this is the thing when you have a lot of close-in fielders, Polly, you cannot afford to give any width or length for any batsman, because most of your fielders are around the bat. No one is covering the single or the boundaries. You have just a handful of fielders to cover those. So you got to be on the money and tight.
There I see a couple of closing fielders being taken off. When the bowler strays down the leg side, back to offside field. Now a couple of fielders put on the leg side. Got to be very tight on the length. And that's the end of the 33rd over. It's 109 for 4. So it's 109 for 4. Hiran Jayasundara got 2 boundaries in the previous over. He's on 8.
And Supun Waduge will continue the off spinner. Now he's got no left-handers to bowl. It's all right-handers until the last man.
This time Mitra Tenwara gives himself some room. Hits it past cover, gone into the boundary for 4.
Poor bowling from Supun Waduge. Short. Mithira has faced 35 deliveries and he's not going to miss out. He rocked back, made himself enough room, put it away easily through the gap. Trinity suddenly is looking very loose and St. Joseph's are pouncing on it. 3 boundaries. Both batsmen looking so good.
Well, Silimidov taken off now. There is that leg gully and a short leg, a forward short leg. These are the close-in fielders now. Earlier we had a couple of fielders right around the bat. Well, once
apart from that first delivery which was bowled to Hiran, all other deliveries have been very easy to negotiate. No threat or no pressure at the St. Joseph's batsman.
Supun Waduge not frightened to toss the ball up. That's the off spinner. Can do it. Try to get it onto that shoot ball to try to get the batsman's edge onto the short leg or a leg gully. That's what he's trying to do. But Mitra Tenura in the last over, we saw him giving room and cutting it there. He tries that one again.
Look at that. Look at the skipper, Akram Muttalib. He's saying, give the ball some flight. Make the batsman play front, come front. Don't make him bat on the back foot. Supun Waduge has been struggling post-lunch. Hasn't been able to bring the batsman forward. Hasn't been able to trouble the batsman. Once again, on the back foot. Pulled away, but there is protection at deep mid-wicket.
That's another good shot by Hiran Jayasundara. Very quick to get on the back foot and pulled it nicely. That's a good bit of attacking cricket there by Jayasundara.
Waduge to his last ball of the over. Tossed it up. Too easy for Mithira Tenura. And that's the second boundary of the over. 2 full on that occasion. So Trinity losing the way a bit. St. Joseph's happily fetching some valuable runs for them. 119 for 4 after 34.
Well, that was the previous over last delivery. A very nicely tossed up delivery. Mitra Tenwara didn't go to hit it hard. He just nicely drove it, placed it very well. Got a boundary there. So Josephians are 119 for 4.
Now Trinity are removing the close-in fielders one by one. Initially there were around 4. Now it has come down to just 2. The slip and the Silimidov. So this is what good batting can do. And also poor bowling by the 2 spinners.
This is exactly once the runs start leaking, you've got to take out the close-in fielders and try to block that. because the Trinitians might be thinking of getting them under 219, so they cannot afford boundaries like this. So the Josephines should be able to take advantage of that.
This is good from Tiraka. He's maybe found his rhythm once again. 2 good balls. 219, we're talking about 219 for St. Joseph. So Trinity has got 100 more runs to pick 6 wickets. Very good bowling from Tiraka, making the batsman come forward. I think Muttalib will be considering bringing on another close-in fielder if Tiraka can continue this consistent line and length. Pawan Patiraja is still with his fielding pads on, so he'll be brought in any time. Once again, brilliant line. He's getting some turn as well, Tiraka. This should encourage Muttalib to bring that close-in fielder, third close-in fielder.
Now the captain must be a bit worried if he strays down the leg side. And this time he tried to give him room. Went to cut it, missed it completely, and he bowled him.
That's what good bowling can do for you, Polly. 3 good deliveries on the spot. Tight line and length. Hiran wanted to fetch a single and get off strike. It was slightly short, not the ideal delivery to rock back and cut. Look at that. It was not very short, slightly short. His eyes lit up and he went back foot. He should have played that on the front foot. That's what dot balls and pressure can do. Hiran Jayasundara, who looked so good with 2 cracking boundaries, is gone for 9. St. Joseph's in deep trouble at 119 for 5.
Well, that is unfortunate. He took the inside edge and came into the wicket. It played on. So 119 for 5.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So that brings Tiraka Ranatunga's 4th wicket, the wicket of Hiran Jayasundara. Well, see, the Josephine batsman took the close-in fielders out, but then an unwanted shot, and that forces the Trinitians to bring the close-in fielders again to put additional pressure on the new batsman. That's good bit of thinking and good bit of attacking cricket by Trinity. Put the pressure on the new batsman, try to get his wicket as quickly as possible.
So Tiraka has got a new batsman, the number 7, Mudita Lakshan. He was impressive with the ball. Now he's got to do a different job. He's got to hang on with his new ball partner, Mithira Tenura. Brilliant over from Tiraka Ranatunga comes to an end. A wicket maiden. St. Joseph's 119 for 5.
Sign up for a Dialog Power plan today. The best mobile postpaid plans in Sri Lanka. නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමමයි. මිස් නොවී ආතරෙත් එහෙමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් My Dialog app හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
So 119 for 5 St. Joseph's in reply to 318 scored by Trinity College. Supun Wadugate to continue from the pavilion end. It's nicely put away towards spine leg, gets a single.
Yes, that previous wicket, Hiran Jayasundara got back-to-back good deliveries. Even this wasn't a delivery that he can cut. He should have played on the front foot, as I said before. Tried to work the single and chopped it on, costing him his wicket. Mudita Lakshan is up against Supun Waduge now. Supun Waduge was a bit wavered in his previous 2 overs post-lunch. He's got a new batsman to bowl at now. Still doesn't get the batsman to the front foot. He has been, this has been his case in all these 3 overs after lunch. Mithira Thenura has been scoring very easily against him. It was an attempted sweep by Mudita Lakshan, not connecting quite well.
Right arm off spinner Supun Waduge bowling on the midland leg line, coming round the wicket to the right-handed batsman. That's tossed up well.
That's a much better delivery from Supun Waduge. The first delivery of this session from him that made the batsman play on the front foot. And Akram Muttalib straight away bringing on another close-in fielder. So there are 2 silly mid-on fielders, a silly mid-on fielder and a short leg, both a bit towards the mid-on region, mid-on direction. Once again, batsman comfortable playing at the back foot. So this is not consistent bowling from Supun Waduge. He has to be more consistent. His captain is trusting him. He's given him a field, a very good field to bowl at.
Yes, he should get the batsman play on the front foot. That's what he has to do, and that's the end of over number 36. It's 120 for 5.
Thiraka Ranutunga bowled a wicket maiden in the previous over. Trinity will need quite more from him, few more from him. Once again starting with his consistent line and length, making the batsman play on the front foot, taking the ball away from him. Brilliant stuff from Thiraka.
Well, he's the main wicket taker. He has taken 4 wickets out of the 8 overs, 4 for 25 to his name. That one flighted, very nicely flighted, but Mithira Thenura nicely pushing it past extra cover. Well fielded within the boundary.
Thiraka won't mind that, I guess. Yes, it was a bit more fuller than the expected length from him, but I think what's more important for him is to make the batsman play on the front foot and make him play at the ball with the field given to him. And also he'll be more happy that it's Mudita Lakshan who will be facing him and not Mithira, the new batsman. So he's been given an extra field, extra close in field on the off as well.
Yeah, the Trinitians have decided to attack the new batsman. And that's good bit of running by the Josephians. They get 2, pushing it towards mid-wicket because the vacant area.
Mudita Lakshan playing smart, just pushing it towards the wide vacant leg side, and brilliant running as well.
They decided quickly on the second run. They were very quick on it. That's another full delivery. Straight into the short leg fielder.
That would have been an outstanding catch if that fielder would have managed to hang on to that. Came quick. It was a low full toss, a flighted delivery. That came very quick at him. That would have been brilliant for Trinity. Anyway, Muttalib has decided that he is going to place the extra close-in fielder on the leg side and not on the offside. So that gives Thiraka a bit of a leverage maybe to bowl a bit more straighter than the off stump line that he was expected initially. Change of sides for Tiraka.
So that's the end of the 37th over. St. Joseph's College 123 for 5.
අවදානම එහෙමමයි. හැබැයි හදවතේ බැඳීමුත් එහෙමමයි. ඕනෑම කෙනෙකුට ගෙදර ඉඳගෙනම රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
So it's a 123 for 5. St. Joseph's fighting back to their wall, chasing a target of 318 set by Trinity in their first innings.
Testing times for the Dali Road boys at home. Wicket is assisting the spinners. The Trinity spinners are bowling quite well. They've lost half of their men already. Mithira Thenura, the lone fighter for St. Joseph's, battling it out against the Trinity spin attack. And also the St. Joseph's batsman showed a liking in not coming forward to Supun Waduge. I think that that's also because he's been given two close in fielders, so coming forward would bring that bat pad to the equation.
There again a short one. He tried to push it hard. This is what Supun Waduge is doing. He should be flighting, try to get the batsman play forward. That is exactly what he should do, because he have that field, the short leg and the leg gully. Try to turn the ball and get it to them.
But on this occasion, he was a bit too short and wide, giving easy runs for the Josephian batsman.
This time nicely pushed on the offside. Gets a single.
That is much better from Supun Waduge, but equally good from the Josephian batsman as well. Nicely dropping the ball towards the vacant offside and getting off strike.
Well, I think this is what the Josephians should be doing. Looking for those singles. Not to go for big shots. Singles and twos. There again, nicely pushed on the offside.
This is good batting. This is really good batting from Mithira Thenura and Mudita Lakshan. Not bobbing down, working the singles, making the Trinity skipper think all the time, making change the field all the time, not letting the spinners settle.
They are attacking the new batsman. They're not worried very much of Mithira Thenura. That's down the leg side, swept away. Fielded their deep square leg boundary.
Once again, good batting from Mudita Lakshan. He has been working the singles quite well against the Trinity spin, especially against Supun Waduge, who I guess needs to be a bit more consistent with his line and length.
It's again pushed nicely on the offside. It's a single more to Mithira Thenura. It's 128 for 5 up to 38.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Second session of day 2 of this 110th encounter between these two institutions. Trinity taking on the Josephians here at Dali Road. 5 wickets down, and Trinity have made a real strong start to the second session. Tiraka has been the pick of the bowlers, managing to pick up 4 wickets for 28 after 9 overs. And he'll be delighted at the fact that he gets the ball to 2 left-handers here, right-handers rather.
Yeah, Tiraka has been bowling well, picking up crucial 4 wickets. And we can see the Trinity captain putting more pressure on the batsman, bringing an extra closing fielder.
Lot was expected from Hiran Jayasundara when he came on to the crease, but was out cheaply for 9. Now it's up to Mithira, who we know can hold his own in a long inning.
That's a brilliant delivery by Tiraka. It's never easy for a new batsman to settle in when you're bowling this well.
And what's more admirable, here's another look at the delivery, just brilliant. Missed everything. What's really impressive about Tiraka is the fact that how he's adapted to the conditions, especially this surface. He's understood how he can get the most purchase out of the wicket.
Yes, definitely. I mean, it's much different to the wickets they are used to in Askeria. It's softer than this. The ball is turning and there is more bounce there. But this Dali Road wicket is a hard wicket, doesn't turn much. It's good for the batters. So I think.
Well, while wasting his praises, he's bowled 1 down leg, and it's been dispatched by Mithira for 4. Josephine's now on to 134 for 5 for St. Joseph. It'll be the first focus will be to try and avoid follow on here. You know that will give them that leeway in order to make sure that this game doesn't end in a result, because currently it's Trinity that's in the driving seat.
Yes, and I think for St. Joseph's this partnership will be a crucial one. It's important that Mithira and Mudita bat as long as possible if St. Joseph's are to avoid follow on.
Both the teams coached by all boys and all cricketers of the respective institutions. That's added in some value as well, you know, because when you're an old boy, when you've been there, done that, you know the system, and you know how you can manage inside that system as well. That's very crucial to bringing up a champion outfit.
Yes, indeed. I think being an old boy, you know the pulse of the players. You've been in that situation. You know your ground conditions well. And most of all, you're doing it for the school. And that, I think, is very important. And from Trinity's side, today the team is handled by Navin Ekanayaka. He too played in the 2015-16 seasons. A good right-hand batsman. And I must mention also the support given by the Trinity Cricket Foundation. They've been backing the students, the players since 2009. With the start of the foundation, we saw the Trinity Cricket coming into the golden age. A lot of support given to the players in terms of material, support. The first thing when the foundation was established in 2019 was we got the system correct. A new coach was brought in, Mr. Sampath Pereira, who played a huge role in this transformation journey for Trinity Cricket. And a lot of old boys across the country had lended in their support.
Trapped right in front, and that's the wicket. Mithira departs at the big scab. Trinity were looking for. Dinuka strikes, and he will be highly disappointed. Mithira, very unfortunate there. Here's what happened.
Yes, it was not a very short delivery for a pull shot, but I think the length was misread by the batsman, and with this hard surface the ball came on. a bit faster than expected and ended up in an LBW dismissal. So unfortunate for Mithra Thenura, and he departs for 30 runs.
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහාන
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Runagala City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
final showdown Kandy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
St. Joseph's now under real pressure. Set batsman Mithra Thenura has been dispatched to the pavilion. Rishma Marasinghe, another right-hand bat coming into the middle. 135 for 6. Before the wicket fell, Dinuk, you were telling me about the Cricket Foundation and what it did to transform Trinity cricket. Now it's very interesting that we have you to chat about the Cricket Foundation, because you were a young player coming through the ranks in 2009 when the Cricket Foundation was established. You went on to captain Trinity First 11 in 2013, and now I believe you're the treasurer of the foundation itself. So you've been through the ranks, through the foundation, and tell us about what the foundation does for Trinity cricket.
Yeah, like you said, when I was playing for college, I was privileged to receive that support. So we know how it is to be supported, guided, given that extra equipment for us to practice well. So with the foundation coming up in 2019, like I mentioned, a lot of support was given to students, the players in terms of material. Then the infrastructure was developed. We got indoor nets, we got bowling machines, we got good coaches, and that's where really, I mean, of course, credit goes to the player as well. We had a bunch of players with great attitude, but also with the support of the foundation, we managed to turn around the cricket at Trinity. So I think with that, start from 2019 up to date, Trinity has 2009 up to date. Trinity has won many championships, and many under-19 national players were from these teams. And I believe the effort of the foundation and all the old boys has paid off. And not to mention, I mean, I've got to mention the support we've received from other OBAs from across the world. We've received great support. We've received material from even countries like UK, Australia. The OBA committee is there, and I must mention, like, a message to all the old boys watching. Get in touch with the Cricket Foundation. There are many ways you can support our budding cricketers. Not in terms of, I mean, not only financially, but even your presence at matches. Your support is highly appreciated. So I invite all of you to get in touch with the foundation and support us to develop Trinity cricket further.
Well, that's a call to all the old Trinitians watching this around the world to come support. And the play was from none other than Dunuk Wickramanayake, former Trinity captain, right gold medalist, and currently the treasurer of the Cricket Foundation. And something that has really worked in favor of Trinity is the continuity of their coaching system as well. First they brought in Papare, who was very influential, and Then the battle was transferred to Kavinda Jayasuriya, who is understudy to Sampath Pereira, and he has really taken. He's managed to keep Trinity up on that top tier as well, and that continuity. When your under 15s, under 16s, under 18s do play the same system as the first 11 team, that's when you can have continuously strive on the top tier.
Exactly. I mean, talking about Sampath Pereira, he was a very influential coach, made a very positive impact on the players' cricket. That's where really the winning attitude came. That's a brilliant delivery by Thiraka. So as I was mentioning, the positive attitude, the positive mindset was one of the key changes that we had during those years. And in terms of continuity, we saw, from Sampath Pereira's time itself, he had this, that's a brilliant delivery by Thiraka.
Another pitch by Thiraka. He's been the pick of the bowlers from both the teams. I think the Josephians might be looking at him with a lot of jealousy because he's making this surface peak.
Because I think his flight and bounce with the pace he's bowling, there is much more for the ball to do. And the Trinity ends up putting a lot of pressure on the new batsman. 4 close-in fielders, lot of pressure, big responsibility on Rishma as well to take his team to support Mudita. So, like I mentioned, from Sampath Pereira, he had a vision. He wanted to bring in a new coach, and that's where he groomed Kavinda. He was a member of the 2010-2011 team, and soon after he left school, Sampath got Kavinda to coach, and he assisted Sampath in the first 11 teams, and the grooming happened from there. And then once Sampath Pereira left, Kavinda Jayasuriya took over, and he continued the success. Many championships were won in his era as well. Knowing the players, knowing the structure, he was able to add a lot of value to the team and a lot of insights, and he continued that great form of Trinity cricket. And with that, we've seen many players joining the coaching staff after leaving school. And Naveen Ekanayaka is one such individual. He is the junior coach today and assisting Kavinda Jayasuriya. So I think that continuity is important to be able to support your teams and support the college as well. It's a way of giving back to the college.
Yes, I think Trinity can really take a leaf out of the books of the Josephians who've been up there for a long time. They've been one of those schools who've threatened, who've challenged every single school in the top tier. And this game has been one of those games that really stand out in the calendar year for both the institutions. I remember being here at Dali Road watching the 2004 or 5 season. That's when the likes of Clifford Fernando, Madhuranga Muravira were playing for Trinity College, while Angelo Matthews, Tissara Pereira, Dimut Karnaratne, Roshane Silva. That was the golden age of the St. Joseph's being played here at Dali Road.
Yes, I think they've done a massive contribution to Sri Lanka cricket, especially the likes of Angelo Matthews, Dimut Karunaratne. Roshane Silva has been hanging in the club arena for a long time, performing really well, and he got his opportunity in the national arena. Tissara Pereira has dominated the 2020 scene.
Well, that's the end of the 42nd. Josephians are 137 for 6. Trinity continuing with the two left-arm spinners. Tiraka has been their go-to man to make the breakthroughs. He's captured 4 wickets. Now this encounter in its 110th year, there were only 2 games like I mentioned earlier in the game that were not played. One in 1942 and the other one, of course, in 2021 when the pandemic stopped all of us on our tracks. So when a competition goes on for that long, there is a subculture that builds around it as well. There is so much of camaraderie that builds in during the game. I'm sure you must be having so many Josephian friends who you played against, battled against. We have one such individual here, Damit Veerasinghe, you've played against, and there is so much of camaraderie that builds around that competition. Tell us a little about the friends you've made from the opposition team and the memories you've had.
Yeah, indeed. When it comes to encounters like this, it's not just the cricket. There is more to it. We've made friends over the years. We played cricket, and Josephians, they've really connected with us as well. I remember when I was playing. In my year as captain, Sachin Hewawasam was the captain of St. Joseph's. We've been friends since under 15, even during under 15 days where we met each other in national academies and so on. Then when I toured with the Sri Lanka under 19 team, Sadira Samaravikrama and Priyamal Pereira, they were my buddies. And then even in the club arena, we meet the Josephians, we really connect. Supeshala Jayatilaka was one such player in the 2011 team, and we played many matches, and even in the club arena, I remember personally when I played my first class season for Panadura Sports Club, Rajiva Veerasinghe was really supportive. He's a Josephian from the 2004 team, and lot of that is Damit's brother. Lot of support and guidance was given. So, I mean, when it comes to Josephians, they really play hard on field and off the field. They are really nice individuals, I would say. So that marks the end of the 43rd over. We'll get back to the topic later. And St. Joseph's at 138 for 6 wickets.
Dinuka to continue from the pavilion, and these two left-arm spinners of Trinity will have a lot of work to do. Mudit and Rishma have been resilient. Rishma yet to get off the mark after facing 16 deliveries. Inside edge there, Mudita. Those are gonna hurt. How do you pick out the close-in fielders? Are the naughty ones given that task?
I think it's mainly unfortunately or fortunately, it's mainly the younger players that get the chance to field up close. But it's not only that. Even in my year as a senior player, I've fielded in that position. It's an important position and a crucial one, especially when you have good spinners, and especially in good tracks like this, it's important that you get that extra half chance.
Absolutely, and your reactive speed needs to be on spot as well in order to be able to be a close-in fielder. And this is running away to the boundary. Mudita will take that. Any runs that come Their way, the Josephians will be happy. Now 142 for 6. In order to avoid follow-on, they need to try and get 219 runs. What would Trinity's outlook? Will they enforce follow-on if they are able to bundle the Josephians out, or will they quickly come in and try to score maybe 50-60 before putting Josephians into bat?
I think with the time, I think the Trinity coach and the captain would want to go for a follow-on if that is possible, because with the time they don't have much time.
So we'll come back to that. That's the end of the 54th. St. Joseph's 142 for 6. Well, the Under-19 Schools Cricket Tournament 2022, Division 1 Tier A. These are the three groups. St. Joseph's in Group X, alongside Sebastian's St. Anthony's Kandy, St. Thomas's Martyr, St. Benedict's and St. Thomas's Mount Lavinia, the group of the Saints. And Group Y consisting of Royal, Richmond, Nalanda, Wesley, DSN, Anaika and St. Anne's. And Trinity featuring in Group Z, alongside Mahanama, Gurukula, Kalania, Prince of Wales, Maliadev and Dimasananda. I was having this chat with Adil earlier as well. Trinity's group looks like teams filled with bogey teams because Gurukula, Kalania, Prince of Wales and Maliadev and Dimasananda are teams that can really upset you and are giant killers on their day.
Yes, I think Sri Lankan school cricket has improved over the years, and you cannot take any team lightly. And we've seen national players coming from all parts of the country. It's not skewed towards one or two areas now. So I think all teams are strong and they can put up a good fight.
Yes, and as the competition improves, that will improve the cricket as a whole in the country as well. Thiraka seems like he's looking to attack the leg stump with the field that he's been given. It's going to be interesting how Mudita takes up this challenge, because remember, he needs to make sure that he occupies the crease, but they cannot bog down. What worked for Trinity in order to get 318 runs was the fact that they played positive cricket. They looked to get the single. Thought about this quick single and thought against it. Mudita.
Yes, I think it's important that the batsmen have a positive mindset to get onto that loose ball, score a boundary, get those singles on. That will help to ease off the pressure. Mudita Lakshan on strike. He has faced 32 deliveries. A short delivery by Thiraka could have scored a boundary there. Unfortunately, it went to the fielder for Mudita.
Thiraka's last delivery is a dot ball, and that's the end of the 45th. St. Joseph's 143 for 6. Here's the Tier B groups. Group X, Mahinda College, St. Peter's, St. Anthony's, Maristella, Dharmaraj, Dharmapal. Group Y consisting of Devapati Raja, Isipathana, Joseph Vaz, Murray Vidyalaya, Lumbini and St. Servatius, and Group C consisting of Ananda College, Dharmasukha College, Thurston, St. Sebastian, Zahira, Colombo, and St. Aloysius. These are also very, very interesting groups here, Dinuk.
Yes, indeed. We see some strong teams there. Dinuka Tennakon continuing from the pavilion end. He's a young left-arm bowler.
Dinuka likes to send the ball in a little faster than Tiraka, so he will be looking for that skid, but this time looping it up a little. Rishma yet to get off the mark. Oh, and he does as we speak. Outside edge. The close-in fielders failing to stop that.
I think good delivery from Dinuka. He tends to flight a bit more, what we didn't see in the first session of the match today.
Hit and a miss. And Dinuka is slowly but surely getting into his rhythm. He was a little expensive. He had bowled 9 overs for 27 runs, but now he's come to his own. This is what's expected of him, isn't it? Because Tirak on the other side is putting a lot of pressure, so you need to make sure that from this end you limit the runs that's been given away. If at the other end they are losing pressure, that's not ideal for Trinity.
Yes, I think bowling partnerships are important when you are playing the longer format. It's important that from both ends you cut down the runs and push for wickets.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Trunagala City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
final showdown Kandy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
අවදානම එහෙමමයි. හැබැයි හදවතේ බැඳීමුත් එහෙමමයි. ඕනෑම කෙනෙකුට ගෙදර ඉඳගෙනම රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
ප්‍රේම ඉන්වෙස්ට්මන්ට් එක ටක් ගාලා කරලා මහන්සිය ටක් ගාලා නිවන්න. තාමත් තේරුනේ නැද්ද? එහෙනම් දැන්ම ජීනී මුදල් ඇප් එක දාගන්න. මුදල් වලින් වැඩ ගන්න ගොඩක් ක්‍රම සහ විදි තියෙන අලුත්ම ලෝකෙකට පිවිසෙන්න. ජීනී get it to get it. එහෙ බලන මේ බලද්දි ඉන්වෙස්ට්මන්ට් එකක් කරන්න. තාමත් තේරුනේ නැද්ද? එහෙනම් දැන්ම ජීනී මුදල් ඇප් එක දාගන්න. මුදල් වලින් වැඩ ගන්න ගොඩක් ක්‍රම සහ විදි තියෙන අලුත්ම ලෝකෙකට පිවිසෙන්න. ජීනී get it to get it.
නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමමයි. මිස් නොවී ආදරෙත් එහෙමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
So 145 for 6. There is a match summary. Trinity College getting 318. Wibat 87. Muthalib got 70. Patiraja got 56. Mudita 2 for 34. Yenula 2 for 50. And Shenu 2 for 62. St. Joseph's 145 for 6 at the moment. Sadish 46. Mitra 30. Sahan 27. Tiraka Ranatunga the best pick of the bowlers. 4 for 37. Tenukon 1 for 35. And Viba with Helabola 1 for 21. So St. Joseph's trailing by 173 runs, with one being at 145 for 6. So it's Dinuka Supun Watke has been called in from the swimming pool end. Right arm off spinner. Bowling to Mudita, who pushes it down the leg side. Supun Waduke bowled 5 overs earlier, 19 for no, his bowling figures. So say good evening to Adil.
Good evening, Polly. Trinity College clearly with the upper hand. This has been a handy little partnership between Mudita Lakshan and the 15-year-old Rishma Amarasinghe, playing his first 11 game for St. Joseph's College. That was short. That was there to be put away, but couldn't connect quite well. Rishma on that occasion. So a change of ends for Supun Waduge. The first spell, or the first two spells, he bowled from the pavilion end. Now he has been brought back from the swimming pool end. He straight away found a little bit of spin in the first delivery. See how he goes this over.
Well, the previous delivery was a short delivery. Rishma Amarasinghe was really on the back foot, but he couldn't get hold of it. There was runs to the asking in that. Supun Waduge on his 6th over, given away 20 runs without taking a wicket. Looking for his first wicket in this game.
He's up against Mudita Lakshan, the set man. A packed field on the leg side. Short leg, 2 short legs and a leg slip. Much better length, much better length. A bit of turn there would have done a world of good for Supun Waduge with that field.
Well, that was just pushed on the offside in a quick single. The Josephines have to get the runs too. That's a good bit of thinking.
So Muthalib is persisting with the same field for Rishma as well. Initially it was a silly mid-off and a silly mid-on, but now it's a silly mid-on and a short leg for both the right-handers for Supun Waduge.
That's a full flighted delivery.
Much better comeback over from Supun Waduge than his first spell. So that's the end of over number 47. St. Joseph's 148 for 6.
So Thirakaranatunga has been brought in from the pavilion in this time. The ball had a long spell of 13 overs from the swimming pool end. It's 4 for 37, 3 maidens. And now for the first time it called into ball from the pavilion end. Let's see the update.
So Dinuka Ale Pola, Dinuka Tenokon has been given a rest. He was quite impressive in his second spell from the pavilion end. Now Thiraka has been given a go from the pavilion end, and he straight away finds turn. He has been the only bowler who has been getting consistent turn from both sides, both ends.
He's getting that little bit of turn to worry the batsman, not huge turn, but that has worried the batsman a lot. The inexperienced Josephian batsman. The two senior players, Adishcha Wadana and Mitra Tenura, is batting quite well. But now Mudita Lakshan is doing a good job. He got 17 of 39 deliveries.
Rishma has been playing a great hand for St. Joseph's in his first game, assisting Mudita. Comfortably left. These deliveries, I think it's the safest way to negotiate these ones are just to leave them. Straight away, Thiraka has changed his sides. He'll be coming over the wicket for Rishma with the same field. So a change in the angle. Cut away by Reshma Amarasinghe, and that will give him his first boundary. That was short, and there was plenty of space. He just had to go past that inner circle of close-in fielders, inner ring of close-in fielders. Easily done by Reshma Amarasinghe.
Definitely that boundary will give him a lot of confidence. Youngster, there you see the back foot and cutting it nicely past point. Straight into the boundary. So he has batted, he has faced 27 deliveries.
Thiraka back bowling around the wicket. Once again, too much width outside off stump, not troubling the batsman at all. Should be eyeing that middle and off line, so that he can take the ball away and bring those close-in fielders to play.
Well,
much better from Thiraka. That spun a lot as well.
Yeah, what is important now, that's the end of the 48th over. Let's come back to that after the break. It's 153 for 6.
නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමමයි. මිස් නොවී ආදරෙත් එහෙමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
There is a live update on the test match. India 574 for 8. Declared.
So they finally declared at 574 for 8 after facing 129.2 overs, toiling the Lankan bowlers so hard. Ravindra Jadeja also got past 150. That's a daunting task ahead for the Lankan batsman.
Well,
Interesting bowling change. Supun Vaduge stopped after the 1 over and Dinuka is brought back.
Well, Indians have really played well there. 574. Sri Lankan batters will have to bat really well to save this game. As here in Dali Road, Dinukata Nakon coming in from the swimming pool end for the first time. He's 1 for 35, his figures of 12 overs.
That's close. That's close. And up goes the finger. Mudita Lakshan is gone. The batsman who was looking like the man who can salvage St. Joseph's has gone. The bowling change has worked for Trinity College. Dinuka Tennakon was bowling from the pavilion end, switched the ends, brought him from the swimming pool end, and this is what he does. Straight on with the arm, plumb in front, Mudita Lakshan. He's gone for 17. Easy decision for the umpire.
So that's the end of Mudita Lakshan. LBW to Dinuka Tennakon for 17. It's 153 for 7. So the new batsman for St. Joseph's is Lai Ramarasekara. Quite capable of getting some runs, as a 50 to his credit.
So St. Joseph's bat quite deep down the order. The number 9, Lahiru Amarasekara, has a half century to his name this season. Now Mutalib is strengthening that field. This was the previous wicket. Dinuka Tennakon trapping Mudita Lakshan plumb in front.
That was a quicker delivery, going with the arm. Mudita Lakshan going on the back foot, getting it low. The umpire didn't have any hesitation in giving him out.
2 slips, silly mid off and a silly mid on for Lahiru. Quick! Hit the wicket, hit the pads, but the bails are down. Was it... let's have a closer look at it. The same delivery was quick. Okay, the ball was on the ground and it came and hit the stumps.
That could have been out.
That could have been out if the umpire
was very close.
Had seen properly what actually happened. It was off the batsman's feet, right?
Yes, I thought it was off the batsman's boot.
2 excellent deliveries from Dinuka Tennakon. Proper arm deliveries, quick, hurrying the batsman. Almost picked him 2 back-to-back wickets.
Quite lucky Lairu Amarasekara to be there.
Much better shot this
time. End of the 49th over. It's 153 for 7.
Is that replay again? It was quick. Oh, it was off the keeper's boot, not the batsman. So he is safe. He is 100% safe, Lahiru Amarasekara. No question about that. Mutalib trying to be a bit cheeky, maybe eyeing a stumping chance, but Lahiru Amarasekara was well inside the crease.
Sign up for a Dialog Power plan today. The best mobile postpaid plans in Sri Lanka.
නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමමයි. මිස් නොවී ආදරෙත් එහෙමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් My Dialog app හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
So it's another bowling change from the pavilion end. Vivabit Helapola has been brought in. So Thiraka Ranatunga has earned a well-deserved rest. Yes, 4 for 42 Thiraka Ranatunga. So Vivabit Helapola 5 overs, getting 1 wicket for 21 runs.
He's having a quick chat with the experienced Matisha Patirana before, just at his run up. Matisha will definitely have some valuable words for Vibhavit. He'll be looking to clean up the tail. Matisha was the man who was doing that job for Sri Lanka under 19 in the recent World Cup, cleaning up the tail. So here we have Vibhavit.
Rishma Amarasinghe has been very steady, faced almost 30 deliveries for his 6. But wickets have been falling at regular intervals for St. Joseph's. They see the fall of wickets: 39, 78, 87, 101, 119, 135, 153.
Wickets in regular intervals for St. Joseph's. This is what Trinity would have eyed at the beginning of the day. They still got enough time, probably a session and a half. They'll need 13 more wickets if they are to win this game. Do you think it's possible?
Yes, there is a chance. They got to get these 3 wickets as quickly as possible, and then the Josephians will be further under pressure because they are following on and batting again. So if they can get some early wickets, well, definitely there is a chance for Trinity to win this game.
So Reshma Amarasinghe, the 15-year-old, will be holding the key for St. Joseph's College alongside Lahiru Amarasekara, who also can bat even though he's come at number 9.
Yeah, the Josephians at the same time must understand the Josephians are playing a very young side and playing without their 2 most experienced players, Dunit Walalage and Shimon Daniel. But no credit should be taken off the Trinitians. They did play the game very well. They got 318. Batted first yesterday, batted the whole day, and coming in this morning, got 7 Josephian wickets, 153.
Even Trinity are without Ranuda Somaratna, another national cap in the Trinity camp. They've got Pawan Patiraja and Matisha Patirana playing this game.
Yeah, this is almost similar. Josephine team played in the Josephine P tried, the last Josephine P tried. They were minus Sadish Jawad and a 2 in that game. They did quite well that time. So that is what I say. No credit should be taken off of Trinity College. They've run really well.
I think that recent big match for St. Joseph's, where they played without their best players, Sharon Fonseca leading a young side, I think that was a blessing in disguise. They drew the 2-day game, won the 1-day. Now here they are with a bunch of young players who are quite capable of doing it without senior players.
Oh, that's nicely played by Rishma Amarasinghe. Put away nicely towards the 3rd man boundary.
That's the end of over number 50. St. Joseph's College 157 for 7.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So it's 157 for 3 after 50 overs. St. Joseph's in reply to 318 by Trinity. Again off the back foot, nicely put away this time. by Lairu Amarasekara to the extra cover boundary.
So 2 boundaries for St. Joseph's in 2 balls. Rishma Amarasinghe also earned a 4 from a cut in the previous over of Vibhavith. Now Dinuka is being greeted with another boundary. This time, Lairu Amarasekara, he is off the mark. Dinuka Tennokon was quite impressive in the previous over. Almost picked 2 wickets. Once again, a better length from Dinuka. First one was way too short and easy for Lairu Amarasekara to cut away. So St. Joseph's have got just their bowlers to bat, Yenula Devtusa and Shenuk Serasinghe. That's close once again, but I think that pitched outside the leg stump. That had quite a bit of turn. Once again, trapping Lairu Amarasekara on the back foot.
Well, I thought that was a bit too high also, Adil. See, Lairu Amarasinghe is quite a tall boy. You see, that would have definitely gone above the stumps.
Shot once again from Dinuka. This time, straight to the fielder. Cannot afford to bowl these short deliveries. It's just a matter of 3 more wickets. It's the low order batsman who got to be on the money. And he cannot afford the batsman to play on the back foot like that. Should be always eyeing to bring the batsman to the front foot. And if he goes quick or maybe bowl his arm ball, then he can afford the batsman to go back to the back foot. Once again, a full toss. Very well fielded there by the mid-on fielder. Definitely saved a boundary.
That is definitely poor bowling. A full toss. Nicely driven away by Lairu Amarasekara. And of course, good bit of fielding there. That is the end of that over. It's 157 for 7.
So just 1 over for Vibhavith. And straight away, Mutalib has turned to his premier fast bowler, Matisha Patirana. This will be very interesting, Matisha against the tail enders. I'm assuming he'll be eyeing the Yorker, which is the best delivery to bowl to a tail ender.
And that's exactly what he got to do. And young Rishma Amarasinghe, he's facing him. He's bowled 6 overs earlier in his first spell. 1 maiden, 23 for no. That's his bowling figures. So he'll be wanting to get 1 or 2 in that wickets column.
Wasn't much impressive in his opening spell. Matisha Patirana was a bit wavered, was put away easily by Sadish Jayawardene. Here's him back with the older ball. He's just got one job to do: clean up the tail and get the Josephians back on the park, following on. So it's
That's
clear.
a good full up delivery. Nicely played by Rishma Amarasinghe. He got the ball straight and up. As you said, mostly the Yorker type of deliveries. Looking for an LPW or clean bowling him. St. Joseph's trailed by 155 runs.
I think Matisha will have to adjust the line of his ball. Both the deliveries were bit towards the leg stump. not much threatening Rishma. Yes, the length is good, it's full. Maybe fasten it up the pace a bit more is Matisha's bowling action. Slinger, ball coming off the umpire's torso. Not easy to pick, it's not the usual angle you see a fast bowler bowling.
Well,
Matisha wavered again.
Exactly, that one was outside the off stump. Rishma Amarasinghe tried to have a go at it, but realized the danger of it, takes it bat off. Matisha Patrana with his slinging action. A good Yorker can knock the Josephines out. That's a good delivery to push the batsman back. Shortish delivery.
That's a good surprise. One for the over, signals the umpire. A very well bowled bouncer. Rishma Amarasinghe was quick enough to get away from that delivery. Look at that, rising straight towards Rishma's helmet. 15-year-old, he's facing one of Sri Lanka's best schoolboy fast bowlers. This time, this is, I think, has been Matisha's problem. It's consistency. Bowls one brilliant delivery and doesn't follow up with a good ball. He just follows up with a wayward delivery.
Well, that is where he lacks control. Let's try to get his control rhythm and the direction. That's what is needed. Of course, the control comes with the direction.
Look at that. Giving a bit more effort. Hitting the ball hard on the deck, but not the ideal line. Now there is a change of sides. Interesting angle. Easy for Rishma. Beautifully played. Huge vacant area on the offside. The angle was so easy for him. Reached the ball and played it through the line. A good boundary for Rishma Amarasinghe to end the over. St. Joseph's 167 for 7.
දාහක් වැඩගොඩත් එහෙමමයි පිසි ජීවිතෙත් එහෙමමයි ඒ නිසා ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන පහසුවෙන් ඩයලොග් හෝම් බ්‍රෝඩ්බෑන්ඩ් සම්බන්ධතාවය රීලෝඩ් කරන්න හොබ් බිල්පත් ගෙවන්න my dialog app හෝ dialog.lk වෙත පිවිසෙන්න.
So it's 167 for 7. Rishma Amarasinghe is on 14. Lairu Amarasekara on 6.
Probably there'll be a change of bowling from the swimming pool end. I think they've opted against it. They'll stick to Dinuka Tennakon. He'll continue. So 2 slips, a silly mid off and a silly mid on for Lahiru Amarasekara.
Nice shot and put away towards the extra cover. Gets a single. These two batsmen are playing some shots.
Valuable runs. Valuable runs for St. Joseph's College by this pair. For the 8th wicket, they've already put up 15 runs in just 22 balls.
Rishma Amarasinghe also looks very confident. Young boy, a 15-year-old. Playing against some quality bowling by Trinity College.
So the Trinity bowlers have been changing sides during the over quite often. Dinuka Tennakon started around the wicket. Now he's changed to over the wicket. I'm pretty sure he'll make another switch during the course of the over.
Well, that's mainly to make the batsman think, and the different directions ball is coming in. Forcing the batsman to be more careful and to put more pressure on the batsman. There you are, that's an edge. Could have been taken.
That was a toughie.
Gone down towards the boundary for 4.
Tough chance there for the slip fielder. More valuable runs for St. Joseph's. Runs keep flowing. That's that man, Vibavit.
Oh, he took a good catch earlier. Took a very good catch.
This was a tough ask, I guess. Too hard. But a man having a game like he's having, we would have expected him to hold on to that, but that was a bit too tough. Very clever, Rishma Amarasinghe, playing so smartly. That's the end of over number 53. St. Joseph's 172 for 7.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිප්තදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Trunagala City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
final showdown Kandy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට.
Madisha Patrana continues from the pavilion end. He's got one job this game, and that's to clean up the tail. And he'll fancy his chances because he hasn't been impressive in his opening spell. He needs to do a lot of work here. And from what we've seen, Megan, the older ball suits Matisha much better than the newer one. And he'll be expected to do a lot of work here.
Yeah, he has more control of the ball, but I don't think that was the case right at the start of his innings, because he was able to deliver a couple of good balls, but he was not following it up. So the thinking was the problem right at the start of the innings. But at the same time, yes, he has a lot of control over the older ball than the new ball, which I think he should improve a lot, being a slingy bowler. Because the amount of advantage you have over the new ball, being a slingy bowler, that's unmatchable.
Trinity now will be looking to finish up the good work that they've done with the bat and through the first two sessions of the day. We are approximately half an hour away from taking tea. Josephians, on the other hand, will be determined to make sure that they avoid follow on. They'll want to put Trinity back into bat.
Just as we spoke of control. Sudarsana. It's very disappointing from Matisha Patirana.
Yes, he's an experienced campaigner. He needs to set an example to the rest of the players here. He's gone and played in the international stage, has a lot of experience, so needs to deliver. And he's bowling at the tail. Just bowl to the field that you're given and put the batsman under pressure.
Simple. Wicket to wicket all the time.
9 extras so far in this innings. 2 no balls, 3 wide and 4 byes. And out of the 2 no balls, Matisha overstepping once.
This is poor. This is very poor from Matisha Patirana. Ridiculous bowling. You cannot accept this from a player who has represented the Sri Lanka under-19s already. Played 2 World Cups in fact. Ridiculous. It was a much better comeback. That's the end of it. 54 overs done, 181 for 7.
.181 for 7 after 54. Tiraka to the attack from the swimming pool end. Inside edge. It's a good delivery by Tiraka.
He's been the most successful bowler for Trinity College so far. 4 for 42 his figures. Had a superb day at the park.
Absolutely brilliant. I think he's managed to extract much better assistance.
Cleanse him up completely. What a delivery. What a way to bring up his 5 for Tiraka Ranatunga. These are wonderful scenes from the young left armer.
Lovely stuff from Tiraka as Lahiru departs. Take a look at this. Brilliant. He's delighted. And so he should be. Lahiru departs as he departs for 8 runs. St. Joseph's 181 for 8.
අවදානම එහෙමමයි. හැබැයි හදවතේ බැඳීමුත් එහෙමමයි. ඕනෑම කෙනෙකුට ගෙදර ඉඳගෙනම රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
This is super bowling from Tiraka Ranatunga. He set him up perfectly. As Yanula Devtosa comes in. So the reason why Yanula Devtosa is some amazing bowling from Tiraka Ranatunga. He set him up well, and the pace he is bowling is very attractive for a batter. Look at that.
Absolutely. Take a look at this. If we can take a look at the earlier delivery, that would have been perfect, because that's how we set him up. Got away with the inside edge, otherwise that would have been LBW. Tiraka to new man, Yanula. Gets bat on it, gets off the mark straight away. And
what Tiraka did there was, he did not try to turn the ball. He sent it slightly inside. back into the right hander. Look at that. Look at his wrist. At that point, just a slight bit of push in. Look at that. Just a bit. And the trick is that it does not turn, it straightens. Brilliant stuff from the left armer.
Richmond getting a Yanula getting a single. And like we discussed, there has been phenomenal for Trinity with bat and also with ball. Was stranded at 44 as they run out of partners to get his 50. And here he comes, collects a fifer. Too bad for the 50, but here's a fifer from me, says Tiraka. Beautifully played shot. Used the depth of the crease and lovely bit of batting from Rishma that time. He's been there for a while. And now, slowly, he's taking the responsibility of maneuvering through this innings.
He looks good so far, hasn't he? Rishma on to his 22 runs of 49 deliveries. Short and wide from Tiraka. The rare bad ball. Well bowled. That pace he's bowling at again, Sudarshana. That's luring the batsman in. 55 overs done, 188 for 8. Well, Matisha Patirana. What a disappointment he has been today.
Yes, much was expected of him. 8 overs, 28 for none is not something to crow about, but it's the lack of control in his bowling that has really worked out most of us. The thing is, he shouldn't be trying too hard. That's the key. That was the early over where he bowled 2 screamers. Got to feel for skipper Mutalib. Not much you can do, isn't it, when you're behind the stumps. Much better delivery. All you got to do, like we discussed before, is to bowl wicket to wicket Patirana, and we know he has the ability and he can really trouble the batsman.
Have a look at where he releases the delivery, Sudarshana. It's almost from the leg stump on the non-striker's end. His delivery point. How confusing could that be if he's bowling just around that line and in line with the stumps, because the batsman is going to initially see the ball in and around leg stump. So he opens himself up.
That's almost around the waist of the umpire, and it's never easy.
And also the point where he starts when he delivers, the height is that where somewhere around the waist of the umpire, and he starts on and around the leg stump on the non-striker. So it's almost as if he's bowling around the wickets. The angle. So if he can get the ball up there in line with the stumps, how much can he fox the batter with that?
Yes, and he definitely does have that ability to try and do that. St. Joseph's need 31 to avoid follow-on. That will be their main target. They will be focused to get the 31 runs that they need to make sure that they're safe from having to bat again. Trinitians, on the other hand, will be determined to try and pick these 2 wickets as soon as possible.
Well, I doubt even if they pick the wickets after this point, will they even try giving out the follow-on? Because it's just 30 runs.
Yes, but ideally they will have they will have 100 runs to try and defend. So the ball will be on the court of the Josephians, so whether they want to try and go for a result. Because if they want to rapidly score the runs, otherwise they will want to bat out the entire session. So Trinitians are backing their bowlers to try to put pressure on the Josephians.
In the 56 overs, 188 for 8. So St. Joseph's need 31 more runs to avoid the follow-on. And the Trinitians would give anything to keep them below that.
Well, I think Thirika really does hold this key here. If he can try and put pressure on these two batsmen, try and fox Rishma, drag him out to play a shot. Rishma is very happy to be defending inside his crease.
Throughout these innings, Sudarshana, one thing I was really impressed with is Akram Muttalib's captaincy.
It's going down leg side. Wishful appealing from the bowler and the entourage around the wicket. Yes,
Yeah.
I do agree with you, Megan. Here's another look at it. Well, did it pitch outside leg? And I do agree with you, Megan. Muttalib has been very proactive in his field placements and his captaincy. He's understood the situations. Whenever he wanted to get a wicket, he was not afraid to bring in the change and also to experiment with his bowlers as well. And look at the field set up for now. He knows that he wants the wicket and he's trying to starve the Josephian batsman of runs. It's just that apart from Thirika, the other bowlers haven't been clinical enough to execute the plans laid out by the skipper.
He's very aggressive, Sudarshana. That's one thing I'm very, very impressed of. 4 fielders around the bat. That looks close. Probably the impact wasn't convincing enough for the umpire. So that's the end of 57 overs. Let's get back to the topic after the end of this break.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Two maidens followed by a bowling change. Dinuka Tenakone coming into the attack, replacing Matisha Pathirana. Dinuka managed to get 2 wickets to his name. These 2 left-handers were operating in tandem just before lunch. So it'll be up to him. Here's his figures this game so far. 2 maidens, 2 wickets for 46. Now Dinaka needs to make sure that he keeps on the pressure from this end, because Tirak on the other end is doing a very decent job.
As we were speaking, Sudarshan, about Akram Talib's captaincy, you see, whenever he has understood whenever his bowler is doing well and when he is not. When a bowler is on top of his game, he's always given him a bit of aggressive fielding attack, and that paid off. We saw a couple of short leg catches, and that really paid off. And whenever he is under attack, Sudarshana, he made sure that the field is going back and giving him some safety so that he can come back into the game.
Absolutely, that's the confidence that you'd require from your skipper. And to be frank, I think we'll come back to that. 58 completed, 188 for 8. Trinity's most successful bowler, Tiraka, continues from the swimming pool end. Earlier in the day, I think, Megan, we were convinced that Vibhavit was the most successful player and the star of the match, but then Tiraka is effectively stealing his crown.
Well, that looks close. But the half appeal turned down. Well, is it just me or Sudarshana? Does Akram Talib look a little bit like Mushfiqur Rahim?
I don't even want to entertain that thought. Don't want to picture it. I'll stick to the fact that he looks a little like Rushan Jalil while he was playing for school, and I'll stop there. Jalil was a spinner, but he used to feel
just behind the stumps, I meant. With the sunglasses on, his stature, the way he handles the field.
Yanula negotiating Tiraka's bowling decently so far. St. Joseph's trailed by 126 runs, and they're now up to 92 for 8. It's going to be interesting how this game will pan out if Trinidadians are not able to get those two elusive wickets. That completes the 59th over. St. Joseph's 192 for 8. Rahul Amarasinghe brought on to the attack, the off spinner, left arm off spinner. Beg your pardon, left arm spinner. Rahul Amarasinghe brought into the attack.
Well, if you are going for that 2 wickets, this is not where you should be bowling, Rahul.
Well, this is something again to the credit of Muttalib. He's trying out his options. He's trying the new bowler to break the rhythm. The batsmen were set into the 2 left-armers bowling at them. So he's brought in a change to try and break the rhythm. And Rahul is currently running through his over. Already on to the 4th delivery of the over.
Yeah, these kind of bowlers could be the golden wicket takers for you. You know, when things are not going your way, a part-timer could change it around.
Ideally, Megan, I know Trinity brought back Matisha Patirana to try and break the partnership. But, well, a slight brain fade by Muttalib. I understand that Trinity wanted to go to their premium fast bowler Matisha Patirana, but ideally I'd like to see them bring Manula back into the attack because he bowled with such good control in the 5 overs that he bowled, and he's a very intelligent cricketer as well, so he might be able to offer something else. 60 overs completed, and the umpires decide that it's time for tea. We'll go for a quick break, and when we come back, we will be coming back to you live with the 3rd session. But before we leave you, we'll try and take a look at how the game has fared so far.
But this is how St. Joseph's batting pan, Satish Jayawardene. He got off to a wonderful start. It needed something really miraculous to take his wicket away, and that's exactly what Papare did when he grabbed onto a half chance. It was very unfortunate for the right-hander to miss out on that half century. He was well set for a bigger knock today, and then it was only Mitura's 30. That is another commendable innings. And so far, Rishma has done a decent job to keep St. Joseph's alive. Thirakaranatunga stands out. What a bowler he has been for Trinity College today. 17 overs, 53 for 5. He was economical. He bowled in good lines and lengths, and especially his pace variation. So the youngster will be delighted. He was not out on 44 with the bat, and turns out with the ball, and becomes the prime wicket taker for Trinity. Well, this is how the wickets fell in this session. Brilliant captaincy from Akram Muttalib. Gave enough protection for the bowlers. And he was aggressive enough to make sure that Josephian batters did not get enough room to get away. More or less, the session is all about Thirakaranatunga, who picked up 3 wickets. In fact, in this innings, in this session rather. That's Dinuka. It was a pitch of a delivery, jacked back in, surprised the right-hander. There was a small partnership thereafter, started frustrating the Josephians. They started frustrating the Trinitians. The Trinitians tried hard, but Thirakaranatunga came in with a spell and lent him up. So far, this is how this game has panned. Trinity College won the toss and bat first. 318 they put up thanks to Vibhavit's 87 and Akram Mutalib, the skipper, scored 70. Also, Pawan Patiraja aided with a 56. The chief scorer was Mudita Lakshan, while St. Joseph's College now tottering at 194 for 8. The skipper Sadish Jayawardena, he was able to put up 46 runs, but they did not have enough answers for Thiraka Ranatunga, who's on fire today at Dali Roads. So St. Joseph's trailed by 124 runs, and the question will be how far effective they'll be in saving this game. So the session is clearly won by Trinity College, who dominated right throughout this passage of play, picking up 3 wickets, in fact 4 wickets of the St. Joseph's cricketers. So that's about it from the middle session on day 2 in this encounter between St. Joseph's College and Trinity College. So we'll meet you with more action right after this break.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Runagala City Atugal Puravare
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
final showdown Kandy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
ඇත්තටම සුපර් ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් එක ඉවරුණට පස්සේ තමයි මේ 19 ඉන්දියා ටුවරේ පටන් ගත්තේ. අරක ලැබිච්ච අත්දැකීමත් එක්ක ඒකේ මැචස් බැලුවා. ඒ මැචස් එක ඒ වලින් ගත්ත එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකත් එක්ක තමයි මම මේ ඉන්දියා සංචාරය සෙල්ලම් කරේ. මුලින්ම මම ගියේ ඒෂියා කප් එක. ඒකේ සෙල්ලම් කරන්න හම්බුනේ එක මැච් එකයි. පාකිස්තාන් ඩෙලිව ඒකේ ෆේල්. ඊට පස්සේ ඉන්දියා සංචාරයේ චැලෙන්ජ් ට්‍රොෆි එක. ඒකේ ෆයිනල් එකේ 45ක් ගැව්වා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒකෙන් තමයි වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එකට සිලෙක්ට් වුනේ. ඒකේ ගිහිල්ලා මුල් මැචස් 3 සෙල්ලම් කරන්න හම්බුණා. ඊට පස්සේ මං හිතාගත්තා මට හම්බෙන ඔපචුනිටි එකේ මම උපරිම ප්‍රයෝජන ගන්නවා කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ ප්ලේට් මැචස් වලදී හම්බුණ පළවෙනි මැච් එක කෙන්යාවත් එක්ක ඒකේ 62ක් ලබා ගත්තා. ඊට පස්සේ දෙවනි මැච් එකේ සිම්බාබ්වෙත් එක්ක තිබ්බේ. ඒක අවශ්‍ය ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්න ඕන මැච් එක ප්ලේට් චැම්පියන් එකේ ෆයිනල් එකට යන්න. ඒකේ 109ක් ලබා ගන්නට. මම ක්‍රිකට් ආරම්භ කරේ 6 වසරේදී මොරටු විද්‍යාලයෙන් තමයි ක්‍රිකට් ආරම්භ කරේ ඉස්කෝලේ ක්‍රීඩා කරේ. මම සෙල්ලම් ගන්නේ මුලින්ම ගෙවල් පැත්තේ සෙල්ලම් කර හිටියේ සොෆ්ට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩා කරේ. ඊට පස්සේ අපේ මගේ අම්මා තාත්තා කිව්වා මේ පාසලේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ 6 වසරෙන් තමයි මම ක්‍රිකට් ආරම්භ කරේ. ඇත්තටම ලොකු සපෝට් එකක් තිබ්බ ඉස්කෝලෙන් මේ තැනට එන්න. කෝචින් ස්ටාෆ් එක ඉස්කෝලේ ප්‍රසන්න සර් එයා ගොඩක් කැපවීමකින් පුහුණුවීම් කරනවා. එයාගේ ලැබිච්ච අත්දැකීම හැම එක්කෙනාටම දීලා ඒක ඒ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක අරගෙන තමයි මම මේ තැනට ආවේ. පැට්‍රිස් වලදී දෙකම බැලන්ස් කරගන්නේ බැටිං කරලේ වුණාම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් සෙෂන් වලදී බැටිං කරද්දී මැච් සිටුේෂන් බැට් කරනවා. ඒ වගේම විකට් කීපින් කරද්දී මැච් සිටුේෂන් එක හැන්ඩල් කරන විදිහට විකට් කීපින් ඩ්‍රිල්ස් කරනවා. බැටිං ඉවර වුණාට පස්සේ මම කරන්නේ විකට් කීපින් ඩ්‍රිල්ස් කරන එක තමයි. ඒ සීසන් එක ගැන කතා කරොත් මම මගේ දෙවනි අවුරුද්දේ under 19 පළවෙනි මම අවුරුදු දෙකක් සෙල්ලම් කරන්න නැතුව ටීම් එකේ හිටියා. ඒ අවුරුදු දෙකේ ඉඳලා ඒ අවුරුදු දෙකේ ලැබිච්ච එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකත් එක්ක ලොකු අයියලා සෙල්ලම් කරන විදිය බලාගෙන ඒගොල්ලෝ සෙල්ලම් කරන විදියට ඒගොල්ලෝගේ තියෙන ඒ සෙල්ලම් කරන එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකත් අරගෙන තමයි මම ඒ අවුරුද්දේ හොඳට සෙල්ලම් කරේ. ලකුණු 10 ලබා ගන්න පුහුණු කරන සර් ගොඩක් උපදෙස් දුන්නා. ඒ උපදෙස් අනුව ක්‍රීඩා කරපු හින්දා තමයි මම හිතන්නේ මට ලකුණු 10 ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් වුණේ. කුමාර සංගක් ඉන්ස්ට්‍රක්ටර්. ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ මහත්තුරුන් ක්‍රීඩාවක්. හොඳට එන්ජොයි කරන්න පුළුවන්. ක්‍රිකට් වලින් ගොඩක් දේවල් ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන්. ෆුට්බෝල්, රොනාල්ඩෝ, රියල් මැඩ්රිඩ්, නූඩල්ස්, ධෝනි, නෝනිත් ෆර්නැන්ඩෝ, සිම්බාබ්වෙට එරෙහිව 109, මෙල්බන්, ටින්ටි, සයන්ස්, ගෙදර, මොහිත් ජග්‍රා, ඉන්දියාව, නියපොතු ගණයි, ටෙලිනාට්ටු බලන්න, සිංගල, නිකුන් මාලිංග, නෝනිත් ෆර්නැන්ඩෝ, LBW, පුල්ලෙක්, ටීෂර්, දිග කලිස, බල්ලා, බැටින් වලින් වැඩිම ලකුණු පොල් සම්බෝල, රසුල් ආනන්ද, කුමාර ධර්මසේන, කෙතරම්, ගෙදර කට්ටිය. මං හිතන්නේ මේ under 19 හම්බෙන හැම ඔපචුනිටි එකෙම හොඳට කරලා පර්ෆෝම් කරලා ඊට පස්සේ ක්ලබ් ලෙවල් එකේ හොඳට පර්ෆෝම් කරලා එතනින් උඩට ගියාම උඩ ලෙවල් එකේ හොඳට පර්ෆෝම් කරලා මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම නීතිය ගන්න.
සුභාරති විද්‍යාලයේ ලෙෆ්ට් ආර්ම් ස්පිනර් කෙනෙක් හිටපු නැති නිසා මට ස්ප්‍රින් දාන්න කිව්වා පිටරමල. වැඩිම කඩුව අරගෙන රෙකෝඩ් එකක් තියන්න තමයි ආරම්භ කරන්නේ ගොඩගම සුභාරති විද්‍යාලයෙන්. මට ආසාවක් තිබ්බ පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳන් ක්‍රිකට් ගහන්න. පස්සේ අම්මා තමයි පස්සෙන් ඇවිල්ලා මාව ක්‍රිකට් වලට යොමු කරේ. 6 වසරේ තමයි මම මුලින්ම ක්‍රිකට් ගහන්නේ. මම 6 වසරේ පටන් අරගෙන under 13 ෆස්ට් ලීග් එකේ කැප්ටන් කරා. ඊට පස්සේ ස්කූල් ටීම් එකේ ගැහුවේ නැහැ නතර කරා. ඊට පස්සේ CCC ක්ලබ් එකට මම ඇතුළත් වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ ආයෙමත් under 15 ගහද්දී ස්කූල් ටීම් එකේ සෙල්ලම් කරා. ෆස්ට් ලීග් එකේ කැප්ටන් කරා. ඊට පස්සේ 17 ෆස්ට් ටී එකේ ඉඳන් ෆස්ට් ටී එකත් ආයි සුභාරතීම සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඊට පස්සේ ෆස්ට් ටී එකේ විකට් දාලා සෙකන්ඩ් ටී එක ගහන්න මට ටර්ස්ටන් එකෙන් ආරාධනාවක් ලැබුණා. ඊට පස්සේ සෙකන්ඩ් ටී එකේ ටර්ස්ටන් එකේ විකට් දාලා ෆස්ට් 11 එකේ මට chance එකක් හම්බුණා. මම මුලින්ම 13-15 fast ball opening batsman left arm fast ball විදියට තමයි සෙල්ලම් කරේ. පස්සේ සුභාරතී විද්‍යාලයේ left arm spinner කෙනෙක් හිටුනේ නැති නිසා ප්‍රියංකරස සුභාරතී කෝච් කරපු ප්‍රියංකරස මට ස්පින් දාන්න කිව්වා. ඊට පස්සේ ස්පින් දාලා 17 ෆස්ට් ටී එකේදී තිබුණු තරගයකදී මම හොඳට බෝල් කරනවා දැකලා ඒ අම්පයර් හිටපු අම්පයර් ඉඳලා තියෙන්නේ මම දන්නේ නැහැ ඇත්තට අම්පයර් කවුද හිටියේ කියලා. අම්පයර් ඉඳලා තියෙන්නේ ටර්ස්ටන් විද්‍යාලයේ මේ ප්‍රධාන පුහුණුකරු දැන් ඉන්න තාමරස ඊට පස්සේ මැච් එක ඉවර වෙලා අවස මට කතා කරා මෙන්න ටර්ස්ටන් විද්‍යාලයට එන්න කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ සෙකන්ඩ් ඩී ඉඳන් මට කතා කරලා තිබ්බ එන්න කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ මම ගියා. එතන ඉඳන් තමයි මම ටර්ස්ටන් විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ. මම ටර්ස්ටන් එකට ඇවිල්ලා 17 ෆස්ට් ටී එකේදී ලොකු දස්කම් අතරට එන්න බැරි වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ 19 පළවෙනි සීසන් එකේ පළවෙනි තරගයේදී ගාල්ල රිච්මන්ඩ් එක දිද්දී ඒකේ ලකුණු 30ට කඩලු 5ක් ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ දෙවෙනි තරගයේ ලකුණු 32ට කඩලු 6ක් ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් වුණා. මම මේ වෙද්දී වැඩිම කඩුලාභියන්ගේ පළවෙනි දෙවෙනි ස්ථානයේ ඉන්නවා. මම මේ වෙද්දී මැච් 11ට කඩලු 58ක් ලබා ගන්න තියෙනවා. මම මේ පාර දහන්නේ මගේ පළවෙනි බිග් මැච් එක. සුභාරතී විද්‍යාලයේ බිග් මැච් තිබිලා නැහැ. ලොකු ක්‍රවුඩ් එකක් ඉන්න තැන මීට කලින් සෙල්ලම් කරලා නැහැ. ඒක මට ලොකු අභියෝගයක් වෙනවා. මම ඒ වුණාට දැම්ම ලොකු ක්‍රවුඩ් එකක් මැද්ද සෙල්ලම් කරන්නේ ප්‍රෙෂර් එකට සෙල්ලම් කරන්න දැන් ඉඳන් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වෙනවා. ලොකුවට වෙනසක් දැනෙයි කියලා මම හිතන්නේ. මේ පාර බිග් මැච් එකේ වැඩිම ප්‍රෙෂර් කෙනෙක් විදියට වැඩිම කඩු අරගෙන රෙකෝඩ් එකක් තියන්න තමයි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ. මගේ අනාගත බලාපොරොත්තුව මට දැන් තව අවුරුද්දක් තියෙනවා පාසලේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. ඒ අවුරුද්දේ පාසලේ ක්‍රීඩා කරලා කොහොම හරි ඕල් අයිලන්ඩ් බෙස්ට් බෝලර් වෙලා ශ්‍රී ලංකන් අන්ඩර් 19 ටීම් එකේ සෙල්ලම් කරලා ලොකු අභියෝගයක් තියෙනවා ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ටීම් එක සෙල්ලම් කරන එක. ශ්‍රී ලංකන් අන්ඩර් 19 ටීම් එක සෙල්ලම් කරලා ඊට පස්සේ
Welcome back to Dali Road. We are bringing you the live coverage of the 110th encounter between St. Joseph's College and Trinity College. Trinity College taking first lead off the wicket, scored 318 yesterday. St. Joseph starting off today are 8 down at the moment with 194 on the board after batting for 60 overs. They're just 25 runs short of avoiding the follow-on. Trinity College grouping up again to clean up the Josephian order, then probably put them back to bat. Good evening, Polly.
Good evening, Adal. It will be interesting to see if St. Joseph's get that 219 and then what the Josephians will want to do. Because with 2 wickets in hand, I doubt very much they will think of going to getting that 318 if they want to make a match of it. Well, still, I know time is running out, just 2 hours, one session remaining. But to make things interesting, we'll have to wait and see what the Josephians will want to do. But first, the Josephians will have to get that 219.
This 25 runs more for St. Joseph's. So the batsmen in the middle are the 15-year-old Rishma Amarasinghe, who has been toiling hard, 25 of 61 deliveries. He has been resisting quite well against the Trinity and spin attack, and also the pace of Matisha Patirana. Together with him is the young left-arm spinner Yenula Devtusa, came to bat at number 10. He has faced 21 balls as well. So these two youngsters showing some good resistance for St. Joseph's College.
Well, definitely I'm impressed with Rishma Amarasinghe. He's been batting very well with a very good head, playing some very good shots, not taking undue risk, and he's got 25 runs of 61 deliveries. That is the type of knock needed for the Josephians at this stage. And of course, Yenula, I hope he can bat, he can hang around there. He will provide the valuable support for Rishma Amarasinghe. So 25 runs within the reach of the Josephian batsman, but Trinity will be wanting to get these 2 wickets as quickly as possible.
They've got their main man, Trinity College, Tiraka Ranatunga. He has already taken 5 wickets in this innings. He'll be looking to clean up the Josephian tail. He's got 2 slips and a silly mid-off. He'll be up against Rishma Amarasinghe.
Well, definitely after the break, the 2 batsmen will have to start again. The concentration might be a bit of a lapse of concentration, but they got to concentrate a lot at this stage. 25 runs needed to make Trinity bat again.
Solid defense by Rishma Amarasinghe. It has been the highlight of his innings so far. Faced 62 deliveries. Has been very solid in his defense. Whenever it was short, he hasn't hesitated to put the ball away as well. Hence getting 25 runs.
Well, Tiraka Ranatung on the other hand have been very impressive. Got 5 for 53, bowling his 18th over. Bowled really well for Trinity. Being the main wicket taker, he and Dinukatennakon got 2 for 46. These 2 bowlers have shared 7 wickets between them. They've been the main wicket takers, 2 left-arm spinners. Well, Trinity must be disappointed with the performance of their spinner Sapun Waduge. Bowled 6 overs and gave away 21 runs without taking a wicket. Might have wanted the spinner to bowl much better than that.
Definitely, Polly. I think Supun Waduge was brought in once Avinta Dialvis came into bat. He wasn't much threatening against this Josephian batsman. Hence, it was only used for 6 overs. Tiraka eventually got rid of the left-hander. Including the left-hander's wicket, he has taken 5 wickets. And he starts 3rd session with a maiden. St. Joseph's 194 for 8 after 61.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So it's 194 for 8. The first over after tea was a maiden, bowled by Tiraka Ranatunga. It's Dinukatennakon to continue from the pavilion end.
Straight away, starts with his best delivery, the arm ball, which goes quick with the arm, making the batsman hurry They've tried out Rahul Amarasinghe just before tea from the pavilion end. Didn't work out. Dinuka has been brought back.
Well, Rahul Amarasinghe bowled just 1 over and bowled a maiden. And of course, they've taken him off because they want the wickets quickly as possible. So Dinuka Thennakoon has been brought back into the attack.
Dinuka's plan is quite clear. He's up against the number 10, Yenula Devtusa. So he's coming around the wicket and trying to bowl that straight ball which goes on with the arm and trap the tail ender in front. That's his plan, and he's been spot on with the 4 deliveries he's bowled so far. And Yenula equal to the task. Solid behind.
Yenula looks like he's having a very good defense, playing very straight.
And he can leave the ball as well. He's playing very smart. Yenula, exactly what is required from him.
So he is a good support for Rishma Amarasinghe. All these 25 runs, the Josephine Smith targetees.
Once again, solid defense by Yenula. So another maiden. St. Joseph's 194 for 8 after 62.
So 194 for 8, St. Joseph's. Tiraka Ranatunga to continue.
So the Trinity and spin twins, Tiraka and Dinuka, bowling from either sides, trying to get the 9th wicket, trying to unpair Rishma and Yenula. Both these batsmen have looked rock solid in the defense. Nothing going past, nothing going through the bat and pad. If anything, they were just beaten once or twice. Their outside edges were beaten. Once again, solid.
Rishma Amarasinghe, 2 playing very sedately. Well, once again, I would like to say they should not go into a shell. They should try to get the runs. Main thing is to get these 25 runs. But just hanging around there and after that losing their wickets, not going to help their cause.
Don't you think they'll be looking to play for time? Bet as much as possible. Eat up as much as possible overs. That was a close chance. That took the top edge or the top part of the edge of the bat, but fell very short of the second slip. Encouraging signs for the spinner.
Well, you have a point there, Adil. If they eat up the overs, but I'm sure the Josephines might be wanting to have a reasonable draw rather than being forced to follow on. They might be wanting to have a reasonable draw. So their intentions are very clear. They need to get that 219 runs first and then think about something else.
So both these teams have got just one session left. So Trinity will definitely need more time. I mean, looking for a win here. St. Joseph's delaying it and making it very far from them.
So that's the end of the 63rd over. It's the 3rd maiden after tea. It's 194 for 8. Well, 194 for 8 St. Joseph's after 63 overs. That's a delivery where Devtusa could have come out and driven firmly. Well tossed up by Dinuka Tenakon, trying to get the batsman on the front foot.
Yanula will be happy doing this all day. He has faced almost 30 deliveries, 29 deliveries now, just 4 runs. He is doing his job exactly what is required from him. That was a shot I think he shouldn't have played. Almost took the edge.
Well, this is what I said. Then the Yanula Devtusa might be wanting to drive that. Must get him to drive it. There you are. Toss the ball up. Try to get him to drive. Then only you get the edge.
Excellent bowling from Dinuka. I think this type of bowling was lacking from him all this while. This should have been the type of bowling he should have tried initially as well. Anyway, he's found his rhythm eventually. He's bowling some probing lines and lengths. Look at that. And this is Dinuka's wickets. The first wicket, the wicket of Mithira Tenuri, was looking good. And then this one. I think this is his best delivery, the arm ball. That comes very quick and rushes the batsman.
So that's the end of over number 64. It's 194 for 8. So it's Tiraka Ranatunga to continue from the swimming pool end.
4 maidens on the trot after tea.
Josephian still needing 25 runs to avoid the follow-on.
So the drought for runs continue for St. Joseph's, and I don't think they'll mind it a lot as long as they don't lose wickets and they keep Trinity away from possible win.
Well, Tiraka Ranatunga is definitely tossing the ball up, inviting the batsman to come forward. That's what he should do. And he's doing that. That's a quicker one.
Suddenly, the Trinity fielders around the batsman have been a bit more vocal than they were. They've, I think, understood they just need something more than just bowling good lines and lengths. These two batsmen are very happy to be defending all balls, playing maidens after maiden.
That one on the offside pushes it towards cover.
Trinity will be looking to play some mind games with these two low order batsmen now. Just, making some noise, trying to break their concentration.
I feel like the Josephians must try to look to get some runs, not just only to hang around there. This is the 5th over that's in progress after tea. We have had 4 maidens.
And here's the 5th maiden. So 5 maidens on the trot after tea. St. Joseph's happy playing maidens after maidens. Trinity desperate for the 9th wicket. St. Joseph's 194 for 8 after 65 overs.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So it's Dinuk Tenukun to continue. Bowling is third over.
That's too wide. Yenula will never play at those. He's very happy leaving the ball and defending them. Dinuka will have to attack the stumps. Much better. And finally St. Joseph's pick a run in this session.
So that's a single. That one pushed off his hips towards his square leg and gets a single. Takes the score on to 195. The Josephines might be thinking of run by run. Trinity in their first innings 318. They batted the whole day yesterday.
That was quick. That was very quick by Dinuka. But I think that was certainly going down the leg. Umpire, it was an easy decision for the umpire. That was the first ball Dinuka bowled at Rishma in this session, greeting him with a quicker one.
Well, the two umpires officiating in this game today is Bodhya Baduge, who's standing at square leg, and the head umpire is Buddhika Fernando. You see that last delivery. Rishma Amarasinghe right behind the ball. 15-year-old battling it out there for St. Joseph's. I played very well, faced 82 deliveries.
That's spun sharply, but doesn't threat the batsman. No problems at all, just leaving that alone. St. Joseph's College 195 for 8 after 66.
Right, 195 for 8, St. Joseph's after 66 overs. Stira Karanatunga to continue from the swimming pool end. I had done a lot of bowling today. He's bowled 20 overs and Dinuka Tenukun has bowled 19 overs. These two bowlers have been doing the bulk of the bowling.
This will be an interesting contest, Oli, because Tiraka, the bowler with the 5-wicket haul already, is bowling at the number 10 batsman. He was bowling at Rishma, the more recognized batsman. Now he's got Yenula to bowl at. Yenula seems to be quite comfortable facing Tiraka.
Yenula Devthusa has a very good defense, as I said earlier too. He plays very straight. And Rishma Amarasinghe too looks very good. Batted very well, faced 83 deliveries.
He has been very impressive. He has been very impressive. A fighting knock so far. That was down the leg. Easy pickings for Yenula, just worked away down to deep square leg for a single, which brings Rishma back on strike against Tiraka. Score ticks on and they've moved to 196. Just a little bit more to avoid the follow-on for St. Joseph's.
Well, these two put on 15 runs for the 9th wicket. Rishma Amarasinghe playing very good cricket. Batted very sensibly. Faced 83 deliveries for his 25.
Has been very solid in defense. facing both the left arm spinners.
Tiraka. 15-year-old batting in this situation shows a lot of maturity.
Very well left by Tiraka. Another quiet over, also which gave just a single run. So the drought of runs have been finished, and St. Joseph's are finally scoring some runs, and St. Joseph's 196 for 8 after 67.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිප්පදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Kurunagala City Athugal Puravare
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
final showdown Kandy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට.
So we're back again. St. Joseph's 196 for 8. Tenoko needs the bowler.
That came in, and that's a brave leave by Yenula. He didn't read the ball at all. It was flighted, unlike the usual arm ball which Dinuka sends. The usual arm ball rushes through and it comes much more flatter than this. This time it was flighted, so Yenula would have thought it as a normal stock ball from Dinuka. Very well bowled by Dinuka, and a good follow-up delivery as well. Following up with a quicker one. So he's mixing it up well.
Well, a good competition between bat and ball. Tenoko trying very hard to get rid of Yenula Devtusa. And Yenula too, on the other hand, is not going to let it go.
Yenula has been fighting hard. Score might read as just 6, but the number of balls he's faced is invaluable for St. Joseph's at this moment. And Dinuka keeps on bowling his variations and the probing lines and lengths. Yenula equal to the task. He's got nothing much in his mind. He just has to block the straight ones, leave the balls which doesn't hit the stumps, and just stay on in the wicket. Once again, playing well. The quicker one. A good over from Dinuka comes to an end. Very probing over. Almost picked him a wicket. St. Joseph's 196 for 8 after 68.
So it's Tiraka to continue. But I think the Trinitians should pull something out of the bag now, because these two Josephine batsmen not going to just let it go.
Spare have batted 82 deliveries, even though they've scored only 15 runs. Fighting partnership.
Oh, that was quite close. Down the leg side, Rishma Amarasinghe trying to work it down the towards the squalling area, gets the top edge. But Tiraka Ranatunga couldn't get onto it. Narrow shave for Rishma Amrasinghe.
Rishma just escaping on that occasion. Flighted delivery on the leg stump. Rishma trying to work it towards a single. Got the leading edge. This time it's a full toss. Easy pickings for Rishma. Easily swept for a boundary. A welcome boundary for St. Joseph's. And also it's their 200. St. Joseph's finally get to 200 with 8 wickets down. And a rare poor delivery from Tiraka Ranatunga.
Well, I think the Trinitians should not worry about that. One shot might be a disturbance of their concentration. Giving a good ball now. That's what they must be wanting to do. But Rishma Amrasinghe has been concentrating a lot.
Rishma has good concentration. He keeps on battling it out for his college.
There you see the Josephian scoreboard. So the partnership is 19 runs of 85 deliveries. 85 deliveries, a lot of batting from this pair.
Some solid batting from Rishma and Yenula. Nothing rash. Just getting behind the line of the ball, defending it. Simple approach from the two batsmen. Problems for Trinity College.
That was down the leg side, might have got a little edge. The umpire had no hesitation in giving him out, caught behind.
Tiraka, he was bowling on towards the stump all this while, and one ball that he bowls out of the leg stump gets a slight edge on its way towards Akram Muttalib's gloves. And aren't they delighted? Batsman seems to be a bit surprised, but he has done a great job. Rishma Amrasinghe facing 92 balls for 29 runs. A big wicket for Trinity College.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all.
So it's 200 for 9. Rishma Amrasinghe out for 29. Well, Adil, I told you with that boundary, that would have taken his concentration off a bit. And a similar type of delivery, full-flighted on the leg stump. Rishma Amrasinghe, without going for the shot, full-blooded, just went to work it onto the leg side and got the thinnest of the edges.
Very unfortunate, Rishma Amrasinghe on that occasion. So Trinity just 1 wicket away, and they have 19 runs to make St. Joseph's bat again. Do you think they'll go for that option? They have just more than half a session left. They've
well, Shinuk Serasinghe is a new batsman. Yes, Adil, about that, we'll have to wait and see. I doubt very much Trinity can enforce a decision at this stage, so they might opt to bat again. But we'll have to wait and see. First, they got to get the Josephians all out, and then we'll see what the Trinitians are going to do. But the chances are more that Trinity will bat again.
Even if Trinity opts to bowl again, they'll have only something around 110, 115
Oh, I doubt
to
very
defend.
much that would
Is
have
that
been-
wicket again? Quite doubtful, but the umpire's call is what matters
From
at the
here,
end.
what we see from here is maybe didn't take the edge, but of course umpires are very much closer than us. There you see again. Beats the bat. Anyway, the umpire thought it took the edge. So, Rishma Amarasinghe was out for 29. St. Joseph's 200 for 9. That's a quicker delivery. Push towards the mid-wicket area. Gets a single. So 201 for 9.
St. Joseph's closing in towards that 219, which they need to avoid follow-on. Anyway, there is a chance of Trinity not enforcing them to follow on, because the time left in this game is so little. It won't be sufficient for them to go for a win. But anyway, we'll have to wait and see. Trinity still can enforce St. Joseph's if they pick the final wicket before they reach 219.
Yeah, Trinity can enforce the follow-on and at least try to get a couple of wickets early and then try to push it, put the pressure on the young Josephine batsman. They have a very outside chance.
That's
could be
close
out.
and given. That was a very easy decision for the umpire. So St. Joseph's are bundled out for 201. They fall short by they fall short by 18 runs, but overall they'll be trailing by 117. So Trinity will have to make a decision now.
Well, that's a quicker one. The arm ball coming into the batsman. Well, Shenuk Serasinghe had no chance on it. So Dinuka finishing up with 3 for 48. And Tirakaranattunga has been the pick of the bowlers. And 5 for 60, 5 for 58, 6 for 58. That's so St. Joseph's being dismissed for 201. You see Tirakaranattunga leading the Trinity team again into the pavilion.
He was brilliant. 6 wickets for 94 runs, 22 overs. He pretty much led the Trinitian attack single-handedly. So here we get the confirmation from the Trinity camp. They'll enforce St. Joseph's to follow on. So they have 117 runs to try and get 10 wickets if they are to win this game. Not much overs left as well. An interesting innings coming up. Here's the St. Joseph's batting card. Sadish Javadana started so well and looked so good. Unfortunately, courtesy a brilliant catch by Vibhavit at slips, was done for 46 runs. Apart from Sadish, Sahan Dabare was looking good for his 27. Mithira Tenura was battling hard. Eventually he got out for a quicker delivery by Dinuka for 30. And towards the end, Mudita was battling and he got out for 17. Rishma was very impressive, faced 92 deliveries. In fact, it's the longest innings of the St. Joseph's batting order. None of the other batsmen have faced as much as balls. Rishma faced 92 and Yenula gave him a great support by facing 48 deliveries and he's unbeaten on 7. The number of extras bowled by Trinity, 15 extras, I think that would be a concerning factor for the Trinitians going forward. Most of them were off Matisha Patirana's bowling.
Yeah, Matisha Patirana bowled 2 deliveries which went for 4 byes each. So that itself takes 8 there. So there you see the Trinity bowling card. Well, we had Tirakaranattunga 6 for 58. Definitely the pick of the bowlers of 22 overs, of which 7 were maidens. Then Dinuka Tenakun got 3 for 48. A gain of 21 overs, of which 6 were maidens. These two definitely were the pick of the bowlers. Matis Supatarana none for 28, Manula none for 11. Vibawit Helapola 1 for 25, the other wicket taker. Supan Waduge 9 for 21 and Rahal Amrasinghe just bowled 1 over, which was a maiden. So the Josephians were all out for 201 in 70 overs. So 25 overs remaining, so it will be just 23 overs remaining for the day.
Here's the highlights of the St. Joseph's College innings in this session. 2 boundaries were scored by Rishma just before he was given out. Was not happy with the decision, but he has to go. And the final wicket, Dinuka. This has been his best delivery, the arm ball, the quicker one, which rushes the batsman. And that was it for St. Joseph's College. Trinity College finally managing to bundle out St. Joseph's under 219, making them bat again. And here's the story so far. Trinity College, after winning the toss, put on a very good total on the board, 318, led by a brilliant knock at the top by Vibawit Ahalepola, 87. Mutalib contributed with 70, the skipper in the middle. Pawan Patiraja, the Sri Lanka under 19 cap, played a fluent 56, batting at number 4. In bowling for St. Joseph's, Mudita Lakshan, Yenula and Shenuk all picked up 2 wickets apiece. In batting for St. Joseph's, it was once again their skipper who led their way in the front, but was out for courtesy of brilliant catch at slips for 46. And Mithira Tenura and Rishma Amarasinghe, the 15-year-old, those two battled it hard down the order for St. Joseph's College, but it wasn't enough as Tiraka's 6 wickets outdid all other performances in this game, include also assisted by Dinuka's 3 wickets.
It's definitely Tiraka was the pick of the bowlers. As we come back to you once St. Joseph's start batting again.
එහි බලන මේ බලද්දි ඉන්වෙස්ට්මන්ට් එකක් කරන්න. තාමත් තේරුනේ නැද්ද? එහෙනම් දැන්ම ජීනී මුදල් ඇප් එක දාගන්න. මුදල් වලින් වැඩ ගන්න ගොඩක් ක්‍රම සහ විදි තියෙන අලුත්ම ලෝකයකට පිවිසෙන්න. ජීනී, get it to get it.
නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමමයි. මිස් නොවී ආදරෙත් එහෙමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
1000ක් වැඩගොඩත් එහෙමමයි. පිසි ජීවිතෙත් එහෙමමයි. ඒ නිසා ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන පහසුවෙන් ඩයලොග් හෝම් බ්‍රෝඩ්බෑන්ඩ් සම්බන්ධතාවය රීලෝඩ් කරන්න හොබේ පත් ගෙවන්න. මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk වෙත පිවිසෙන්න.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்தில்
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Runagala City Atugal Puravare
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final Showdown Kandy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Welcome back to the live action brought to you from the 110th traditional encounter between St. Joseph's and Trinity College. Story from Dali Road is that Trinitians have all managed to all out the Josephians 201 bundle all of them out and have enforced follow on. So the Josephians are back in the middle, wanted to make sure that they get the balance. 117 on the board. Pick of the bowlers for Trinity was Thiraka Ranatunga, who bowled 22 overs, 7 maidens, 58 for 6. And was ably supported by Duniko Tennakon, who bowled 21 overs, 6 maidens, 48 for 3. And Trinity skipper Muttalib will be hoping that his spinners will be able to try and replicate what they did in the Josephian first innings. And what we will hope and pray is that his fast bowlers will come to the party and deliver, unlike in the first innings where they had to solely rely on the spinners. As for the Josephians, the man in the picture, Sadisha Jayawardene, their skipper, is going to be key in getting a respectable result here at Dali Road, because he's the man in form. He looked so very fluent in the first innings before losing his wicket to a brilliant delivery by Thiraka, and he will want to make sure that he capitalizes and on this opportunity and make sure that he takes the team home. Live pictures brought to you on Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub, www.thepapare.com, the leader in sports broadcasting in Sri Lanka, undisputedly. And thepapare.com will be bringing you schools cricket action up until June, where we finish off with a bang with the all-important big matches coming through. And also we are hoping to bring you some action from the under-19 schools limited overs tournament as well. And Trinitians had a couple of star performers in their ranks. It seems like to start off proceedings, Trinity have opted to go with a standout performer for them. Here's the first ball, straight down the ground by Jayawardene, and this is the impact that he can have. He looked so very fluent in the first innings. I was very, very disappointed that he couldn't get to that 50 and couldn't bat longer. Jayawardene, a very sensible cricketer and a batsman. And joining me in the comm box is Sir Megan. Megan, interesting matchup here. Trinity have 117 to defend to now 113. How do you think Sadisha and the Josephians will approach this one?
Well, they'll be playing out for a draw. That's for sure. There's no way that Sadisha and co can set up a target and come back again and pick up 10 wickets against the Trinitians. They don't have enough time. But Trinity, there is a possibility for them to do miracles. You know, at times when we say miracles, certain things in cricket especially is absolutely unachievable, but some are. And Trinity will be looking at that, picking up 10 wickets today in this one session.
Yes, that will be key, because there's plenty of time left for Trinity to do that. We've seen We've seen teams bundle out for less than 100 plenty times before, so we will need a performance like that from Trinity. But as for the Josephians, they need to try and make sure that they hold their fort. It's their home turf here at Darley Road. Given. Well, as we speak about brilliant comebacks and things that can go wrong. Things go horribly wrong for Hiruna Kapuru Bandara. He only got a mere 6 runs in the first innings and gets out for a duck. Biboit strikes again for Trinity College. Brilliant stuff.
Was plumb in front. Shuffled across to escape that swing. But once again, trapped in front. Irunga Kapuru Bandara walks back without scoring.
Josephians are losing out their opening batsman in the first over of the game. Let's try and see another replay of that dismissal. That's going to be for very interesting viewing. Some of the Josephians around us are not entirely sure whether that was out. Sahandaber in the middle as the number 3.
That's Sahandaber, youngster, in at number 3. Straight away off the mark. Comes from a heavy cricketing pedigree, this Dabare. Tanuka Dabare is our eldest brother, played Sri Lanka under 19s and played for Lumbini College.
Here's what happened. Oh. If at all it was the height that was the problem, but
there's no doubt in it. That's corner. For me, I'm convinced.
So that's called by the umpire.
It's crossed across a lot. Well played. Very well played. Bit of work in deep for Thira Karanatunga. No chance there. This is beautiful placement from Sadish Jayawardena. He's in flying form.
A little hard in mount moment for the Trinity skipper because Thiriga is much more valuable than the 4 runs. Lovely bit of work from Sadish Jayawardena. He's been in that kind of form this game. That's why he was very disappointed at the way which he got out.
He seems to be having a lot of time, Sudarshana, and that's very difficult to achieve.
It's a feature of a very good batsman, isn't it? Seems like he has all the time in the world. Trinity bringing on the spinner. Dinuka into the attack.
Well, he's bowling with the new ball, so do not expect a lot of turn. But one thing for sure, don't get trapped in front. That's what they're aiming at. So I was speaking of Tanuk, this Sahandaber is coming from a family of cricketers. His eldest brother Tanuka Dabare played Sri Lanka under 19s, represented Lumbini College. Then his younger brother, as in the second one behind another brother, elder one, Amita Dabare played for DSN and Naika College. And here is Sahandaber, the youngster. Yeah, at St. Joseph's.
A sub-collection of schools, they are in the same family.
Well, that seems close. Probably a bit of bat on it.
Dinukatennakon creating chances here. Trinitians believe that they can try and sneak up a win against the Josephians, the last team to have gotten a result in this encounter in 2015, winning outright under the captaincy of Ravin Sayer. It's been 12 long years since Josephians got a result to their name.
Easy pickings. Sadish Jayawardena makes it look so easy. Well, more or less going just with the motions right from here, this point of this game. Two overs gone, 12 for 1.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Vibavit to continue from the swimming pool end. Well connected by Sadish. It's been an impressive batter so far this game. And, hopefully he'll be able to go on for a big score.
The little time left for him. We hope to see entertainment from Sadish Jayawardena. Well played into the gap. Should settle just for the single.
Trinity won the toss and Captain Mutalib decided to bat first, and his decision was justified by his batters. Trinity piling up 318 runs, and the Josephians bowled out for 201 on day 2 and have been forced to follow on.
Looks good. He holds a good shape, this Sandabri. Well bowled. Very impressed with Vibha with El Nepola. A handy all-rounder. Able with bat, ball. Even good in the field.
Very interesting tussle between Vibhavit and Thiraka to see who will end up being the most valuable player of the match. Megan. Thiraka contributed 44 runs with his bat and also 6 wickets. If Vibhavit is to upstand him, he'll have to deliver a good performance here. But Vibhavit also was a major part of one of Thiraka's 6 wickets in making sure Sadish Jayawardena departs. Sadish already on to 11 runs off 10 balls. So he's not looking to hang around. He's going to play his shots.
Well played. Again, work in the deep. But that should run down. He's
Beautiful.
playing that cut beautifully.
Just beautiful stuff from Sadish Jayawardene. It's the confidence and the class in him. And also, he's in great touch. That's the end of the third over. It's another look at that waited patiently and guides it through the covers. And that's the end of the third. St. Joseph's 18 for 1.
අවදානම එහෙමමයි. හැබැයි හදවතේ බැඳීමුත් එහෙමමයි. ඕනෑම කෙනෙකුට ගෙදර ඉඳගෙනම රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් My Dialog app හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
That's good work. Stopped a certain boundary. No man saving that. It was also very well played from Sam Dabare. One thing I did not see from these Josephians in the first innings is this kind of freedom to play their shots. They were put under pressure and they even succumbed to it. Look at that. Risky strokes, but you know, you gotta play these things to stay competitive in the game. They played themselves into a shell in the first innings and they really could not get free from it.
Yes, in extended intervals, the Josephians did go into a shell, and that's when Trinity trounced them, put pressure on them, and managed to get a breakthrough. But credit to the Trinity skipper, especially opting to put pressure on the Josephians and making sure the scoring is not free flow. Every time Josephians looked like they were settling down, Mutale brought on the change. Slightly down leg side, half-hearted appeal from the bowler.
Well, more or less going through the motions right from this point in this game. But just to break that, Sam Dabare is playing some shots there at the center. He's swept a couple of times, now working around his pads. He's keeping things busy. And the 4 overs comes to an end, 22 for 1.
The man that made things happen for Trinity is back in the attack. Tirika Ranatunga being brought on from the swimming pool and for Trinity College. Sadish Jayawardene was one of his victims in the first innings. So he'll have that in mind. He will take a very cautious approach against Tirika, was brimming with confidence.
I'm interested to see how he bowls the new ball, Sudarshana. He came in at the late all ball in the previous innings, got some purchase off the surface, but the new ball tends to skid on. So he's not been the skiddy kind of bowler, so it will be interesting to see how well he adjusts to that.
Sadish is persistent that he's going to play out anything that comes at him. And he's going to take the risk route of using the offside. Plenty of men on the off, but he still finds the gap. Beautiful shot by Sadish Jayawardena.
He seems very strong in his back foot. Anything short, he's been able to get back very soon. Right from the first run he got today, when he slapped Matisha Patana for a 4. Right from that time, he's been very good in his front foot movement. Again, into the gap. Sedu is playing some shots.
Sandabare bringing out the sweep, and that's one weapon which is very useful against the spinners. Puts his knee down and then gets a boundary.
Tiraka wouldn't mind it. He wants them to play such shots. Well bowled. Very well bowled there. Gave it some air. Invited the batter to go at it. So end of 5 overs, 27 for 1.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So St. Joseph's following on at 27 for 1 after 5 overs. Sadish Jayawardena on 16, Sandabare on 10. It's Dinuka Tenakone bowling his third over. No Matisha Patana up to now.
Yes, boy. Trinity started off with Vibhavit and Dinuka. Eventually they've settled down to their best bowling duo, Dinuka and Tiraka, bowling from either sides. Yet to see Manula or Matish, and I'm surprised not to see Manula Kularatna after his opening spell. He was never used after that. It was quite impressive in the opening spell.
Yes, definitely. I too thought Manula Kularatna was good. We didn't see him after the opening spell, but the two spinners did the damage. Definitely the Trinitians opted for spin. That's why they started with the spinners quite early in the second innings.
Even in the second innings, I thought Manula will have a say with the new ball, but they opted to go with Vibhavit. Quite surprising. Anyway, Vibhavit picked up a wicket, but Sadish seems to be unstoppable here. He picks up another boundary and he moves on to 20 in just 23 deliveries. So that ends over number 6, St. Joseph's 31 for 1.
So 31 for 1 after 6 overs. 78 overs for the day gone. So 2 more overs. Then we will see the last 15 overs starting from that point.
We expected St. Joseph's to be a bit more cautious this second innings, but they've batted freely. Sahan Dabare especially. Once again, this time it's a top edge and Akram Muttalib makes no mistake. Sahan Dabare perishes for 10. Much needed wicket for Trinity, and it's Thiraka with the strike again.
That was a poor shot. Sahan Dabare was nowhere near it. Tried to hit it over to mid-wicket. Got the top edge. And the captain and wicket-keeper Muttalib went on to hold on to a good catch. So St. Joseph's lose their second wicket. They're 31 for 2.
That wicket again. Flighted delivery. Trying the slog sweep once again. This time it wasn't full enough for him to play that shot. Finding the top edge and a good catch by Akram Muttalib. Sahan Dabare gone for 10.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at Moratua.
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Foxhill Supercross.
Runagala City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය.
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Kandy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට.
So St. Joseph's 2 down for 31 in their follow-on. I think about 118 runs behind Trinity.
They're still trailing by 86 runs. St. Joseph's College. Trinity requiring 8 wickets to register a win. This was the wicket which just fell. Sahan Dabare trying to slog sweep Thiraka Ranatunga yet again. This time sweeping a ball that wasn't enough, that wasn't full enough to sweep, and falling prey. Becoming Thiraka's first wicket in the second innings. 7th wicket overall in the game. That brings Mithira Thenura, and St. Joseph's got their most experienced batting duo in this lineup out in the middle at the moment. Mithira Thenura and skipper Sadish Jayawardena.
Yeah, they do. They really do want these two players to be hanging around there for a long time. Mithira Thenura and Sadish Jayawardena. Both of them batted well in the first innings. Sadish Jayawardena, unfortunately, well taken catch by Vibhavit Helapola was dismissed, and then Thenura was out LPW to Thenakon. That one again nicely driven down towards the point area.
That took the outside edge of Sadish, but not much damage done. Just going past the second slip, which brings Mithira back on strike. Slogs this time and it's successful. The first maximum of the day, Mithira Thenura putting away Thiraka Ranatunga with ease.
Well, I thought that was full flighted delivery. Thenura picked it up very well and hit it straight over mid-on for a 6.
I think that was full enough to be hit, to be slogged, which Mithira did quite successfully.
Another flighted delivery, this time driven firmly towards the extra cover boundary. So Thenura seems to be wanting to play some shots.
That's the end of over number 7. St. Joseph's College 40 for 2.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So 40 for 2 after 7. So Dinaka going to continue. That's again a well pitched up delivery. Forcing Thenura to push it on the offside. That's a quicker one. This time he spotted it well, pulled it over mid wicket. That's gone for 6.
That was short. That was short, even though it was quick. Mithira Thenura, quick to identify the length. He rocked back, pulled it hard enough to get him his second 6. Even in the last delivery of the previous over, it was very well flighted. Mithira's eyes lit up. He actually wanted to hit it over the ropes, but didn't quite connect it well. But this time, it was a top-notch shot. Gave it enough power to sail over the ropes. 5 second 6.
This time again he drives firmly. This time past mid-off. That's gone into the boundary for 4. So Mithira Thenura has come with an idea of playing some shots.
They are in a hurry. St. Joseph's are in a hurry. They don't want to let Trinity, they don't want to give Trinity any chance of going for a win in this game. They're closing on that lead now. They trail by just 67 runs.
So that's their 50. They're 50 for 2 of 7.3 overs.
That's close and given. Dinuka strikes. Mithira is gone after a 6 and a 4.
That one kept low. Thenura was off the back foot trying to pull it. Didn't have a chance there. Umpire's decision would have been quite easy. Let's have a look again on that.
So Dinuka sticking to his stock ball has worked. Started off with a quicker one, was pulled off for a 6. Flighted one was hit for a 4. And back again with his stock arm delivery. Plumb in front. Mithira Thenura missing it completely. So his aggression eventually becomes his undoing as well. And he's gone for 18 of just 8 deliveries. St. Joseph's 50 for 3.
So follow that wicket brings in Hiran Jayasundara. Another young player. Now the Trinitians trying to crowd the batsmen around. Brought in some close infielders. Putting the pressure on this young batsman. Skipper Sadish Jayawardene is on the other end. Will have to hold on to things.
I'm interested to see how Sadish will approach this innings now, since they are 3 down. 2 of their best batsmen are gone, Sahan Dabare and Mithira. He's left alone with Hiran, who's just come in, faced 2 deliveries. St. Joseph's 51 for 3 after 8. This was the last wicket, Mithira Thenura. It was quick and sent straight, no turn at all whatsoever. Mithira Thenura was foxed completely there.
So the umpires showing their clock. So the 15 overs for the last hour is going to commence. 80 overs for the day plus the last 15 overs for the last hour. So we finished 80 overs. So now we're going on the last 15 overs for the day. So Trinity got to get 7 wickets in 15 overs if they want to win this game.
They've got just 66 runs to defend. Interesting times ahead.
That's nicely turned away by Hiran Jayasundara. They're coming back for the second.
Pali, do you think St. Joseph's will continue their free flowing approach, or will they make sure to just hang around and not lose any wickets and be a bit more cautious?
Well, I think they should bet on the way they're batting, but not just to throw their wickets away. But Sadish Jayawardene has been playing well, and Hiran Jayasundara, normally a solid player. They are swept away nicely by Jayasundara. So I don't think there will be any rash shots played for that matter. But they will play some good cricket. That's what he needed.
Definitely. I think both Sahan Dabare actually went at a ball that wasn't full enough. Mithira was foxed by a quicker delivery. Now it's Sadish's turn. He keeps playing on in his merry way. Picks up another couple of runs. So I don't see the Josephians to be taking a backward step here. They'll continue the way they started.
But I thought Mithira Thenura was too attacking at that stage. He got 18 runs of 8 deliveries. But Sadish, on the other hand, has been batting very well. Even in the first innings too, he batted very well. Looked very confident. Very unfortunate that ball did turn a bit more than expected. Took the edge, and a very brilliant catch taken at the slips by Vipat Elepola.
This will be a different challenge for the Trinitian bowlers. In the previous innings, they were bowling at a Josephian batting lineup who were looking to bat out the day. Now they are bowling at a lineup who are looking to score runs, who are batting freely. That's the end of over number 9. St. Joseph's 56 for 3.
So 56 for 3 after 9. Needing 117 runs to make Trinity bat again. So the Trinitians need 7 wickets. They need to get that 7 wickets within the 15 overs. And if the Josephians get that 117, they got to bat again and get the required runs. So a decision is very hard to think of, but still nothing is impossible in this game of cricket.
And as you said, St. Joseph's will be eyeing to thin down that margin between them and Trinity. They'll be targeting to get to 117 first, then keep Trinity away from a win. That came in quick, that came in sharp. That's Dinuka's best delivery, and that has troubled most of the Josephians. Most of his wickets were out of those arm balls. Look at that, coming in with the arm when the batsman least expects the ball to come in. Once again, this time getting the inside edge.
You see the summary like short in way. Trinity first innings 318 and the Josephians got 201, and they were forced to follow on 117 runs behind. Now they're 57 for 3. They got another 15 overs to go in this game. To be precise, 14 overs, 1 has already been gone. So Sadish Jawardhan at 24 will be wanting to bat this 14 overs. Hirancha Sundari, the other player. That's well tossed up by Dinukathanakon.
Solid by Hiran Jayasundara. He has struggled to make the singles a bit, and that's the end of over number 10. St. Joseph's 58 for 3.
දාහක් වැඩගොඩත් එහෙමමයි පිසි ජීවිතෙත් එහෙමමයි. ඒ නිසා ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන පහසුවෙන් ඩයලොග් හෝම් බ්‍රෝඩ්බෑන්ඩ් සම්බන්ධතාවය රීලෝඩ් කරන්න හොබේ ඉපත් ගෙවන්න. My Dialog app හෝ dialog.lk වෙත පිවිසෙන්න.
So 10 overs after 10 overs, St. Joseph's 58 for 3. Did that take the edge, but it's gone between the slip and the wicket keeper. We'll have to wait and see for the umpire's signal. His signal buys. So 4 more to the Josephian total.
That was very close. That was very, very close. Sadish Jayawardena was dismissed by Tiraka in the first innings. He almost dismissed him in this innings as well. That was very close. Just missing the outside edge and beating the keeper as well. First slip had no chance whatsoever. Valuable 4 runs for St. Joseph's.
This time Jawardhan off the back foot. Playing it nicely towards the extra cover. Ranatunga not afraid to toss that ball up and get that additional bit of turn into his deliveries. Worried the batsman a lot in the first innings. Got 6 wickets.
Was the pick of the bowlers in the first innings.
That one a quicker delivery, cut away nicely by Jayasundara.
This has been an easy over for St. Joseph's. Not much threatening from Tiraka. Quite a few short deliveries which they easily punched towards the boundary, towards the fielder, fielding at the boundary for easy singles.
Well, we must also remember that the Josephians are without the Sri Lanka under-19 captain Dunit Veladege and also Shimon Daniel, while the Trinitians are without Anuda Somaratna, who also did well for the Sri Lanka under-19.
All three of them part of the NSL, the National Super League squads. Also we have 3 more Sri Lanka under-19 caps. We spoke a lot about them. One of them, Sadish Javardhan, is on the strike at the moment.
So that's the end of over number 11 in the Josephian second innings. It's 64 for 3.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධදාස
at Moratua.
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Kurunagala City Athugal Puravare.
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Kandy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට.
Well, it's Dinakadinako to continue. These two spinners do a lot of bowling for Trinity College in the first innings, and now in the second innings from the 11 overs bowl, they have bowled 9 overs. So Dinakadinako bowling is 6th over.
Hiran Jayasundara has been very quiet and possibly the slowest batsman for St. Joseph's in this innings. Most of them looked very positive, trying to score runs. But I think Hiran is trying to be a bit cautious with St. Joseph's 3 down. Makes sense. Just look to pick up only singles, not going for any expensive shots. But Sadish Javardhan hasn't stopped by any means. He has just continued the way he has been playing so far in this game.
Hiran Jayasundara too was very unfortunate in the first innings. Played some delightful shots and then trying to got the bottom edge and was bowled. Sadish Javardhan is on 26 now. Got 40 odd in the first innings. Played very well, looked very confident. And in the second innings too, he looks very confident. Josephian batting this season will definitely rally around him.
Let's come back to that in the next over. St. Joseph 66 for 3 after 12. Speaking about Sadish Javardhan, this definitely is looked class apart from the rest of the Josephian batting order. And once Velalage and Shimon Daniel are back, Josephian batting order will heavily rely on those 3 national caps, along with the young Sahan Dabare, the experienced Mithura Tenura, Hiran Jayasundara. The batting order will look a much better one. Anyway, this will be a great learning experience for them, playing against a quality Trinitian lineup.
It's a good bowling attack. 2 quality spinners, good pace bowlers, balanced attack. Have a lovely off spinner. And this time, that's the end of Sadish Javardhan. So Trinity looking good. At 66 for 4, the Josephians in deep trouble. Another 11 overs of this game remaining.
Well, Sadish Jayawardena, what have you done? We were just praising you, and he's thrown his wicket away. Tiraka Ranatunga with the massive wicket for Trinity once again. Now I think this is going towards something very interesting. Trinity will be very interested in this game now. St. Joseph 66 for 4.
So 66 for 4, St. Joseph's. Well, in deep trouble. Another 11 overs remaining in this game.
And we have a surprise promotion here at Dali Road. Yenula, who came to bat at number 9 in the previous innings, has been given a promotion. He actually showed really good resistance. Batted around 48 balls. So I think his job is clear. He just has to waste a lot of deliveries, try to block all deliveries. It's that simple for him. Hiran also hasn't looked that aggressive.
Well, Leonela Devtusa has a very good defense. So he has come to bat. St. Joseph struggling now definitely at 66 for 4. A loud appeal on the very first delivery. The last batsman now to Sadish Jayawardena, the captain. Caught and bowled by Tiraka Ranatunga.
Trinity on the attack now. Muttalib wants his fielders to keep chirping. Look at that, he's indicating them. Keep speaking, keep putting pressure on the youngster. They've got a good chance of winning this game now. Won't be surprised if a few more close-in fielders are brought. I think Muttalib is happy with the 3 fielders he's got for the moment. His best spinner against Yenula, a young bowler who bats usually down the order, promoted up just to block the way out for St. Joseph's. And that's the end of over number 13, St. Joseph 66 for 4.
Four wickets down, the Josephians playing for their lives here. Dinakar Singh from the pavilion end. Trinitians now believe that they can try and make a game out of this one.
So 10 overs left for that. They got 10 overs to pick 6 wickets, the Trinitians.
They're interested, they're definitely interested, the Trinitians. They want to try and make a game out of this one. They've taken out a big headache in getting the scalp of Sadish. Hiran, of course, could not contribute in the first innings. He will want to make sure that he bats this one out. Yenula promoted in order to try and block this one. Yenula there to serve. was very useful for St. Joseph's in the first innings. Faced almost close to 48 deliveries.
Veliran Jayasundara is also well known for this kind of situation. He's always very capable with the bat and he's known for salvaging. Well, mix up, yes, no there.
Last thing the Josephians need, yes, no, and for them to lose a wicket. 14 completed, 66 for 4.
බැංකුවලට කාලනුකා ආදරයට කාලෙ දෙන්න. තාමත් තේරුනේ නැද්ද? එහෙනම් දැන්ම ජීනී මුදල් ඇප් එක දාගන්න. මුදල් වලින් වැඩ ගන්න ගොඩක් ක්‍රම සහ විදි තියෙන අලුත්ම ලෝකයකට පිවිසෙන්න. ජීනී, get it to get it.
This is the mix-up. Thought there was a single, but it went quicker than they anticipated.
Live score update from Sri Lanka Tour of India. First test, day 2, session 3. Sri Lankans have just lost the wicket of Angelo Matthews, of the bowling of Jasprit Bumrah. Sri Lanka in their first innings 100 for 3 after 35 overs. Massive total of 574 posted by India in their first innings. Been quite impressed by what Yanula has shown so far. He's come out with one focus in his head. This is the yes, no. Good call by Yanula.
Risky. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the wicket keeper. 5 bad players around him. Young Yanula Devtusa at the center. He really must be having his heart in his mouth.
But Tiraka has been absolutely wonderful, hasn't he? 2 overs 21. Beg your pardon, 5 overs, 2 for 21.
He's been brilliant. I think he's now the most valuable player of the game for Trinity College. One thing for sure, Trinity College can look forward for some talented cricketers for another couple of years. 66 for 4, 15 overs done.
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහාන
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Foxhill Supercross.
Runagala City Atugal Puravare
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Kandy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Well, the outfield Just stops it right there. So St. Joseph's College still trail by 51 runs. About 8 overs left in the game. Dinuka Tenakon. 1 for 25 so far. These two got a good defense. They're settling in slowly. Well, 68 for 4. 7 overs left. Trinity College need 6 wickets to win the game. St. Joseph's in nowhere for even a probability to win the game.
Well, the best result the Josephians can hope for and play for is a draw, which they will be quite happy with. Down leg side. This will be runs.
A wrong line from Tiraganatunga. He can bowl any amount of that and still get away. Because it's been that kind of day. No one's gonna tell anything against Ranatunga today.
70 for 4. Trinity are looking to put pressure on the Josephians.
Well, this is too frustrating.
Unile is your ideal night watchman, isn't he? Likes to block out, has a very good defense. It's mindful of the field as well.
He looks so effortless in his defense. It doesn't bother about anything. Just occupying the crease. Doesn't bother about anything else. Doesn't even bother tapping a bat twice. Very well bowled. Very well bowled there, Tiraganatunga. That tripped off the surface and kept really low. Surprised Yanula Devtusa.
Well, that was an interesting delivery. Yanula almost castled inside the crease. And Tirika, interestingly, going around the wicket and bowling into the right-hander. 17 completed. 70 for 4.
අවදානම එහෙමමයි. හැබැයි හදවතේ බැඳීමුත් එහෙමමයි. ඕනෑම කෙනෙකුට ගෙදර ඉඳගෙනම රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් My Dialog app හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
Well, there comes a part-timer, Pawan Pathiraja. Well known for his batting. Represented Sri Lanka on 19th. But I've never seen him bowl. I'm excited.
Well, there's a first for everything. Here's Pathiraja. Well, he's bowls wrong-footed. Slight bit of Paul Adams in there.
If not for that extreme, definitely a little bit of Virat Kohli. But leg spin. Like our commentator, Adil Siddiq is saying he looks a little bit like Junior Dala. If you remember Junior Dala ball. All in all, I'm very interested to see what he can do with the ball. Pawan Pathiraja. Well, no ball. Comedy of errors here. He evaded the short one. It was really short. It could have gone all the way to the chapel.
Well, Spare thought, I don't think Pathiraja did a lot of bowling in the nets prior to this game, so Talib using all his cards, despite some of them not being trumps, wanting to try and use everything to make a breakthrough. Maybe his unusual action, he would have thought, would fox the batsman.
I got 3 more deliveries for it. Just ran through that over. It also does pierce the field. I don't think it'll run to the boundary. Good work from Thira Ranatunga there. Just one delivery left. He just ran through that over in no time. Pawan Pathiraja.
Well, 7 ball over. Bowled a no ball as well. End of the 18th. 77 for 4.
අවදානම එහෙමමයි. හැබැයි හදවතේ බැඳීමුත් එහෙමමයි. ඕනෑම කෙනෙකුට ගෙදර ඉඳගෙනම රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් My Dialog app හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
Tirika continues from the pavilion end, beg your pardon, swimming pool end. Yanula on strike. With the field, seems like Tirika is trying to entice the batsman to go for a stroke, but I doubt with the man in on strike whether he'll be able to try and derive a stroke from Yanula, who's really understood what his role is. Down leg side this time, and that will run away for 4. You asked for a stroke, you got 1.
Very well swept there. Looked very conventional. Yellow Devtusa can bat. Oh, look at that. It was asking to be hit. Pitched on leg stump. Flight at delivery. Devtusa just slapped it on its way. Loud appeal. Loud appeal from Akram Muttalib. That was more in hope than conviction. Look at where Muttalib is wicket keeping. He's on the leg stump. So it's clear that they are going to attack that line. Try and make Devtusa play there. This is very, very impressive cricket from Akram Muttalib. Very proactive.
Yes, he's been an impressive captain throughout the game here at the Dali Road. He's made some very good decisions, and he's shown that he wants to make things happen as well.
He wants to keep things happening. He wants to keep things entertaining at the center. Keep the game alive. And that's a brilliant trait to have as a captain.
19 completed, 81 for 4.
Sign up for a Dialog Power plan today. The best mobile postpaid plans in Sri Lanka.
Pathiraj continues from the pavilion end. Muttalib looking to somehow break this partnership, and Hiron and Yanula standing in his way.
Well, I think they must have lost off by now. Just 4 overs to go. Now he's just enjoying the game probably.
Pathiraj being warned. He's walked on to the danger zone. The second time a Trinity bowler was warned during the game. First it was Pathirana who got the warning. Now Pathiraj.
Look at that. Very strange action there.
That's a boundary. Nothing strange about that one. He ran right on top of the ball. And adds on to his score. Terrific job by Yanula as well, partnering him. I'm telling you, there are major signs of a certain Adams in that bowling.
A lot of Paul Adams.
As Pathiraj finishes his quota, 20 completed, 86 for 4.
නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමමයි. මිස් නොවී ආදරෙත් එහෙමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
Coming back to what you said that you loved about Paul Adams, he was one of those bowlers. You take notice straight away when you see him, and you feared for his life when he was bowling at somebody like Brian Lara or Sanat Jayasuriya, who normally would like to take off the head of the bowlers. I once remember watching a match. I can't remember who the commentator was exactly. He said it was the first time he was seeing Paul Adams when he came out to bowl. He said, "My God, that looks like a frog in a blender."
You know what's really scary about Paul Adams and actions as such is when the ball is hit back at the bowler straight. So no ball from Thirakaranattunga. And back to our topic. I really think it's very dangerous when the ball is hit back straight at them, because they're going to see the ball very late.
Yes, Kevin Kottugoda is a local exponent of the same style of bowling. When they're delivering the ball, they're basically looking at right back at the side screen. So that's defying all the good advice any coach would give you when you're bowling. But that's a natural talent that needs to come through, isn't it? That's why it's important that it's harnessed. And nowadays we see many batsmen who occupy different stances to bat. Megan, and one of those very different stances that was very effective in the longer format and also the limited overs format was Shivanarayan Chandrapal's stance. That was pretty brilliant because that was very, very different back in the day as well. Now with T20s the techniques have changed much, but Chandrapal was playing at a time where technique was everything, but he had a very different approach to the game, and he was such a brilliant exponent and such a brilliant cricketer for the Caribbeans.
Well, they said he was taking the fast bowlers on his chest, straight on. But meanwhile, Ranatunga being punished here at Dali Roads. His ploy is to try and work his pads on the leg stump. Going wrong everywhere in that.
21 completed. Joe's beg your pardon, there's one ball left, is it? No, 21 completed. Joe's 93 for 4.
Sign up for a Dialog Power plan today. The best mobile postpaid plans in Sri Lanka.
බැංකුවැඩට කාලනොකා ආදරයට කාලෙ දෙන්න. තාමත් තේරුණේ නැද්ද? එහෙනම් දැන්ම ජීනී මුදල් ඇප් එක දාගන්න. මුදල් වලින් වැඩ ගන්න ගොඩක් ක්‍රම සහ විදි තියෙන අලුත්ම ලෝකයකට පිවිසෙන්න. ජීනී, get it to get it.
Changing bowling, Rahan Ramanasur Amar Singh brought into the attack by the skipper. Two more overs and the Josephians are home safe. Now the team's just going through the motions, isn't it, Megan? It's been a decent battle from both the teams yesterday. Trinitians putting up a great show. Players putting their hands up. Started off with Vibhavit, who was promoted to number 3. Took the chance with both his hands. And Pawan Pathiraja, ever reliable Pawan Pathiraja, getting a century. And Muttalib at the end provided the much needed for Trinity alongside Tiraka, undoubtedly the most valuable player of the game for Trinity College, who put on a real show. That's the end of the 22nd. St. Joseph 94 for 4.
දාහක් වැඩගොඩත් එහෙමමයි පිසි ජීවිතෙත් එහෙමමයි ඒ නිසා ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන පහසුවෙන් ඩයලොග් හෝම් බ්‍රෝඩ්බෑන්ඩ් සම්බන්ධතාවය රීලෝඩ් කරන්න හොබ් ඉල්පත් ගෙවන්න my dialog app හෝ dialog.lk වෙත පිවිසෙන්න.
Sign up for a Dialog Power plan today. The best mobile postpaid plans in Sri Lanka.
Supun Waduge to bowl the last over of the game as his first over of this innings. Unila can take a massive sigh of relief because he's delivered. He's done the job that was asked of him.
This is Supun Waduge. So that's about it. 3 more balls left in this game. The 110th battle between St. Joseph's College and Trinity College. Still excited. Akram Muttalib is still excited. He's been an exciting leader. Very impressed with the skipper, Trinity College. Very proactive and brave. I think that's the word I was going for. Brave captain. Doesn't hesitate.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He's some of the changes he made and he's clearly shown the interest to make things happen. Well, seems like there's enough time for one more over.
Sign up for a Dialog Power plan today. The best mobile postpaid plans in Sri Lanka.
Seems like the game will go on until the cut-off time of 5:15. So Trinity College still with an outside chance of cleaning up the Josephians, but I don't think that will happen. And also, Trinitians are trying out their part-timers. Rahul Amarasinghe into his second over. That's a close call. Loud appeal. Umpire not interested at all. Good evening, Polly. Just saying about the possibilities of the game.
Well, anyway, game will go on till 5:10 or 5:15. The time they started the last hour for 15 overs. The Trinitians are bowled at 15 overs before that 1 hour completion. So they got to play on till that time. So it will be around 5:15 the game will be over. The Josephians are 95 for 4 in their second innings, asked to follow on by Trinity. They were dismissed for 201 in the first innings.
Brilliant resistance from Yenula, Devtusa and Hiran. Let's talk about Yenula's batting. Yes, he wasn't that impressive with the ball yesterday, but haven't he batted well? Even in the first innings and yet again in the second innings, eating up deliveries, blocking the straight ones. Brilliant.
Yes, as I was telling in the first innings too, Yenula has a very solid defense. Plays it very straight, and that's the end of that over. So St. Joseph's 95 for 4.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So it's 95 for 4. St. Joseph's in their second innings, following on 117 runs behind the Trinity total of 318.
Supun Waduge continues from the swimming pool end. Started off with the maiden in this innings.
The Josephs started off well in the morning. The batted was Sadish Jawardhan, their skipper, was batting very well. And he was dismissed for 46. Then there was a certain fall of wickets, and from there onwards Trinity was taking hold of the game. They forced the Josephians to follow on. And
Cleaned him up. Hiran Jayasundara has been yoked by Supun Waduge, a flighted yoker by the off spinner. Should have played it straight, tried to sweep, yoked himself, and a much needed breakthrough for Trinity College.
So another Josephian wicket falls there, you see. He was in two minds. Tried to defend it. Was shaping himself up to sweep it, and then later on decided to stop it. Missed it completely and was bowled. So Hiran Jayasundara bowled by Supun Waduge for 22, and St. Joseph's lose their fifth wicket at 95.
අවදානම එහෙමමයි. හැබැයි හදවතේ බැඳීමුත් එහෙමමයි. ඕනෑම කෙනෙකුට ගෙදර ඉඳගෙනම රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
So a very interesting period of play is just ahead of us. So Avinta D. Alvis, the new batsman, comes out. St. Joseph still 22 runs behind Trinity. Trinity will be eyeing to get 5 very quick wickets, and this was the one that fell just now. Hiran Jayasundara disappointed with himself when this was the least that's expected from him.
That was a narrow shave for the Trinity skipper.
Hiran Jayasundara throwing his bat away from frustration, celebrating. Akram Muttalib almost getting hit by the bat of Hiran Jayasundara, but he would be more delighted than that. He would be eyeing for another wicket at this situation with Supun Waduge's off-spinner bowling at Avinta de Alvis.
Avinta de Alvis, a left-hander. Supun Waduge, your spinner, gets his first wicket in the second innings. The wicket of Hiran Jayasundara was batting very well. Jayasundara got 22 of 48 deliveries before being bowled by Waduge.
A bit flattered this time by Supun Waduge, and that ends an eventful over for Trinity College. St. Joseph's 95 for 5 after 25.
දාහක් වැඩගොඩත් එහෙමමයි පිසි ජීවිතෙත් එහෙමමයි ඒ නිසා ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන පහසුවෙන් ඩයලොග් හෝම් බ්‍රෝඩ්බෑන්ඩ් සම්බන්ධතාවය රීලෝඩ් කරන්න හොබ් බිල් පත් ගෙවන්න my dialog app හෝ dialog.lk වෙත පිවිසෙන්න.
So St. Joseph's 95 for 5. That's down the leg side. A loud appeal.
So the wrong-footed Pawan Patiraja gets another go. Straight away starts with an appeal. Another no ball from Pawan Patiraja.
Well, Patiraja bowling to Yanula Devtusa, who has been very good in his defense. Most probably will have another over or two maximum in this game.
Not at all enough for Trinity College, but they're still trying. Muttalib is still on the attack.
Well, definitely they have done very well. They batted the whole day yesterday, got 318. Put the Josephians under pressure, tremendous pressure this morning. And the Josephians were dismissed for 201. 117 runs lead they had. And they enforced the follow on. And Josephians in their second innings are 96 for 5. Struggling hard to save this game.
Trinity in a bit of rush to bowl as much as overs they can. Pawan Patiraja is already up at his run-up, ready to bowl the next ball. Giving their everything at this moment, Trinity College, to try and pick as much as wickets they can during the short period left.
That one, Devtusa again pushes it towards the square. Again gets a single. So St. Joseph's 18 runs needed more to make Trinity bat again. But I doubt very much they have time to do that. Just an over or two. They got to get the 5 wickets before the Josephines get 117 to win this game.
Just got 18 runs in the bank, Trinity College. But more than runs, I think they'll just be more focused on the number of wickets they have to take. So they have to take 5 more wickets. Don't think it's possible, but you never know. So that's the completion of over number 26. Trinity College in a rush for wickets and overs. St. Joseph's 99 for 5 after 26.
So it's Rahal Amrasinghe being brought in.
A change of ends for him. Supun Waduge, the bowler who picked up a wicket in the previous over from the swimming pool end, has been replaced by the left-armer Rahal Amrasinghe.
And then I feel this might be the last over for the day. The time is catching up. So Trinity might be quite happy with their performance in this game and forced the Josephians into a follow-on and got 5 wickets for 99 at the moment.
Muttalib is not happy with Rahal's line, wants him to bowl more straight. Much better this time from Rahal. Touch to Fuller maybe, but Yenula blocked it and also picks up a single off an overthrow. And that brings up the 100 for St. Joseph's College in their second innings.
So they moved on to 101. So 101 for 5 St. Joseph's in their second innings. Just a delivery left in this over. We'll have to wait and see for the umpires whether they call off the game.
Probably the last delivery of the day. Or maybe we'll have to wait for one more over to call it a day. A full toss, hit hard at the silly mid-off fielder.
So that is the end of the day. So St. Joseph's 101 for 5. And the game has ended in a draw with all credit to Trinity College. They did very well, getting 318 in their first innings and dismissed St. Joseph's for 201. And following on, St. Joseph's were 101 for 5 after batting 27 overs.
Trinity definitely taking major honours. And how about Yenula Devtusa, facing 48 deliveries in the first innings, 55 in the second innings. Brilliant resistance to save the game for his college. Trinity College, led by Akram Muttalib, they've put up a brave performance here. Batted first, scored 318, then bowled out St. Joseph's and took half wickets in the second innings as well. So they've put up a brilliant show here at Dali Road. So the wait for a result in this traditional encounter between St. Joseph's and Trinity College just extends to one more year. Ravin Sayer remains the last captain to record a win in this encounter, and that was for Trinity College.
So head-to-head, it's St. Joseph's still with 36 and Trinity College 14, and draws have increased to 60. Out of this 110 is 10th encounter, ending in a draw. But all honours go to Trinity College. They played very well. Well, Tiraka Ranatunga being picked of the bowlers. He got 6 wickets in the first innings and then got 2 in the second.
And of course, we cannot forget the contribution by the all-rounder Vibhavi Tahalepola. Scored a brilliant 87 in the first innings. Picked up 1 wicket in the first innings and another wicket in the second innings as well. And also, we shouldn't forget the brilliant catch he took to dismiss Sadish Jayawardene in the first innings. That actually turned the game for Trinity College to come this far, this close towards a win. And here's a look at the St. Joseph's batting card in the second innings. They started off very positively, even though they lost Hirun in the very first over. Sahan Dabare looked very positive, threw away his wicket for 10 runs trying to slog sweep. Mithira was done by a brilliant delivery by Dinuka. After making 18 of just 8 deliveries, Hiran batted brilliantly, waited for 48 deliveries, but eventually towards the end was done by Supun. Sadish Jayawardene, once again the top scorer at the top. And finally, we cannot speak enough of Yenula Devtusa and how solid his defense is. He has been rock solid throughout the day, saving St. Joseph's the game.
There is a Trinity bowling card in the second innings. Vivavit got 1 for 16. Again, Thiraka Ranatunga, the pick of the bowlers, with 2 for 36. Dinuka Tenakon 1 for 26. And Supun Waduge bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens, got 1 wicket for no runs. Follow wickets was at 5, 31, 50, 66 and 95. St. Joseph's ended the day with 101 for 5. Well, the game ending in a draw.
Here's the highlights. This innings, St. Joseph Sadish started off with a glorious boundary down the ground, but Vibhavit came back strong to dismiss Hiruna in the very first over of the innings. Then in came Sahan Dabare to join Sadish Jayawardene, who kept on playing the way he used to play. He looked to be in brilliant form, coming fresh from his double century against Maliyadeva in a game in this season. Sahan Dabare played some shots. He was not scared to sweep the spinners, and the sweep was his undoing as well, where he swept a ball that wasn't full enough to be swept. Then Mithira Thenura took on the spinners, hit 2 glorious sixes before he was undone by a quicker delivery by Dinuka Tendakon. This was just before that delivery. This is how he was dismissed. Dinuka Tendakon with a brilliant comeback delivery after being hit for a 6 and a 4. Sadish Jayawardene was undone by Thiraka Ranatunga once again, getting the outside edge. And then it was all about Hiruna and Yenula resistance. Hiruna picked up a few boundaries before he yoked a delivery from Supun Duwage. He was frustrated. And then towards the end, Yenula stood on and saved St. Joseph's from a defeat. So once again, credit should go to Trinity College, led by Akram Muttalib.
Yes. There you see the summary of the game. Trinity College 318. Vibhavit getting 87, Muttalib 70. Mudita got 2 for 34, Lahiru 2 for 96. St. Joseph's College 201 in their first innings. Sadish 46, Mithra 30. Thiraka got the pick of the bowlers 6 for 58 and Dinuka 3 for 48. St. Joseph's in their second innings 101 for 5. Sajis 26. Hiran Jasundra 22. Thiraka once again 2 for 36 and Supun Watuke 1 wicket for no runs. Well, I think Adil, we should give a little bit of praise to Muttalib, the Trinity skipper. He really led the side well.
Definitely, Polly, and just if we thought about the final session, I think Trinity won it again. So they started off by winning the first 2 sessions of the first day. The final session of day 1 and the first session of day 2 were shared. Then Trinity came back very strong to win the final 2 sessions, but yet falling short by 5 wickets to win the game.
But when you look at these sessions, you feel very, it's unfair for Trinity winning 4 of the sessions and sharing the other 2, but still the result is a draw. So Trinity definitely won all the honors in this game, no doubt about that. But unfortunately, the Josephians were very stubborn in holding this game into a draw.
Definitely, and I think that credit for that should go to Rishma Amarasinghe, Yenula Devtusa and Hiran Jayasundara, the 3 batsmen who were like the wall for St. Joseph's College, standing very tall, solid in defense, seeing through the Trinitian spin attack. saving the game for the Dali Road boys. So that's the end of the 110th Trinity St. Joseph's encounter. So the tally remains same, 36 for St. Joseph's, 14 for Trinity. Trinity having a lot to catch up, but just one more is added to the number of drawn games. From 59 becomes 60 as we go to Asgiria for the 111th encounter next year. There will be different sides will have different captains, different players, but the rivalry will remain, and hopefully we'll see a better game and probably a result too. So we've come to the end of this exciting encounter between St. Joseph's College and Trinity College here at Dali Road. It was a great venue for us to have this game, and stay tuned with us as we will be bringing you more live coverage of this season, an extended schools cricket season going from March to June, the Sri Lanka Under-19 Division 1 schools cricket tournament. So until we meet you again with an exciting traditional encounter, stay safe and have a good weekend.
I came from the mud, there's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree, there's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They sing on a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon.